The Age of Ausra, Book 2, Migration of the Remnant. Written by Sir Carlton Lawrence. Read by Julie Burns. Episode 1, The Big Apple Core. Before the pandemic, the population of Manhattan Island was approaching 2 million living and breathing souls. However, there were now less than a dozen hapless survivors, sheltering somewhere in the urban ruins located within the confines of the island's 23 square miles. All but two, an older but robust couple, fortunate enough to still have one another, believed that they were the last person alive on Earth. Before this crisp and bright fall morning would succumb to the infinite blackness of a city without electricity, that belief would change. For well over a century, Manhattan had consisted of dozens of distinctly different and unique neighborhoods and districts that collectively can probably be best described as a dense ball of multicolor yarn. However, even though there are over 50 individually designated neighborhood districts in Manhattan, outsiders often define it as consisting of three primary parts: Midtown, Uptown, and Downtown. Before the Europeans discovered the Americas, inhabitants of the island were a blend of various indigenous Indian tribes. The Dutch preceded the English largely through the notorious Dutch West India Company, which, with its sibling company, the Dutch East India Company, diversified their primary business of silk and spice trading to become one of history's most infamous slave trading conglomerates. The Dutch quickly determined the island could become a strategic port for the delivery of slaves captured on the African continent to the New World. Always in competition and conflict with the Spaniards, Portuguese, French, and English, through the Dutch West India Company, the Dutch moved to legitimize their claim to the island by purchasing it from the Lenape Indians, who signed it away by way of a document they neither understood nor could read. Still, the assurances by the cordial and ever-smiling Europeans convinced the tribe that whatever was being offered must be a really good deal. So, without negotiating, they unwittingly sold the island to the Dutch company for food and a few personal items worth the equivalent of $1,842.16 in today's dollars. Before the collapse, the value of the island's underlying land, with nothing attributed to its buildings and infrastructure, was just under $2 trillion, underscoring that the transaction truly was, in fact, a good deal, at least for somebody. The Tower Building was the island's first skyscraper, a steel-framed 11-story masonry-clad building completed in 1889. When it was demolished, along with most of its contemporaries, the 22-story flat-iron building located downtown and on the southern end of the island became the oldest still-standing skyscraper in Manhattan. Its sole occupants were now Sarah and Abbott Smith. Abbott, or Ace, as he'd been known since his college days, was an elite corporate attorney before the collapse, and Sarah was a rising star on Wall Street with a higher earning potential than her husband. She was Harvard-educated with an MBA from the University of Virginia's Darden School of Business, while he got his law degree from Duke University. They had met accidentally 25 years earlier at a Dave Matthews concert in Charlottesville, Virginia, when they crashed into one another, trying to merge into traffic, leaving John Paul Jones Arena. The exchanging of information for insurance purposes, the accident was Abbott's fault, led to a spontaneous wedding culminating from a rock-climbing adventure in Colorado 7 months later. Ace got his nickname in undergraduate school at Vanderbilt University from fraternity brothers who were amazed at his uncanny ability to heartily party the night before a big exam and still ace the test while barely cracking a book or breaking a sweat. He was 2 years older than Sarah, who was still a fitness addict and who at 55, other than her gray hair, looked like she was still in her 20s. They both played hard and worked harder and didn't consider having children until it was too late. The iconic Flatiron Building had suffered through a decade of disrepair and vacancy. Its owners were constantly infighting and suing one another for this or that, which delayed any sustainable renovation efforts. After the last partner standing wrested control of the building from the others, permits were filed to convert the former office building into luxury condominiums. Before the first crane arrived on site, all the planned residential units were sold, with the Smiths buying a 2,800 square foot southwest-facing condo on the 21st floor. When the pandemic hit, only the top 2 floors, the 21st and 22nd, had been completed and occupied. The Smiths soon learned that one of their neighbors had become stranded while on vacation in Thailand when the airline shut down, and another had been killed during the unrest that immediately followed the pandemic. There were no signs of the other occupants, so the Smiths essentially became heirs to the entire building. Thus, through no fault or malice on their part, deriving an even better deal than the Dutch some 4 centuries earlier. The Smiths drew strength from each other as the world as they knew it ended. They tempered their despair by knowing that they were still together against all odds, and, up until this day, figured that death had somehow forgotten to claim them with the rest of humanity. They figured they had gathered enough canned food to live for several years without having to forage for more. And because the top floor was theirs for the taking, they relocated there and started cultivating a rooftop garden. Ace also converted their original condo space to a workshop where he stored all the tools and gadgets he could carry. True to the Smith name, he created a makeshift forge and ventilation system to heat and shape metal, as well as heat parts of the floor above where they had relocated. Given the interruption of the renovation of the building due to the pandemic, there was a vast supply of untreated lumber in stacks on all the floors below them, and Ace created a rather ingenious pulley system to relocate the lumber to his floor to burn using one of the abandoned elevator shafts. He and Sarah would also use the same system for egress and re-entry to the building after an excursion. And just in case there could be some unexpected and unwanted visitor, they rigged the system to be almost impossible for someone other than them to figure out how to use. As such, they felt relatively secure in this wonderful old building. The former City Hall sits about 24 blocks north of the Flatiron Building, and 10 blocks north of City Hall is the southern edge of Little Italy, one of the 53 delineated neighborhoods on Manhattan Island. There, at 90 Morton Street, Alex Martinez asked himself, why the hell not? Alex was a touring musician in the chart-topping rock band Folly of Man, and typically spent 250 to 300 nights away from home while the band toured worldwide. Alex was an incredible drummer with a style of play that could be best described as "Damn the Torpedoes." The band had concluded a European tour and had gone their separate ways for a rare month-long vacation when the shit hit the fan and the world changed forever. Though they could get on his last nerve, he missed his bandmates, but doubted any of them were still alive. Apparently, There would be no getting the band back together for a final swan song concert tour. Alex had a fully equipped home studio at his Morton Street 9th floor condo, though without electricity he couldn't use it. He had seen some movie years ago starring Will Smith, where Smith's character was the last man alive on Earth, just like Martinez believed he was. But in the movie, Will Smith's character encountered waves of bloodthirsty zombies, which left Alex quite unnerved and hesitant to call attention to his presence. However, living alone for months on end left him so depressed he no longer cared what might happen to him. After all, he'd been banging on these things since he was a toddler in New Jersey, nearly driving his parents crazy. Today was the day he'd not only bang on his kit, but he'd drag it up to the rooftop and serenade the entirety of the burned-out husk that was once the Big Apple. About a 20-minute walk north of Alex's building, Michael Harris left his residence and began to look for supplies and food to bring back home. Michael was homeless before the pandemic. And ironically, the 29-year-old nouveau New Yorker had raised his standard of living tremendously after the collapse, when he exchanged a park bench in Central Park for a luxury condo overlooking that same bench. But it certainly wasn't as if Michael was reveling in his good fortune. In fact, he would gladly go back to the nights he nearly froze to death on the streets, than live out his days as king of the world in a world of one. Though he thought, on more than a few occasions, he'd heard faint screaming coming from somewhere off in the distance, Michael was never sure if it might just be the wind, or his troubled mind playing tricks on him. Yet, he heard it again, today, the blood-curdling screaming, likely from a woman, and not as faint as before. A crisp autumn day was unfolding with a subtle but steady west wind. Other than in the hours and days following the attack that brought down the Twin Towers on September 11th, 2001, the city that never slept was historically a symphony of day and night jackhammering, horn-honking, sirens wailing, and street busking, a symphony that urbanites cherished. Not only was the absence of it ominous and foreboding, but it also served to seemingly amplify all the sounds that would normally be drowned out by it, and the wind picked up these normally obscure sounds and carried them for many blocks. For months, she walked the trash-strewn streets of the once ritzy Upper East Side, oblivious to the potential danger of being an attractive woman on the street alone. This 30-year-old knew only an uncontrollable rage that would periodically cause her to stop in her tracks and scream at the top of her lungs, at times for up to an hour without pause. She always carried a pink backpack, which held, most notably, a 12-inch Bowie knife with no sheath. Suffering from extreme post-traumatic stress disorder, Lorena Roberts couldn't remember where she lived before the pandemic and the collapse that followed. She couldn't remember if she was in a relationship or had a family. In fact, she couldn't remember her name. Lorena was hopelessly and totally insane beyond extreme. It was with this knife and the elements of confusion and surprise that this athletic brunette with movie star quality facial features in a short time literally cut the population of Manhattan Island in half. It now stood at 9, including her, and she was desperate to hunt down her next victim. Anybody would do. Suddenly, she was sure she could hear the sounds of a drum solo in the distance. Downtown, tending to her rooftop garden, Sarah also heard Martinez's intense and precise drum solo. She rushed down half a flight of stairs, screaming, "Ace! Ace! Get up here quick! Ace! Ace!" For a moment, the terrifying thought that Sarah had somehow seriously injured herself or was in trouble of some sort or another flashed like an atom bomb in Abbott's mind. The adrenaline was so intense that when he made it to the roof and saw that she was all right, he nearly lost his balance and had to collect himself. After a few seconds of recovery, he heard it too. "What the fuck?" he asked Sarah. The Smiths rarely cursed. Neither said another word while listening to Martinez's 30-minute drum solo. Understanding that they were no longer alone in Manhattan, the couple held hands and stared out over the New York skyline. Sarah broke the conversational pause, saying, "He's good." Alex had decided he would live and die by his music. From his own rooftop, he would hammer his kit today as if it was his last drum solo of a final farewell concert tour by Folly of Man in front of 70,000 emotional, endearing fans in Shea Stadium. And he was good. Really good. At the northwestern end of Central Park, Michael wasn't sure about the screaming he periodically thought he was hearing. But when the west wind switched to a slightly southwesterly breeze, he was certain he heard drums. Subconsciously, he started following the sound as if Alex was the Pied Piper of Manhattan. At the same time, Ace and Sarah were descending to the ground floor by way of Ace's elevator contraption, not knowing that another couple in Midtown, as well as two former enforcers from the Russian mafia, were all being drawn to the impromptu concert Alex decided to render on this day. Also drawn to it was an attractive brunette with a pink backpack. A month earlier, in the Nantahala forest, the remnant erected a huge funeral pyre in honor of those villagers lost in the Pyrrhic victory over Zedong at the river's edge. The task of recovering and identifying the remains of the combatants was a gruesome process, given the nature of the conflict and the explosive and incendiary weaponry deployed by the attack drones in Zedong's arsenal. Smoke lingered over the battlefield for a full day and a half after Zedong's lifeless form fell to the rich and fertile soil of the forest floor. Immediately after the battle's culmination, Odom and Chava limped back to Odom's cave to recover from injuries and fatigue. Days later, they returned to the village to witness the funeral ceremony of their fallen allies, but remained at a distance from the villagers. There were some subdued conversations between the surviving elders, debating whether some new member of the village would become a liaison with Odom, and whether the alliance would continue or dissolve with Leah's death. The elders were also unsure how Zedong had been killed, as there were as many different accounts of those final moments as there were survivors. While on Mir, Zedong's business as an intergalactic arms dealer had made him the wealthiest being on that Earth-like planet. On Earth, at least before the collapse, that distinction belonged to Mr. Max Elon, who was as eccentric as he was wealthy. Most of his childhood was spent as an orphan growing up on the streets of New York, until he was adopted by a kind man that had been leaving provisions for him. There were no records of his birth, but his new doctor estimated his age to be 10 years at the time of his adoption. The doctor's estimate was off by about 5 centuries. Elon was a self-made creature of habit who would repeat simple tasks at breakneck speed until he could do them perfectly and automatically. He would then proceed to the next task and then would blend the 2 and then 3. And so on until he could literally multitask at an unprecedented level and speed. After adoption, he advanced through school at such an incredible pace that he was offered a full scholarship by Stanford University at the official age of 12. Once there, he quickly became bored by the lack of viable challenges and dropped out of college, but did not return home or communicate with his father for nearly 2 years, and there are no records of his whereabouts during this period. When he resurfaced, he borrowed $25,000 of startup capital from his father and formed his first business, which he sold 3 years later, netting over $30 million after paying back his father's loan with interest. Space C, his latest venture, had become an inconceivable success, even by Elon's own high self-standards. Because the technology he employed was literally centuries ahead of the norm, he had managed to circumvent government intrusion, observation, and to a large extent, equitable taxation. In short, no one on Earth really had a clue what he was into other than one person, his girlfriend in New York. Vladislav Romanovich was a vor, or made man, in the Russian mafia, and had ascended through the ranks of the New York chapter before the pandemic. His brutality and efficiency earned him the nickname The Fixer, but after attrition caused by arrests, assassinations, and the virus, he and a low-level sidekick were all that remained on Manhattan Island of that notorious syndicate. The pair still resided in a flat above a former jazz club in Greenwich Village, and until this day had not heard live music for what seemed like a lifetime. "Grab your coat," Vlad said to his sidekick Peter. Like Brayson, both went nowhere without an array of weaponry concealed in their clothing or strapped to their bodies. All but 2 of Manhattan's current residents were now en route to Martinez's impromptu concert. The last 2 to hear it and walk that way were 2 Columbia University undergraduate students who had become stranded on campus when the airline industry collapsed. Kimberly Smiley was an A student majoring in ancient studies, while her forced companion of circumstance, David Byrne, was an Irish international exchange student. Kimberly had grown up with 2 siblings and their mom in an 800-square-foot rental apartment only made affordable through HUD's Section 8 housing voucher program. That said, the apartment was located in the Garden District of Montgomery, Alabama, which was a quaint and relatively safe neighborhood to play as kids, and the apartment was nice but cramped for 4 people. Other than being fellow students at Columbia, she and Byrne initially thought they had only one thing in common, a desire to get off Manhattan Island to search for other survivors. Being that they were the furthest distance from Alex's drum solo, they didn't really hear it, but were somehow compelled to start walking south toward Little Italy. As Romanovich and Peter headed south on foot, first something pink, then movement caught Vlad's eyes. Sure enough, Peter saw it too, and the pair ducked for cover to assess the sight without being spotted themselves. Both instinctively grabbed their favorite TT-33 pistols and realized the pink item was a backpack being carried by a petite-looking brunette that seemed unaware they were following behind her. They were correct in their initial conclusion that the individual they were observing was a petite female, though they were not yet close enough to know just how attractive she was. But they were wrong to think she was unaware of their presence. In fact, she had observed them leaving the former jazz club, observed the direction and likely route they were taking, and had intentionally hurried to get ahead of them, such that she could pretend to be unaware of their presence. As they got closer, in Russian, Peter softly commented to Vlad that the chick was smoking hot. Of course, neither had seen a woman for months, such that most any female sighting would have been of interest to them. But they were correct. Whether in a crowd of 300 or 3, this girl would stand out on account of her good looks. The Smiths were the first to make it to Morton Street, but from the street could not actually see Alex skillfully banging away at his drum set on the roof. But they certainly could hear it. Ace was no firearms enthusiast, but for the sake of protecting Sarah, he brought the 9mm Beretta that he kept in the condo for threshold defense. Still, he was uncomfortable approaching Alex any further, and even had a fleeting thought that the entire concert could be part of a baited trap or ambush. He and Sarah figured they'd simply enjoy the concert from below, and when it ended, would shout from the street in hopes that someone could hear them from the roof 9 floors above. Back on Acadia, the home planet of Odom and Java, the other mercenaries that fought in the war on Mir were preparing to depart in 2 large converted cargo shuttles for another distant conflict. Unaware, their former employer, Zedong, had intended to betray them, and also unaware that he was now dead. Therefore, their contract was unknowingly terminated. After she defected over to Enoch's Shadow Army, these 12 mercenaries technically became adversaries of Java, who had remained in the conflict while Odom was sent into exile on Earth for refusing to follow orders. Because Bunker Grandpa, as the Legion's Supreme Commander was disrespectfully known, had recalled the 12 near the culmination of the battle to serve as his personal protectors back in the capital city. No direct confrontation ever occurred. That said, the complexities of war make for strange bedfellows and circumstances. The pleasant breezes and brilliant October sun caused waves in the East River to dance and glisten to Alex's encore. When the brunette stopped to retrieve something out of her backpack, both the mobsters following her were so intent on watching her bend over that neither noticed what it was she retrieved. After another 100 paces or so, still thinking she was unaware of their presence, the mobsters caught up to her and attempted to lay hands on her without feeling the need to draw their pistols. Both were dead in a matter of seconds, and Michael Harris, the former homeless resident of Central Park, saw it all go down. "Damn," he said to himself, "those poor innocent bastards were probably just trying to help that girl." Sarah yelled out first, "Hey up there! Hello? Who are you? Hello?" Ace joined her. "Yo, who are you?" Alex's ears were still ringing from his crash cymbal, so it took a few seconds before he heard the Smiths yelling for him. He peered over the roof and was relieved to see an older couple, very much human and not foaming at the mouths, as did the zombies in that classic movie I Am Legend that was forever implanted in his brain. "I'm coming down," he responded. Just before the pandemic killed over 60% of the world's population in just a matter of weeks, Max Elon boarded his private stealth shuttle from the Brownsville, Texas, Space Sea launch facility. His departure from Earth was completely covert and would allow him to inspect the massive space station nearing completion and in orbit around Mars, also completely enshrouded in Space Z stealth technology. It had taken him nearly a century to develop this technology. Even though his ancestors had built the pyramids and had visited Earth as early as 3000 BC, Elon had no technology to anticipate the future, so he had no way to know at liftoff that the pandemic was imminent and that he had seen his human associates in Texas and girlfriend in New York for the final time. She was the only person on Earth that knew he was an alien, but she had taught him what it felt like to be human and in love. Her name was Lorena, and the two shared an exclusive penthouse on Billionaire's Row on Manhattan Island. David and Kimberly were as far from being a couple as you could get. For protection in numbers, they had moved into the same dorm room, but slept in separate single beds, pulled to the extreme opposite ends of the room, separated by sheets hung across a makeshift clothesline. It had taken over a month of awkward conversations just for them to settle on what they wanted to call each other and be called. Kim and Bern were the names they took. Bern, I hear it now, as plain as day, Kim stated regarding Alex's serenade. Well, that took a rather long time, didn't it? I've been hearing it 10 minutes or more, Bern said in his thick Irish accent. As an African American, Kim's smooth skin was light compared to her siblings. But when standing close to Bern, she made him look like Casper the Friendly Ghost. His red hair and freckles didn't help lessen the contrast. A few blocks away, Lorena wiped the bloody knife on Vlad, the dead fixer's jeans, and slipped it back into her backpack. Then she stood up and started screaming at the top of her lungs like she was summoning demons from hell. Michael continued to watch from a distance, still undetected. This girl is cray-cray, he said to himself. Bern and Kim simultaneously heard the screaming and looked at each other with eyes wide open. Maybe we should go back, Bern said. Undeterred, Kim replied, What for? To wither on the vine in that dorm room, she continued. I think we need to get closer to figure all this out, but maybe we should try to stay out of sight while on our way. Now, just a few blocks away, Alex and the Smiths were introducing themselves and shaking hands. Despite the circumstances, Ace was thrilled to meet the drummer of an act he told Alex was one of his favorites, though he neglected to mention that today was the first time he had heard any part of Folly of Man performing live. Devil's Side? He asked Alex. You guessed it. But my guitar player would say, way over-embellished. Damn guitar players, Ace quipped. The three new acquaintances laughed heartily. Come on up, guys. Alex continued, we have a lot to talk about. First, the drumming stopped, and then the screaming. Bern, are you still hearing anything? Kim asked David. Nothing, he replied. Let's get going. Close by, Michael continued to watch Lorena's psychotic incantations, unsure of what to do next. Trying to deflect his intense fear, he tried to make light of it by saying to himself, Jesus, crazy as some of those chicks I dated back in college. Despite the gravity of the situation, he couldn't help but crack a smile. Despite his downtrodden look, Michael had not become homeless because of drug use, nor was it the result of mental illness or laziness, and it certainly was not due to being illiterate, as he had graduated summa cum laude from undergraduate school at the University of Georgia. He was close to getting his master's degree from Vanderbilt when his little brother was killed in broad daylight by a well-known local gang member in his hometown of Pritchard, Alabama, which is just north of the port city of Mobile. He knew the shooter and left Vanderbilt to first bury his kid brother and comfort his parents, and then to pay a visit to both the shooter and the leader of the gang. He didn't try to conceal his attack, and similarly took care of business in broad daylight. Then, Michael vanished into thin air. Elon wasn't necessarily evil, nor was the race of beings that originated on his home planet Mint, which, being only 3 solar sectors from Earth, was in relative proximity. He actually had some endearing traits, but he operated on such a different level that he developed some annoying tendencies on Earth that either drove people away or drove them crazy. For Lorena, it was the latter. Actually, what pushed Lorena over the ledge mentally was first thinking it was Elon who was crazy during the initial stages of their relationship, only to ultimately learn that everything he told her in confidence was true, including the fact that he was an alien and one she had fallen completely in love with. But the final straw for her was learning that Elon was centuries old and had dated Cleopatra. Even though the relationship had ended, Lorena felt she could never measure up to the status, beauty, and intrigue of the Egyptian queen. It literally drove her insane. Besides not paying his taxes and driving his women insane, Elon had another reprehensible hobby as a collector of endangered species, dead or alive. Still crouched in hiding and watching Lorena, Michael heard muffled voices and shuffling of feet behind him. 2 young people, a black female and a white male, were approaching. It was Kim and Byrne. For Michael, this day was becoming quite memorable. After watching them briefly, Michael quickly determined that they were not a threat and stood up so they could see him. They were so startled, they both started running in opposite directions until they realized they were separating from one another, so they stopped to frantically call out to one another over and through Michael as if he couldn't hear or understand what they were saying. He calmed them both down by saying, "It's okay. I was just following the sounds of drumming in the distance. Did you guys hear it?" The calm way he spoke served to ease their tensions. Kim immediately picked up on his southern accent. "Who are you?" she asked. "Nobody, really. My name is Michael." He picked up on Kimberly's drawl as she had his. "Until today, I thought I was the last soul alive on Earth." Byrne, in his thick Irish accent, looked at Kim and kidded her. "Thank God there are other people left on this earth besides just you." The 3 joined each other in a hearty round of laughter. Meanwhile, back at Alex's condo, Ace and Sarah recapped how they had essentially barricaded themselves into the Flatiron Building. It was a building so iconic, everyone who ever spent more than a 3-day weekend in New York knew its look well. When Ace mentioned that there were other completely renovated but never before lived in condos on the upper floors with killer views of both the Hudson and East Rivers, Battery Park, One World Trade Center, and everything in between, Alex was busy wondering how he might relocate his drum set. Sarah was wondering the same thing and hoping he couldn't figure it out. After all, a little drum solo goes a long, long way. About that time, the trio heard more voices from the street below. It was Kim, Byrne, and Michael, who figured they were close enough to the source of the drumming and were each calling out, "Hello!" in all directions. Because they had actually passed by Alex's building, he rendered a hearty blow to his crash cymbal to get their attention and turn them back around. It worked. Soon, all 6 were exchanging introductions back down on Morton Street. After about 5 minutes, Michael directed the conversation to a worrisome topic, saying, "Have you guys been hearing blood-curdling screams of rage from a woman?" Everyone nodded affirmatively as Michael began to recount the double homicide that he had witnessed a couple of hours earlier. With that unsettling story and the fact that the shadows were getting longer with night approaching, they decided to go inside and hunker down for the night at Alex's place. Though he was pretty sure that if he had known about them when he was in the market for a place, Alex likely would have bought one of the Flatiron Building condos rather than his current place in Little Italy. However, Alex's condo was not shabby by any means. He had paid his dues, spending years scratching and clawing to make ends meet as a club musician, and even busking on the streets when he was short on grocery money. But now as an internationally successful musician who, with his bandmates, had retained the publishing rights to their music, Alex was making an annual income that dwarfed those of the Smiths combined. Or at least that was the case before the world imploded. Night fell without audible screams from outside, and it was a moonless night. The lack of humidity and clouds allowed the magnificent October night sky to radiate from the stars above. Alex fed his 5 house guests, using his propane grill to cook, and when they finished eating, he invited everyone to the roof. They were happy to oblige and gathered around the drum set that he had not yet had time to break down and take back inside. He joked that before Folly made the big time, a good gig paid $300 a man in 1999 and $200 a man 20 years later. The devaluation of music, he called the phenomenon. He reasoned that on the surface, with a 4-hour bar gig, a 3-hour load-in and 2-hour load-out, a local gig paid about $20 an hour. To Michael, that didn't sound horrendous, and he communicated something to that effect. Michael, take the countless hours of practice time, the drive time to and from the gig, the time spent advancing the show, the replacement of broken strings, sticks, batteries, and failing equipment, and we're making less than minimum wage. You gotta either love it, or you have to have a screw loose to try to make a living doing it. For all 6 individuals up on the roof this evening, it was absolutely a wonderful night getting to know one another and feeling comforted that maybe, just maybe, things were not as bad as they had seemed. They would be wrong. The view from Alex's roof toward the East River revealed a pink sky announcing the impending arrival of dawn. Everyone had lost track of time while being so thoroughly engaged in such enjoyable conversation. They finished the evening by devising a plan for the Smiths to return to the Flatiron Building, where Ace would spend the next couple of days fabricating some makeshift furniture for the vacant condos on the 21st and 22nd floors adjacent to theirs. Michael, Kim, and Byrne would scavenge for non-perishable foods, while Alex looked for propane canisters after he brought his drum set inside. These 4 would spend 1 or 2 more nights at Alex's and then join the Smiths at the Flatiron Building. Alex claimed he was bringing his prized Spizzacino crash and ride cymbals with him, merely as a means of signaling someone or as an alarm. Though his bandmates used to tell stories that before Folly made the big time, he would lug them into his motel room each night to keep them safely in sight. The guitarist said he actually slept with them. Ace and Sarah caught a few winks, but hustled home after eating some saltine crackers Alex had offered. No coffee was similarly offered. Given Michael's first-hand account of the psycho killer roaming the streets, Ace made sure he had a round in the chamber of his 9. Sarah noticed him nervously fidgeting with it and told him to be careful not to shoot off any lower extremities. He wasn't sure which extremity she was most concerned about, but he still gave her an eat shit and die look before changing to a wide grin and winking at her. Sarah just rolled her eyes and simply said 2 words, "Grow up." The couple made it back to the Flatiron Building without incident and quickly went to work creating an accommodating cluster of adjacent residences for the group. To reduce the workload, Ace planned to set Kim and Byrne up in the same condo, but Sarah issued an executive override, thus forcing Ace to get 4 spaces ready. He knew that it was always best to do what the boss commanded. Michael decided he needed to run up to Central Park to grab some of the belongings he had acquired scavenging after the collapse. He also wanted to bring back a shopping cart that he had grabbed from Whole Foods long before the pandemic. Byrne and Kim stayed with Alex, who offered up several large duffel bags for easier transport of any items they might want to take to the Smith's place. Though nobody thought this might be a final opportunity to get out and scavenge, the thought of a well-stocked and secure place to share with several interesting and like-minded people resulted in a heavier payload this first time out. As Michael completed his sweep of his own condo and loaded up the shopping cart, he thought he heard the screaming again. Though it was distant, unfortunately for him, it sounded as if it were between his location and Alex's place. Michael had not wanted to touch a gun since settling the score with the two gang members who had killed his kid brother. And after shooting them at point-blank range, he vowed to himself to never touch one again. Today, he regretted that decision. He decided to duck back into his condo one last time. Inside was a wood-burning fireplace. He quickly grabbed the iron stoker and figured it would have to do if he had to protect himself from that crazy-ass white woman. Before Michael made it back to Little Italy, Alex, Kim, and Byrne were in close proximity and simultaneously heard the screaming. Michael was still a couple of blocks away and immediately grabbed the iron stoker as he picked up his pace. Luckily, he soon saw the trio of new friends also moving quickly in the direction of Alex's condo. When he caught up to them, the incessant screaming continued and was getting louder. And though Alex really wanted to go back through his place one last time before securing it as best he could, he decided against it. Kim spoke first. "She's definitely getting closer." "Has anyone seen her yet?" Michael asked. "Not yet, thank God," said Byrne. "But let's get the hell out of here before she sees us." Fortunately, after 2 or 3 blocks, the screaming became fainter and then seemed to stop. It dawned on Alex that his drum solo a couple of days earlier may have alerted the woman to their presence and started apologizing. The two co-eds responded that none was needed, but Michael drew a deep breath and said, "Alex, she obviously is not a fan of your playing." That comment brought some chuckling with it, but so did Alex's response. "Michael, it's adoration. You've obviously never attended a Folly concert." The sight of the triangular-shaped Flatiron building never looked so good to anybody as it did today to the four. Alex fumbled through his duffel bag and grabbed his crash cymbal, which, though muffled by his clutch, still got Sarah's attention. "Ace!" she yelled. "They're back! Get the lift ready!" Soon the 6 friends were back together, and everyone was thrilled with the space, especially the view from the roof. Only Sarah seemed to notice that Kim and Byrne decided against separate places, though each claimed their own bedroom in the middle condo. Later that night, after supper, the group was back up on the roof. As spectacular as the experience was from Alex's roof, it paled in comparison to the view offered from atop the 22-story Flatiron building. Another night of great conversation unfolded that included discussions between Michael and Kim about their home state of Alabama, and then with Michael and Ace learning they both attended Vanderbilt University. It was a small world then, and it was an even smaller world now. Though nobody had left the roof to catch some sleep in their respective condos, given the intensities of the past couple of days, most everyone was dozing off in their chairs. That changed when the screaming startled everyone to the point that even Sarah dropped the F-bomb. "She's right below us. She must know we are here," concluded Byrne. Like a worn-out scene from a Halloween horror movie, all 6 let out a wide-eyed and simultaneous collective "Shit!" The Age of Ausra, Book 2. Episode 2, The Board of Directors Meeting. As Max Elon's shuttle penetrated the stealth shield hiding his nearly completed space station orbiting Mars, its appearance was no longer hidden from Elon's view from the starboard observation window in the passenger lounge. The station was so massive, it could pass for a small moon orbiting Mars, assuming it wasn't being concealed by the stealth shield. Suddenly, the big letters of the name Elon had given the vessel came into his line of sight, spelling out Annelida. Elon then noticed several other docked shuttles, indicating that several of the board members had preceded his arrival. After docking, Elon decided to stay aboard the shuttle until he received notification that all the board members had arrived. He dreaded the meeting, especially with everything that had happened and gone wrong since the previous board meeting. Even though in times past, without detection, he had circumvented mandates that the board had pushed through over his objections, he still despised having to go through the motions of asking for something and potentially being dressed down by his board of idiots. Accountability to anyone other than himself seemed like a waste of time. And though every board member was, like him, from the planet Mint, Elon believed he was vastly more intelligent than all of them combined. While he waited for the last to arrive, he concluded that the best defense would be a good offense. To him, that meant lobbing some blame at others and essentially telling the board what his plan of action was, regardless of how they might react to it. What could they do? Fire him? A meeting in the Space Z boardroom was always an interesting experience with Elon at the helm, typically offering some of the rarest and finest delicacies available in the universe, usually with a mounted trophy of the hapless creature being consumed staring down from a plaque on the wall as the meal was served. The walls and ceiling became digital screens that did Elon's bragging for him, often displaying the latest corporate achievements of Space Z or personal triumphs of Elon, including his conquests of the most beautiful women on Earth. Sometimes there were short videos of Lorena, his current girlfriend, but always present were digital shorts of Cleopatra, Helen, and Marilyn Monroe. Occasionally, Elon would play a prank on his board members by doing something like starting the meeting with a hologram of himself, or with a cyborg that sounded like him, or a digital image of some horrific monster sitting in his board seat, only to have it vanish as he walked into the room to continue the meeting. One time, he feigned an asteroid strike on the space station, complete with related sounds and vibrations that caused an older board member to start hyperventilating. Only Elon thought it was funny. Nobody was in the mood for showmanship or smoke and mirrors today. This meeting would be all business. As Elon looked around the room, he felt a little like a wounded rabbit being stared at by a pack of hungry jackals. "Good morning," he said unenthusiastically, and probably a touch sarcastically. He continued, "I think everyone here did their respective jobs a little too well. Our plan was intended to slowly dismantle the individual countries of Earth in favor of a one-world order that those of us in this room could better control. Did anyone here today think that the entire civilization would completely disintegrate in such a short time? Because I sure didn't." Nobody responded, which Elon took as an encouraging sign that his plan was working. He then concentrated his verbal attacks on one board member at a time, starting with George Faucina, who, to Elon, looked more like a field audit officer for the Internal Revenue Service than a doctor and leading specialist in infectious diseases. "China," Elon used the nickname he had given Faucina when George first moved to Wuhan. "You told us maybe 5 million deaths, not 5 billion. Faucina awkwardly avoided making eye contact with Elon. He continued by directing his next comment toward Elliot Marks, founder of the first and largest social media platform on Earth. Looking straight at Marks, he continued his attack. unleashing 20 million combative bots into your platform to be swallowed by frustrated, terrified, and physically isolated souls in the midst of a worldwide pandemic was overkill squared. Elon then glared at two other board members who were the last ones to arrive at the meeting, sharing a tardy shuttle. And you two managed to whip your respective bases into such a frenzy, they started killing each other. There was still no response from the gallery. So Elon changed his tone, assuming he'd successfully put the entire board on the defensive. After giving an hour-long sobering summary of the anticipated cost of consolidating the Florida and Texas Space Z launch facilities to a single and more defensible and sustainable location on Mars, Elon then offered a modification of the Space Z business plan. That plan, prior to the collapse, had been to monopolize space transportation and travel for the masses while simultaneously creating and controlling a one-world order. Now that humans on Earth were on the fast track to extinction, Elon felt a relatively seamless transition into the intergalactic transportation of contraband was a logical plan B. The primary downside to the plan was the need to create inconspicuous distribution warehouses across the universe, which likely meant the extermination of some indigenous species as a prerequisite. That said, for starters, Elon offered 3 potential warehouse planets where the populations of indigenous or ruling species were already in dramatic decline, or so sparse they could be eliminated without a costly and high-profile war that might draw scrutiny and unwanted response from afar. The initial locations were Earth, Acadia, and Mir. Data pages flashed summarizing the population densities and attributes of the planets and their remaining populations. Though they disliked Elon for his arrogance and absurdity, most of the board members were already in favor of his plan. Elon soon called for a vote by the 12 board members with results recorded as follows. Max Elon, yes. Elliot Marks, yes. Donald Johns, yes. Joe Hunter, abstain. Bill Gatewood, no. Bill Rodham, yes. Jill Rodham, no. Cheryl O'Brien, yes. Brock O'Brien, yes. George Bushell, undecided. Kanye Eastwood, absent. George Faucina, voting right rescinded. Elon announced the tally and concluded the meeting by saying, "Passed. Now let's go make some bank. This meeting is officially adjourned." On Manhattan Island, after suffering through a full week of nightly demonic screaming, the 6 new friends could no longer enjoy sitting on the roof of the iconic Flatiron Building and began feeling more like prisoners than survivors. Worse still, most had barely slept for several days. The toll on Sarah showed on her face. For the first time, she looked more her age than the usual half her age to Ace. He was getting really worried about her. Ace broke an evening of dejected silence by announcing, "Guys, let's hold a formal meeting in the dining room about our situation and discuss some options and see what everyone's thinking." Sarah didn't like the insinuation and whispered so only Ace could hear. "That was a leading statement, Ace. I don't like where you may be heading with this." Ace responded without a hint of his usual underlying boyish humor. "So I'm the attorney and you're the judge?" She replied in a louder tone that several of the others could hear. "No, but you better take any thought of that pistol out of the equation." The eat shit and die look returned to Ace's face, but this time there was no winking at Sarah. Everybody grabbed a seat and Ace started the discussion by saying, "We can't take much more of this psycho stalker screaming at us all night," he continued. "Granted, we're well stocked with food and supplies and don't need to leave this place anytime soon. At least as far as I know. But that day will come, and when it does, we'll still have Jackie the Ripper perched on our doorstep and foaming at the mouth." Ace's comment triggered an I Am Legend flashback for Alex, who suppressed a shiver by shrugging his shoulders. Kim spoke next. "How do we know she's not in trouble and just seeking our help? Has anyone even tried to talk to her?" Michael immediately interceded. "Yeah, 2 burly white dudes, and they were both dead in less than 10 seconds. Subliminally coming to Kim's defense, Byrne spoke next. "Michael, we've all been under so much stress, and I know my own eyes have played tricks on me. Are you absolutely sure that's what you saw?" The former cordiality was long gone among these 6 individuals who were quickly becoming strangers to one another again. Michael replied, "You know where Constantine's is. We can table the meeting for an hour and let you head up there and see for yourself. You'll find 2 bodies, probably bloated, lying under the marquee." At that very moment, the screaming started back up again. "Anybody want to go with him?" Michael asked. Byrne managed to crack a sheepish smile and replied, "No, sir. I'm good. I'll take your word for it." Sarah noticed Ace had the 9 tucked into his pants. It set her off. "You put that thing away right now. How dare you brandish that thing around everybody during this meeting?" Michael didn't say anything, but thought to himself, if she doesn't get sleep soon, Ace better keep one eye open looking out for Miss Cray-Cray and the other one looking out for Mrs. Smith. Alex hadn't said much to this point and was still thinking about the Darkseekers and legend. However, he offered the first tangible proposal of the meeting. "We know we can hold out with the food supplies we have for at least a couple more weeks. If we wait her out, maybe she'll give up and leave us alone. While we wait, we can shuffle our sleep schedules to take shifts or watches, if you will, during the nights, while most of us can grab some sleep during the day." It sounded like a reasonable plan. Nobody wanted to shoot the lady, but nobody wanted to try to communicate face-to-face with her either. In the bigger picture, what was 1 week, and what the hell would they be using the time for anyway? Michael offered the first ratification. "I'll vote for that, y'all." Everyone nodded affirmatively. Michael then concluded, "And if that doesn't work and she's still around here waking the dead every night after another week, then we'll get Alex to give her a private concert, which will either chase her away or cause her to jump into the Hudson River and drown herself." Even Sarah smiled at that quip, and the meeting was adjourned. Back in the Nantahala forest, what was left of the battle-scarred village returned to a semblance of normal routine, which included harvesting the crops and preparing for winter. There was obviously no longer a farmer's almanac available offering an outlook for the coming winter, and none of the villagers were aware this winter would be a La Niña winter, which, in the southeast, typically brings bitterly cold temperatures and extraordinary snowfall amounts. Everyone missed Leah's leadership, Caleb's loyalty, and Brayson's infectious courage, but absolutely nobody missed the traitor Robert Ford. The longest surviving serving elder of the village was a 65-year-old retired cop, originally from Charleston, South Carolina. Though he wasn't nearly as skilled as Brayson with weaponry and developing effective defensive strategy for the village, strategy that called for making the best of what weaponry and ammunition it could muster, he was seemingly the logical choice to take over the leadership of the village. His name was Charles Berry, and what he lacked in military experience, he made up for in having the ability to respond quickly and appropriately to most any challenge. Barry reorganized the defensive perimeter and sentry patrols and reinstated the god-awful barn owl alarm signal, though this time around its practice didn't seem to excite the children as much as before. They were older now, and their eyes had seen things no kids should ever see. Their innocent humor was forever lost. Yet life seemed to roll on. Despite the availability of automatic and semi-automatic rifles available in the makeshift village armory, Charles still preferred to carry his Glock 22. In fact, he slept with it. Every day, 3 times a day, Charles would patrol the area outside the defense perimeter looking for any signs or evidence of intruders that might be encroaching on the village. Today was no different, and on his 3rd and final patrol, he stopped to rest on a large granite rock just off a well-traveled game trail. After an absence of nearly a month, Zeke suddenly appeared, seeming none the worse for the wear. Charles rubbed Zeke's head and smiled. "Zeke, where have you been, boy?" he asked the mutt. Zeke yawned and followed Charles back to the village. Business as usual. Less than 100 yards away, a young Cherokee girl looking strikingly similar to Leah spoke in her native language, asking her older brother if he'd seen the village dog recently. The year was 1829. Orbiting Mars, and after the board meeting was over, nearly all the directors intended to return to their home planet of Mint, primarily because most no longer had any reason to return to Earth. Elon was relieved to see them go and was thrilled that the meeting had gone his way. However, he knew, without tangible results, that the next few quarterly meetings would not go so smoothly. He needed to devise a plan that allowed the initial processes to be the least involved and most visible. Of the 3 planets targeted as contraband warehouse sites, the board was most familiar with Earth. Though, like Elon, all the board members were centuries old and had spent most of their lives on Mint, they had each spent close to or more than a half-century on Earth and knew it better than Mir or Acadia. Therefore, Elon figured he should first return to Earth to commence and coordinate the eradication efforts, and could more easily show off his successes there. A side benefit might well be to reconnect with Lorena in Manhattan, that is, if she was still alive. Elon hoped she was. Before returning to Earth himself, Elon thought it best to collect intel by way of a fleet of surveillance drones he'd make ready and load up on an unmanned shuttle programmed to discharge, then recover the drones while remaining in the Earth's stratosphere. After the data was collected and analyzed, and only then, Elon would flesh out the details of the first of 3 planetary eradication campaigns. Back in the perceived safety of the Flatiron Building, the screams continued for a couple more nights after the meeting in the Smiths' dining room, but then ceased. After another 2 evenings of peace and quiet, the 6 friends ventured back out onto the roof to finally relax and enjoy the still pleasant weather together. The conversations once again became lighthearted and humorous, as they were before the visitor with the pink backpack disrupted their collective good vibe. But just before they retired for the evening, Alex thought he heard a clanging sound somewhere below them. He mentioned it casually, but only Ace seemed concerned. To Ace, Alex was the master of clanging, and was therefore qualified to detect an unusual percussive sound. As a result, he asked the others to stop talking for a full 5 minutes to carefully listen as a group, but no one heard anything similar or alarming. Eventually, everyone but Ace went to bed. It was Ace's night to keep watch. As Ace sat on the sofa, on alert, his eyelids began getting heavier and heavier. He fought it as long as he could, but eventually dozed off. Suddenly, he was startled out of his slumber by a fluttering noise just outside the west-facing window wall. Still groggy with dull senses, he subsequently thought he saw some kind of movement out of the corner of his eye, but now outside the east-facing window wall. By now, he was completely awake, and his heart was racing. An hour went by with Ace's head on a swivel looking out both windows. He never saw anything again, and concluded that a pigeon or flock of pigeons were the source of the movement and noises. Justifiable paranoia could have also been a factor. The six each slept and rose at different hours each morning. Alex, the drumming night owl, was accustomed to late-night gigging and remained on that schedule even though he was no longer touring. That meant he'd typically sleep until noon. By 9 a.m., everyone but Alex was up and mulling about their respective condos while getting ready to meet up at the Smiths, as everybody did on most days. By 10:30, the five were standing around the Smiths' kitchen when Sarah opened the doors to the rooftop patio to allow a salty south wind to refresh the place. When she peered out from the balcony, she noticed some rigging that seemed to dangle in a place she'd not noticed before. Perplexed, she saw some more on another floor further below. Sarah enjoyed birdwatching, so she went back inside and, without saying anything, grabbed her binoculars and returned to the patio. As she surveyed the rigging, she was convinced she had not noticed it before. Scanning up and down the building's facade, she eventually pointed the glasses toward the street when her heart jumped into her throat. Near the main entrance to the building was a pink backpack lying near the lobby door. Still orbiting Mars, Elon's army of engineers were busy conducting final tests of the space station when the cargo shuttle carrying a couple thousand observation drones decoupled from the station and began its flight to Earth. Though the cargo shuttles were considerably slower than Elon's executive shuttle fleet, with his company's advanced technology, even the cargo shuttles could now make the trip to Earth in a matter of weeks instead of months. But with the data gathering phase and return trip, the full journey was still projected to exceed a month. Elon would spend the time seeking referrals for affordable infiltrators, assassins, and bounty hunters. It would take a little more time, but Elon's last related task would be to assemble a small but powerful private military organization consisting of ruthless mercenaries to do the final eradications. This allowed some measure of plausible deniability and created space between those that benefited most from the plan and those that carried it out. To satisfy his fetish of collecting the last specimens of endangered species entering extinction, Elon would place a higher bounty for a final live specimen than a dead one, but he would be satisfied either way. Though unintended, an entire wing of the space station was beginning to look like a museum or zoo, where he displayed the dead and still living imprisoned specimens he had acquired over the centuries. Elon drew up specifications for human and Acadian display cases. However, there was no need for an additional display case for the once dominant Medians on Mir, because they were already extinct. All that remained on Mir were some lowly creatures that Elon knew very little about, other than they were almost entirely subterranean and would therefore be difficult to be observed and quantified by the Space Z observation drones. Still, after Earth, Elon considered Mir the next easiest low-hanging fruit to pick for Space Z's second contraband clandestine storage facility. Back in the Cherokee Nation, the warring tribes and former Indian tribal adversaries had either aligned or simply stopped fighting one another to collectively focus on how to best respond to the intensifying encroachment by the new nation that called itself America. That didn't stop rogue warriors from skirmishing occasionally, because there were several frozen wars with participants whose hatred for traditional adversaries never subsided. One of the most intense hatreds allowed to simmer was between the Cherokee and the Catawba nations. A few days earlier, several teenage Cherokee boys returned to the village from a week-long hunting excursion to the south. They were returning empty-handed and without any game for the village. Caleb counted only 6, but 7 had comprised the hunting party. As they came closer into view, Caleb noticed they were all bleeding, limping, and injured, and the 7th member of the party, one of Caleb's best friends, was not with the group. The sight of the ragged group kicked up a storm of activity in the village, and soon the elders and a crowd had gathered around the boys to hear their stories. When asked what had happened, the 6 all started shouting at once. Caleb's father, the chief, raised his hand demanding silence. "One at a time," he barked. The teenagers had been ambushed by adult scouts and warriors of their old nemesis, the Catawba Nation. They were nearly beaten to death, but were allowed to return home as a sort of message to the Cherokees. However, Caleb's friend had suffered a severe brain injury from the beating he took and had not survived the return trip. The hunting party had covered the boy's body with rocks for later recovery. Caleb shook with rage. The Council of Elders decided that doing nothing would embolden the Catawba and encourage similar events. And though Caleb badly wanted to kill the next Catawba Indian unlucky enough to cross his path, Caleb's father and the council decided to respond in a similar fashion, but against the adult warriors rather than youngsters. Injuring them but not killing them would be a much trickier excursion than an all-out attack. It meant they needed the elements of surprise and darkness. A half-dozen young braves, including Caleb, were to be led by Caleb's uncle, who was an elder. The plan was to incapacitate and kidnap 7 enemy warriors, one at a time, then thrash them with sawbriar branches until they were unrecognizable. They would be left bound as the Cherokee withdrew, and only when the Cherokee were at a safe distance and ready to mount their hidden horses would they let out a collective Cherokee war cry. Tit for tat was essentially the plan, but raising the stakes to discourage another response from the rival tribe. On horseback, for the first 2/3 of the journey to the enemy village, the 7 Cherokee warriors moved slowly and deliberately to remain close to silent while en route. Being the youngest warrior, Caleb would bring up the rear as the last in the single-file procession. On several occasions, Caleb heard rustling noises behind him and stopped several times to look back. When he did, only silence and utter darkness would greet him. The journey took 3 days. Still a few miles away and in one of the thickest stretches of the Nantahala, the war party dismounted and secured the horses. By nightfall, they were on the perimeter of the enemy village. One by one, as the Catawba warriors left their shelters to urinate during the night, the Cherokee war party would club them, tie them up, and quietly drag them away to a rally point while they remained unconscious. Each Catawba warrior was about to experience a rude wake-up call and a little payback. Not by choice, Caleb was more of an observer than participant. As he watched the older tribesmen, he saw movement in the underbrush between the point of the thrashings and the horses. He instinctively unsheathed his knife and carefully approached the bushes, hoping he would find a Catawba scout and would be forced to do more than thrash him. Instead, he found a young Indian girl, and she was Cherokee. "Leah," Caleb whispered, "you shouldn't have followed us. I almost slit your throat." Leah replied, "I was worried about you, Caleb." At that very moment, the sibling's uncle snatched Leah up by the hair and punched her unconscious like the Catawba. Caleb recoiled and drew his knife again, having to resist the urge to slit his uncle's throat. "Put your knife away, Caleb, before I strike you down too." After leaving the Catawba still bound and gagged, and with lacerations so severe they would have permanent scars to remember the evening by, the Cherokee war party, with Leah still unconscious, thrown over the back of her uncle's horse and similarly bound, departed for home. Leah eventually regained consciousness and was untied, but no one, including Caleb, was allowed to speak to her. With every glance cast toward his little sister, Caleb burned with rage against his uncle and vowed if he ever struck her again, Caleb would kill him while he slept. During the final leg of the journey, with the right side of Leah's face so swollen she could barely see out of that eye, Caleb wondered how their father would respond to the attack on his daughter. Once they were back at the village, their uncle headed straight for the chief's tent. After a few minutes, their father exited his tent and beelined to Leah, berating her at the top of his lungs, seemingly without concern for his daughter's condition, or thought of punishment intended for the chief's brother. Such was life as a young girl in the Cherokee Nation. Though the swelling of her face soon subsided, Leah was given double the normal chores and not allowed to speak to anyone, including Caleb, until the next moon. Caleb felt terrible about what had happened to her, as well as what was continuing to happen to her. So when Leah was told to replenish the water skins, Caleb snuck away and waited for her to return for a second trip. When she saw Caleb waiting for her down by the river, she told him, "You shouldn't be here." She sounded defiant, as if she was mad at the world. Without replying, Caleb simply embraced Leah, and both began to weep. Caleb leaned back to look directly into his sister's eyes and told her what she already knew. "I love you, no matter what, and forever." Leah managed a tiny, almost imperceptible smile. "In the blackness of the new moon, when I am again allowed to speak, meet me at the Black Rock. We need to talk," she concluded. With that said, she labored to pick up and place on her shoulders the green bough that would bend but not break under the weight of the water skins. Any feeling that the double murderer had given up stalking the 6 friends who were holed up together on the top 2 floors of the Flatiron building literally flew out the window when Sarah realized the screaming woman had abandoned her pink backpack to start scaling the edifice that had separated them from her. Alex was awakened by a tirade of cursing and joined the others. Rubbing his eyes and still not fully awake, he asked, "What'd I miss?" "So she's in the building," he exclaimed. "Apparently so," replied Michael. Ace didn't say anything, but extracted the magazine of the 9, then shoved it back in place. This time, Sarah didn't scold him. Kim wondered out loud, "What are we gonna do?" Sarah herded everyone into the living room for another meeting. This one would be much longer than the previous one, and there was an air of utter despair in the room. After a couple of hours, it was decided, among other things, that Ace would shoot, but only in self-defense. The group would remain together and take shifts standing guard, and all would sleep right there in the living room of the Smith's place. Each one of them would fashion their own weapon and carry it at all times, and trips to the bathroom, kitchen, or any place other than the living room would involve 2 people going together and staying within audible distance of the others. Until each person had a weapon, the entire group would stay together, led by Ace with his Beretta drawn. Kim and Byrne had remembered seeing a set of golf clubs in one of the closets of their place. So the group went down the hall together, thinking the set might equip everyone with weaponry. Byrne immediately grabbed one of the longer iron clubs and looked inquisitively over at Michael, who brandished the fire poker and said, "Nah, I'm good." Kim spoke up, "Byrne, hand me a pitching wedge." A little embarrassed, he didn't know what that was. "On second thought," she continued, "I may need a little more distance. Fetch me a 9-iron. A few years back, Kim had played on her high school varsity golf team and wasn't shabby. Before today, Byrne had never touched a club and was still confused and slow to respond. As she reached past him to grab the desired club, she shook her head in feigned disgust and fired him. "You're like the worst caddy ever," she told him. "Alex, want a club?" asked Byrne. "No thanks," replied Alex. "I have something else in mind. Just need you guys to follow me downstairs to Ace's workshop." Once there, Alex pulled something out of his back pocket and started working feverishly on whatever it was while the others guarded the hallway. After about 10 minutes, Alex proudly proclaimed, "Done! Nobody's going to want to mess with these bad boys." He had simply sharpened the ends of 2 of his wooden drumsticks, but was acting as if he now had a Gatling gun for personal protection. Michael kept waiting for Alex to produce something else that could actually be used as a real defensive weapon, and then confess to the group that he'd been kidding about the sticks. When he didn't, Michael was dumbfounded. "Dude, seriously?" he exclaimed when he realized Alex wasn't just kidding around. Alex seemed surprised that Michael wasn't impressed by the results of his work and almost a little hurt. Michael realized the closest thing to a weapon the guy had ever touched was probably a butter knife. More power to him, he thought, and then tried to make him feel a little better by sarcastically continuing, "Oh, I get it. You plan to lace her sushi with rat poison and hand her these things to use as chopsticks." Everyone but Alex snickered. When they returned to the Smiths' living room, Ace realized Sarah hadn't grabbed a golf club for defense. "Sarah? Kitchen knife, I assume." She glared at him. "No, I'm good." Ace felt it best to let it ride. He'd seen that look before and had learned his lesson. As darkness descended on New York Harbor, the group positioned themselves in a semicircle with their backs against a masonry interior wall. Ace, always clutching the 9, was in the middle, with Michael on one end and Byrne on the other. Alex and the girls were in between. It promised to be a long night. The first few hours were quiet and uneventful, but nobody dared to close their eyes even for a second. True to his upbringing, Alex was the first to hear the clanging. It seemed almost inaudible at first and far below them. As it got a little louder, everyone else heard it. Knowing that getting louder meant getting closer, it soon became obvious the source was heading straight for them. Kim blurted out, "She's not even going to try to sneak up on us." Ace spoke next. "She's in the west elevator shaft." Ace had rigged the east shaft with his own system of ropes and pulleys and doubted any unwanted visitors could figure out his system. Cray-Cray didn't need to. She'd simply develop her own means of ascending to the upper floors. Though it wasn't, the banging and clanging eventually sounded deafening to the group, or maybe the term maddening is a better description. Ace's trigger finger twitched, and though it was a cool fall evening that would have warranted jackets if everyone was out on the rooftop patio, all 6 were sweating profusely. Each realized the jig was up. When the clanging stopped, everybody realized that the deranged woman had made it to the 22nd floor. Soon, they heard shuffling just outside the locked entry door to the Smiths' place. Fire codes for New York City high-rises have always been pretty strict. Fire-retardant sheetrock, insulation, and caulking is required to create a theoretical 2-hour barrier, preventing a fire from quickly spreading from one suite to the next, and from floor to floor. Additionally, the entry doors had to consist of metal and not wood. That was true for the door jamb and molding as well. As the door rattled and shook, Ace was comforted just a little in knowing she couldn't easily whittle, pry, or kick down the door. But as soon as he breathed a small sigh of relief, he heard the unmistakable clanging of the propane tanks he had left in his workshop below. It didn't take long for him to understand what the psycho killer was up to. "Quick, help me turn over the dining room table as a shield. She's gonna blow the door down." The table in its current configuration could seat 12. It was mahogany and heavy as hell. but it would make a good shield. Ace heard the hissing of the propane first and then smelled it. "Get down!" he screamed. The subsequent explosion blew open a hole big enough for a car to drive through the common hallway right into the Smiths' living room. But the mahogany table was a perfect shield, and though several were stunned by the force of the blast, nobody was injured by the explosion. But there was no reason to feel thankful yet. The smoke was so thick that the visibility was only a couple of feet. Because the semicircle positioning was hurriedly abandoned for the crouching positions behind the overturned table, nobody was sure who was next to them. That didn't stop Byrne from attempting to club Michael with that tailor-made 3-iron. Fortunately, Michael saw it coming and blocked the club with his poker iron. Ace didn't know where to point the Beretta and was worried he'd shoot Sarah if he fired it. When the woman came into view, Alex's mind took him right back to I Am Legend. The chick looked like one of the Walking Dead, but brandishing a knife. He froze and dropped the chopsticks. Fortunately for the group, the explosion had also stunned the woman, who was still not fully recovered from the concussion caused by the blast. However, she still clutched the knife and was heading straight for Ace, realizing he posed the biggest risk to her with his pistol. Ace quickly raised it, aimed at her, and pulled the trigger. The hammer fell, but the only sound the gun made was a single click. He had never chambered a round. The woman raised the knife, screamed, and lunged at Ace. In a split second, Sarah jumped in front of her husband and delivered a vicious roundhouse kick to the woman's face. She was out cold. Ace was looking at his wife, with his mouth wide open. Michael, too. "No time to waste," Sarah yelled. "Get the ropes from the elevator shaft and give me that damn gun, Ace." She picked up the unconscious woman's knife and tossed it away from her. Soon, Ace and Michael returned with the rope, and they tied the attacker to one of the Smiths' heavy Henridden armchairs. "Tie your feet, too," Alex pleaded and continued. "This has been a nerve-shattering experience." The woman was still unconscious as the group gathered back around for yet another meeting. Kim was the first to ask the obvious question. "What are we gonna do with her?" "Maybe she can fly," Michael sarcastically quipped. Everyone knew what he meant by that, but nobody, especially Sarah, would admit that they had also considered the question and felt like it might well be a viable experiment. After an hour of debate, with no logical solutions in sight, the woman began moaning and opened, then closed her eyes. Sarah left the room and returned with a glass of water and a bottle of sleeping pills, from which she grabbed 4 tablets and dropped them into the water. After they dissolved, she instructed Ace to hold the woman's head back while she held the glass to the woman's lips. As she drank the entire glass, Ace realized that despite her unkempt hair and dirty clothing, she was drop-dead gorgeous. The meeting continued with the woman rendered unconscious yet again by Sarah, although this time a little less harshly. "We can't leave her tied up forever," Sarah exclaimed. "Whether she's tied up or not, she can't stay here," replied Ace. "And where did you learn to kick like that?" "Muay Thai is good exercise," she replied. Michael gave Ace a wide-eyed look and implored him to behave. Alex remembered a post-gig Folly of Man party where one of Folly's roadies got thrown in jail after a concert at Rockwood Music Hall for disorderly conduct. Alex had to go downtown to the Manhattan Detention Complex to bail his stupid ass out. During the pandemic, the jails released their prisoners so they wouldn't starve to death unattended. Alex figured he, Byrne, and Michael should head over there and scout the jail, particularly looking for how the cells could be secured once again. Kim saw the unpleasant look on Sarah's face and said what Sarah was thinking. "We can't lock her up either." "I don't know, guys," Ace responded. "I'm all out of ideas." Suddenly, Michael looked as if a light had turned on in his head. "Alex's place." Alex immediately objected. "Oh, hell no. You're not taking her to my place." "Not her. Us," Michael replied. Nobody was following him. "Look," he continued, "she associates us with the Flatiron Building. If we sneak over to Alex's place, finding us there in the entirety of Manhattan would be like finding a needle in a haystack." The looks exchanged by the others in the room indicated people were starting to follow Michael's line of thinking. "We obviously can't stay here. Nothing would stop her from coming back. But we can keep her ass tied up, drug her, or let Sarah get in a little more exercise." "Not funny, Michael," complained Sarah. As if the final piece of a 1,000-piece puzzle just fell into place, Michael refined what everyone agreed wasn't just the best plan to deal with Psycho Killer Queen. It was truly the only plan. Using Michael's carefully constructed plan, the group would first lower her still unconscious and bound body to the ground floor using Ace's elevator system. Once on the street, they'd put her into the Whole Foods shopping cart Michael had left at the entrance to the building and wheel her to the jail, where they would leave her with some food, water, and untied. But in a cell they would secure with rope and knots she could eventually untie, but drugged with another heavy dose of sleeping pills. This would enable the six to hightail it over to Alex's place and set up shop. They had stayed there before when everyone first met, and though it wasn't the iconic Flatiron Building, the space was great. Ace offered the only modification to the plan, which was to take little Miss Cray-Cray to the jail, but return to the Flatiron Building with a shopping cart and load up some of his tools and supplies from his shop. Alex chimed in at that point, "And my crash and ride symbols." It was Michael's turn to give someone that eat shit and die look. All joking aside, he glared at Alex. "If you so much as touch that kit, I swear I'll throw it off the roof." "Relax, Michael," Alex replied. "It's normally in the soundproof home studio. That lunatic will never hear me play it again." "I better not hear it either," Michael responded, not trying to be funny. Pushing the unconscious woman was easier than getting her into the shopping cart in both a humane manner and into a position where she wouldn't suffocate. When Sarah noticed that the pink backpack the woman had left near the entrance to the building was Armani, she picked it up and slipped it into the cart. She saw that Ace was giving her the evil eye and said calmly, "Every girl needs one of these." Halfway to the jail, a bright reflective light caught Ace and Kim's eyes at about the same time. "What is that?" asked Kim. The group stopped to look. As it came closer, Ace realized what it was. It's a drone. The Age of Ausra, Book 2, Episode 3, The Winter of Discontent. Though Native American Indians preceded their European successors in occupying the North American continent by some 10,000 years, they were not the first indigenous settlers. In fact, modern humans may not have been the first settlers at all. Ice ages and global warming patterns have waged war with one another long before multicellular life forms existed on the planet. The Huronian Ice Age, occurring a little over 200 million years ago, was the first of 5 of the most significant icing periods. The last, known as the last glacial maximum, occurred roughly 20,000 years ago. It was during this period that the formation of glaciers worldwide was so intense that sea levels dropped some 400 feet, thus allowing the emergence of the 1,000-mile-long Bering Sea land bridge connecting Siberia to Alaska. Under an obscure winter sun and assaulted by bitter winds kicked up by an approaching high-pressure system, 2 dramatically different groups were less than 100 miles from one another traveling east on the land bridge. The first group were Neanderthals, distant relatives of modern man, and the second group consisted of humans looking much like us today, the Clovis people. If bookmaking existed back then and betting odds were being derived for which one of the 2 groups would face extinction first, the predictions would have been obvious, and the odds in favor of the first group would have been 100 to 1. The first settling of North America wasn't much more than these two groups simply wandering onto the continent as they continued their nomadic existences. Each would camp for short periods, but ultimately pressed forward in search of areas with a greater abundance of food sources and warmer climates. Eventually, they both found what they were seeking in the pristine Nantahala forest. There is little evidence supporting the theory that conflict between these two groups was the reason the Neanderthals became extinct. That said, the early humans' superiority at tool and weapon making compared to the Neanderthals' ability was dramatic. Furthermore, early humans learned to weave and sew clothing that far exceeded the effectiveness of the crude one-size-fits-all animal skin capes the Neanderthals draped over themselves as their sole protection against the cold. On a prehistoric January night in the Nantahala, a dozen Neanderthal men and 5 adult women were all that was left of the species. In the extreme cold of a bitter winter, the last of the Neanderthal were freezing to death. This group of individuals looked typically Neanderthal and were much thicker and more powerfully built than their human rivals. Most stood barely 5 feet tall. However, one of the 12 was a freakish anomaly that stood well over 6 feet tall, weighing an astonishing 230 pounds. He was obviously the leader. Caught in a surprise attack, the human encampment was quickly overcome by the club and spear-wielding attackers. The big one didn't directly engage in the fighting, but barked orders with breath that formed misty clouds in the frigid air as his underlings bludgeoned their adversaries to death. Once the one-sided assault was over, it became apparent what the big one wanted: clothing. Millenniums later, the once pleasant fall weather had given way to one of the coldest winters on record in New York City. By late December, daytime highs rarely made it out of the teens and nighttime lows were often below 0. Unlike Ace and Sarah's former condo in the Flatiron Building, where Ace had devised an efficient heating system in his workshop on the floor below, Alex's place in Little Italy was heated only partially and periodically by barrel fire, with the barrels straddling the threshold to his great room and situated underneath a makeshift corrugated metal roof that was bent into separate angles that somewhat directed the heat inside, while channeling the smoke outside. To conceal the smoke and light of the fire from the street below, a hodgepodge of screen walls were the final touches to the system, which remained quite inadequate and provided only minimal relief for Alex and his 5 long-term guests. The 6 mostly spent the days and nights shivering together in the big room, with everyone donning coats, insulated caps, gloves, and winter boots 24/7 and burrowing underneath a mountain of blankets. Life had become utterly miserable. Once each week, the group took turns, alternating in groups of 3, scavenging for food. On each subsequent trip, they were having to venture further as the proximate supplies of canned goods and non-perishable food diminished. Fortunately, there were no new encounters with a knife-wielding psychopath, though there were more than a few times someone thought they heard her faint, blood-curdling screams off in the distance. A month earlier, orbiting Mars and the Space Z space city, Elon was pouring through the video feeds transmitted by his fleet of observation drones sent to Earth to locate and quantify the humans still left on the planet. The data collected would allow him to implement the most efficient eradication plan, which would initially involve the disbursement of the infiltrators, assassins, and mercenaries chosen by Elon for the task. Though the observation drones had gathered a lot of data from the urban and suburban areas still harboring humans, they were not effective in rural areas, especially when these areas were densely forested and mountainous. though the data showed a sizable population still in the Charlotte metropolitan area, as well as in several European and Asian cities. It failed to detect the existence of the remnants village now led by Charles Berry. Moreover, Elon was more interested in finding and reviewing every bit of video footage recorded above New York, more so than from anywhere else. New York was primarily of interest to him because, as far as he knew, it was Lorena's last known location. He knew the odds that she was still alive were long, but he still wanted to locate the couple's residence on Billionaires Row on the Upper East Side and look for any signs of her. To his disappointment, he found footage of their place, but no sign of her, nor anyone else in the entirety of Manhattan. After nearly a full day spent checking and rechecking the footage taken of New York City, he started looking at footage in West New York and New Jersey when he realized it included some residual footage taken of Lower Manhattan that had been erroneously saved into the West New York file. Suddenly, the feed revealed movement. Well, I'll be damned. Is that a shopping cart from Whole Foods? What have they done to her? Where are they taking her? He angrily asked himself. Back in the 1800s Nantahala, the Cherokee Nation had celebrated the growing season's bountiful harvest in a jovial manner that raised even Leah's spirits. Her punishment was nearly served, and soon things would return to normal with her full reinstatement back into the tribe. On the day before, she would be allowed to freely communicate with others, including Caleb. A blizzard that lasted for a full day preceded an Arctic blast of air that caused temperatures to drop to dangerous levels. Life in the nation quickly changed from thankfulness to fear that the coming winter would be lethal. Similarly, the remnant was suffering through the effects of an extremely bitter winter some 200 years later. Charles's leadership and oversight soon had to involve the unpopular aspect of rationing the food supply, which, with equitable distribution, should be sufficient to see the village through an extreme winter where more calories consumed allowed bodies to generate more heat. Winter soon became a greater adversary than any potential threat the perimeter defense system of the village was designed to withstand. Moreover, the defenses and overlapping designated positions that had been originated by Brayson and had recently been reinstated by Charles would be useless against threats arising due to dissent from within the village itself. As the snow and temperatures continued to fall, the nearly 200 surviving villagers became hungry and displeased with the rationing system now being implemented. To complicate matters further, during one of Charles's patrols, he discovered some loose boards at the back of the structure used to warehouse the stored foods. Closer inspection revealed the boards had been intentionally loosened to create a secondary access point into the structure, and a significant amount of stored food had since been removed. Somewhere in his midst was a thief, or ring of thieves that must be caught and punished before they could put the village at even greater risk of starvation if the extreme conditions lingered into the spring months. Meanwhile, on Manhattan Island, Sarah was the first willing to talk about the 800-pound gorilla in the great room of Alex's condo. She simply expressed what the other five were thinking to themselves and fearing. "We can't stay here much longer," she said. Ace replied, "Do you have another building in mind that might be more adaptable or better situated to protect us from the cold?" Kim spoke next. "Staying here means slow but certain death for us, one way or another." Byrne completely agreed. Alex cast a forlorn glance down the hall toward his studio, but slowly and affirmatively nodded his head. Michael, as usual, offered the most pragmatic response. "Okay, the question is, when and where do we go?" Looking directly at Michael, Kim offered up a one-word answer. "South." Ace scoffed, sarcastically echoing what Kim had just said. South. Now, there's a great plan. Let's cross the Hudson and move to Philly. Kim cut him off. I'm talking about migrating to the deep South where the winters are mild. Kim grew up in Montgomery, Alabama, and cut her eyes toward Michael, who spent his childhood winters 150 miles further south near the port city of Mobile, and continued, Michael, do you ever remember any winter where we had snow on the ground for more than just a couple of days? Michael responded with a grin. Nope. I can't remember many winters down in my hometown of Pritchard where we even had any accumulation. Never much more than snow flurries once or twice in a blue moon. And I actually looked forward to winter as a kid because it provided relief from the blister in summer. But Kim, on foot, you're talking about a migration that might take us a year. Alex wondered how in the world they could go anywhere without being able to use Google Maps. Michael continued, You've only answered the second part of my question, Kim. When do you suggest we pack up and head out? At least we have shelter here. Sarah ended that aspect of the debate. We can't leave until spring, and we can easily find our way by simply following the interstate system. I-95 is an option that we can follow all the way to Miami if we wish to go that far. Remembering the terror brought on by the solitary, knife-wielding psycho woman with the pink Gucci backpack, Ace responded, Spring is logical, but since we now know we aren't alone, and there could well be highwaymen on the major road systems, we need to pick a more obscure route when we go. Alex's I Am Legend flashbacks returned, and again he nodded his head in agreement. He then asked, But without maps, how are we going to find our way using secondary roads? Despite recalling how utterly inept the group was at using the weapons they had previously assembled, Byrne felt they could defend themselves against most threats and should take the more direct route. That is, until Ace brought up an excellent point. Guys, what about that drone we saw a while back? That thing is unlikely to be friendly, and I'm pretty sure we don't want to meet whoever was operating it. Staying off the main highways is probably a good idea. Being the crazed fitness junkies and outdoor enthusiasts that they were before the pandemic, Sarah and Ace had regularly hiked different segments of the Appalachian Trail in years past and had always dreamed of taking a 6-month hiatus from reality to hike the entire trail that stretched from Maine to Georgia. Sarah continued, We can follow along the Metro North's Harlem line to Pawling. Pawling was formerly a small town with a population under 2,000 that was situated some 65 miles west of Manhattan. It had the unique distinction of having the only rail station directly on the Appalachian Trail. Sarah continued, From there, we can pick up the AT and follow it south. It'll take us to Georgia, where the living should be a lot easier during future winters. Silence ensued as each of the 6 contemplated the utter hassle it would be to choose what belongings to take and how to pack them in a transportable way, before even beginning to think about the extreme difficulties a migration on this scale would surely cause along the way. Suddenly, seemingly from just a short distance away, an all too familiar and terrifying sound returned to Midtown and broke the long pause in the conversation. Michael was the first to articulate what everyone was now thinking while once again hearing the demonic screaming. We can't wait until spring, he said. Elon immediately started preparing the fastest space-sea shuttle for a return trip to Earth. To the board of directors, he reported that he was commencing the next phase of the special military operation and would be delivering the first squadrons of infiltrators, assassins, and mercenaries to the staging areas he had identified near the remaining population centers observed by the drones. In reality, He was simply using company assets to rescue Lorena from apparent captivity. The referenced squad he was transporting consisted of just one being besides him, Elon's most prized specimen from his personal living collection of otherwise extinct species. The specimen was a cryopreserved Neanderthal giant, well over 6 feet tall, which would have undoubtedly towered over his peers. This creature would serve Elon not for personal protection, but more as an assault shock trooper who could eliminate any human intervention that Elon might encounter while rescuing Lorena. Elon's research ran against the norm in concluding that Neanderthals and early humans were bitter enemies who fought to the death until one no longer existed. The intriguing thing about this specimen of Elon's was that, when captured, though Neanderthals did not learn to sew or weave, this giant specimen was fully clothed in protective cold weather clothing typically associated with early humans, such as the Clovis people. Elon fashioned restrictive, electronically controlled restraints around the neck, arms, and feet of the big Neanderthal and initiated the thawing cycle. Within an hour, the specimen opened its eyes, and within 2 hours, it was straining against its restraints, albeit to no avail. It was loaded onto the shuttle, and along with its captor, was soon en route to Earth. Back in the Cherokee Nation, Leah was finally allowed to speak and approach Caleb. "I need to speak with you in private," she said. "Can you meet me at the Black Rock tomorrow morning at first light?" Caleb agreed, wondering why his sister was being so secretive. The next morning, it was so cold that the snow was brittle and crunched noisily under Caleb's feet as he approached the granite outcropping. Though he couldn't yet see Leah, he knew she was waiting for him because he could see her breath hanging in the air just above the rock. When he saw her, Caleb said, "It is freezing out here. What is so secretive that you needed to drag me all the way out here to talk about?" Rather matter-of-factly, she replied, "I have to go back." Caleb seemed disappointed but not surprised. "But our family is here, Leah, not in 2027. Leah responded, becoming defiant again. "Here, my role is to fetch water, weave rugs, tend to the crops, and eventually have children. And if I get out of line, I get punched into unconsciousness and treated like an outcast. My life is better spent serving and leading others, like the remnant in Bastan." Caleb looked at her and offered a half-hearted counter-argument. "The future almost killed us once. If it wasn't for Dad dragging us to the Black Rock and all the smoke and confusion of the battle at the river, we would have died before the healer could lay hands on us." He continued, "If we go back, Dad won't come for us again, and we'll both likely get banished from the nation forever. Do you know what that means?" "Yes," said Leah, knowing that Caleb was referring to the fact that all the women of the future Earth, including her, were barren, and they would be without hope for the perpetuation of humanity on Earth. Sensing that he was wasting his breath, Caleb cast an understanding and loving look at Leah and asked, just to be sure, "Is this what you really want to do?" Without hesitation, Leah boldly replied, "Yes, without a doubt." Caleb paused a second to think. Then I'm going back with you. Leah didn't respond, other than to give her brother a hearty hug. Less than a week after making the decision to leave the frozen confines of Manhattan Island, the six friends were ready to start their perilous journey south to a warmer climate. Food, sleeping bags, canteens, and iodine tablets, compliments of Ace and Sarah's past hiking experience, and Ace's Beretta were deemed essential for the trip. Everything else would be dead weight, so Alex didn't even try to sneak in a pair of drumsticks. The group decided it would be best to use the cover of a snowstorm to depart. As a diversion, they removed the metal sheets obscuring the barrel fires, stoked the fires, and added some evergreen boughs to create even more smoke than normal, in the hope that it would draw Little Miss Can't Be Sane to Little Italy after the group was safely departed from there. In a few hours, they were off the island, trekking west along Metro North tracks, heading to Pawling and the Appalachian Trail. It was cold as hell. Though the falling snow blinded the drones, as well as the onboard cameras attached to the shuttle's delivery pod, Elon could make out smoke rising above Manhattan Island well to the south and west of Billionaire's Row. He made the executive decision to pilot the pod first toward Little Italy and the source of the smoke, where he would release the big Neanderthal. Elon would then head back to the Upper East Side to look for Lorena. Sure enough, when he arrived at his former residence, he saw a bewildered Lorena looking at the pod from the roof of their building, seemingly underdressed for the cold and sporting the pink Gucci backpack he bought her in the early stages of their relationship. Carefully guiding the pod to land on the helicopter pad he had built on the roof of their building, Elon hurriedly exited the craft in anticipation of getting a warm welcome from Lorena. Oddly enough, she was no longer on the roof and had seemingly disappeared. He called for her repeatedly, but received no response. A mile away, the big Neanderthal began rummaging his way through Midtown, occasionally catching the scent of humans. His instinctive response to being let loose in the city was to find a broken section of a wooden 2x4 replete with rusty nails protruding from one end. His hunt for humans was back on. Completely perplexed at her behavior, Elon decided to wait for Lorena's return. Tired from the long trip from the Space Z space station orbiting Mars, Elon soon fell fast asleep. Imagine his surprise when he opened his eyes to see Lorena kneeling over him, clutching a National Geographic rendering of Cleopatra in one hand and a Bowie knife in the other. The last thing he heard before she plunged the dagger deep into his neck was a blood-curdling scream from Lorena, who then dragged Elon's lifeless body to the edge of the roof of their 10-story building and pushed it off. In a final and culminating climax to their love story, Lorena then jumped off the building to follow Elon to her death, as well as answer the question that Michael had posed a month earlier. Could a psychopath fly? The answer was no. It had been months since any outsiders had wandered into Bastogne and would subsequently join the remnant. The last to do so was a roughly 55-year-old former banker from Birmingham who had previously lost his younger and third wife to the pandemic and began aimlessly wandering in hope of finding other survivors and relative safety in numbers. As a senior executive at a large regional bank, he had made a good living from leveraging the monies made by others who had actually created, built, or produced something of tangible value. In short, the guy had no idea how to eat what you kill, because he had never had to learn how to do just that. He simply lived off the fruits generated by the sweat of others and saw the village as providing an opportunity to continue his parasitical existence. Though Charles Barry wasn't the military strategist that Brayson was, he had an uncanny ability to sniff out a bullshitter. As such, he pegged the former banker right off the bat. The newcomer's name was Jim Adams. Charles correctly assessed what Adams lacked in integrity. He made up for in pompousness. In short, Charles felt a keen distrust for Adams and immediately considered him the number one suspect in the food storage building's break-in and its pilferage. Rather than secure the loose boards, post guards, and bring the matter before the villagers, Charles decided to first stake out the building in an effort to catch the perp, or perps, in the act. He nearly froze to death the first 2 nights he positioned himself in a concealed spot with a direct line of sight to the building. Besides his always reliable Glock, he also carried with him a battery-operated spotlight and the bullhorn that he was awarded as a gag gift from his fellow officers when he retired from the force, as if to say to Charles, "You'll definitely need this, because nobody's going to listen to you without the badge." They came on the 3rd night of the stakeout, 3 perps in all. 1 who entered the building, 1 to whom was passed the stolen food containers, and a 3rd who stood watch. Because they were bundled up in hooded coats and were wearing face masks, Charles couldn't determine who they were. He was a quick thinker and decided not to intercede yet, but rather follow them back to their place of operation to determine where they were hiding the stolen food, which, after identifying the location, should connect the dots for him and reveal the identities of the thieves. Stealthily following the trio back toward the center of town, Charles thought he heard a noise behind him. When he regained consciousness, he was blindfolded, bound, and gagged. Apparently, a 4th perp was covering the return of the trio and struck Charles on the back of the head with his own pistol while Charles was following the others. Charles pretended to remain unconscious. Soon, more rattling and rummaging around him became audible to Charles, and he could hear faint whispering. He was pretty sure he could distinguish Adam's hushed voice, as well as an elder of the village Charles thought was a friend. Soon he knew his suspicions were correct, and he was mad at himself for not sniffing out the betraying elder sooner. He strained to hear what they were saying and thought he heard something about the ground being too frozen to dig. A moment later, he thought he heard somebody else mention the river. Charles put 2 and 2 together and realized they were debating where they could get rid of his body, and that the fast-moving river would not be completely frozen and would thus serve as a viable disposal site. So it seemed a new mafia element had set up shop in the friendly confines of the village and planned to essentially hold it hostage by controlling the food. Furthermore, Charles's soon-to-be dead body was evidence that would need to be hidden. The former cop remained cool as a cucumber and continued to pretend he was still unconscious. He had faced death many times in his law enforcement career, including a few near misses. For Charles, this was just another day at the office, and he would look to create an opportunity to improve his situation one way or another. That started with making the perps carry his feigned limp body to the river to the point of fatiguing them, but he'd have to figure out the next move on the fly. Eventually, the sound of rushing water became audible over the heavy breathing and cursing. "Screw it! Set his ass down right here," Charles heard someone say. The blindfolding gag had become displaced during the trip, and he could clearly see Adams pointing a gun at him from around the edges of the now loose blindfold. "What about the noise?" the former friend and now disgraced elder asked Adams. "The river will drown out the shot," replied Adams. Charles figured his best bet would to suddenly kick Adams' feet out from under him and then roll downhill toward the fast-moving river, though he wasn't optimistic it would do much more than allow him to go out fighting. Just as he was about to try and trip Adams, his heart leapt into his throat as a single shot rang out. Instead of being mortally wounded by the shot, Charles was unharmed and felt somebody cutting loose the ropes that had tied his hands. A couple of seconds later, somebody removed his blindfold, but it took another second or two for his eyes to adjust. When they did, he saw Caleb holding Adam's gun in one hand and a machete in the other, while Leah kept the 4 thugs at bay with her sniper rifle. Adams was clutching a bloody right hand that appeared to be missing a couple of fingers. Charles flashed a wide grin at the siblings and started laughing intensely while joyfully shouting, "Well, I'll be damned!" The Age of Ausra, Book 2, Episode 4. Winners and Losers. In November of 2013, 2 sports miracles occurred that many college football fans, for better or worse, will never forget. Trailing by a point and pinned deep in their own territory with just 25 seconds left in the game, Nick Marshall, Auburn's run-first, pass-last quarterback, heaved a dramatically underthrown Hail Mary that 2 Georgia defensive backs simultaneously drew a beat on for the easy interception. Marshall's throw didn't have the velocity or distance to reach the Auburn receiver some 10 yards further downfield. No, it would take the 2 Georgia backs simultaneously colliding into one another with the football, fueled by the kinetic energy of the collision, ricocheting right into the hands of the Auburn receiver, who jogged into the end zone for a 73-yard winning score. The play will be forever known as the Prayer in Jordan-Hare, referring to Auburn's home stadium. 2 weeks later, the number 1 ranked and heavily favored Alabama Crimson Tide came to Jordan-Hare to face this same Auburn team, now ranked 4th in the Associated Press poll. Late in the game, with the score knotted at 28, Alabama was driving and within field goal range when the clock operator failed to stop the clock when the prior play carried the ball out of bounds. Alabama's coach, Nick Saban, threw a temper tantrum and successfully lobbied for 1 second to be restored on the clock for a final play and potential game-winning field goal. But the kick was short and caught by Auburn's Chris Davis, who then returned the ball 99 yards for the winning score. The play is lovingly referred to by the Auburn faithful as Nick's Kick 6. In the 10 years that followed that 2013 season, Alabama and Georgia combined to claim 6 national championships to Auburn's 0. The 2 teams were a combined 16-4 against Auburn in that same time span, with Auburn burning through head coaches faster than the ink could dry on their contracts or buyout checks. Winners: Charles Berry, Leah, Caleb, Nick Saban, the University of Georgia. Losers: Max Elon, Jim Adams, Lorena, Auburn University. To be determined: Alex Martinez and the 6, the Big Neanderthal, Space Z Board of Directors. Sarah's plan to pick up the Appalachian Trail, or AT, in Pauling and follow it south all the way to Georgia turned out to be a stroke of genius. The trail offered 250 shelters along the way, which were an average of just 8 miles apart. In addition to the shelters, there were 51 towns or communities adjacent to the trail that, though now deserted, still offered a largely unmolested bonanza of hiking and survival gear, non-perishable foods, clothing, thermal blankets, and even propane camping stoves. The abundance of supplies allowed the 6 hikers to drastically lighten the weight of the packs they were carrying, as it was virtually assured they could resupply pretty much anything and everything they needed along the way. This allowed them to accelerate their pace and extend the daily distances they could cover. In the snow and bitter cold, the sight of the next shelter always raised the spirits of the group and improved the nights from being potentially lethal to tolerable and even comfortable when wood-burning stoves were present at some shelters. Every 30 miles or so, the group would take a break from hiking for a few days and leave the trail for a short stay in an abandoned motel or bed and breakfast. The R&R allowed everyone to recharge, such that, despite the constant elevation changes, short days and heavy snow covering many sections of the trail, the group managed to get into a groove that allowed them to average just under 10 miles a day in distance covered. Also helpful was the clear delineation of the trail, as well as markers and locational information that referenced nearby towns. After nearly 2 months of steady progress, and with the group now nearing northern Virginia, yet another Arctic low broke away from the polar cap and blasted its way across Canada, heading straight for the Appalachian Mountains. As it did, it began to interact with a powerful nor'easter, with 2 systems joining forces to become a superstorm. Fortunately for the 6, they had decided to come off the trail for a few days anyway, just as the winds gained gale force strength. Near zero visibility and whiteout conditions lasted for 3 days. Then, the highest daytime temperature for the week that followed was -2. So the group continued to stay hunkered down in the small town that had become their temporary haven. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow, quipped Alex as he looked out the window of the warm hotel lobby where the group had taken shelter from the deadly storm. Ace had a roaring fire going in the large fireplaces on each end wall of the room. For the big Neanderthal, who was unknowingly passing by the point where the 6 humans had veered off en route to this refuge, these conditions were a welcomed return to an age of antiquity that regularly saw these violent winter storms and extreme conditions. The creature with the big furry bare feet was back in his element and covering well over 20 miles a day along a mountainous trail that he and his ancestors could well have traveled some 50,000 years earlier. Down by the river, Leah remembered the newcomer Adams as being one of Ford's drinking buddies. Without thinking, she reacted quickly as she watched him point a pistol at Charles Barry's head, obviously about to kill him, execution style. After disarming Adams, she now pointed the rifle at his accomplices as Caleb stripped the other 3 of their weapons. "What do you 2 whippersnappers suggest we do with these 4 troublemakers?" Charles asked the siblings. "I hadn't gotten around to building a jail yet." Caleb remained silent and looked to Leah to make the call. The roaring river just behind them kicked up an icy froth as it tumbled down its course. Without hesitation, Leah spoke firmly. "Let them go for a swim." Wait, what? In that? Asked a disbelieving Adams, clutching his bloody right hand. As he hesitated, Leah fired off a round into the air. Charles wasn't sure if Leah was simply trying to scare them into running for their lives or if she was dead serious. But he knew, with temperatures as cold as they were, that forcing them into the raging river would mean certain death for all four. The former cop from Charleston interceded. Or we can escort you to the North Perimeter and you keep going to Charlotte, New York, or hell, we don't care. But if we ever lay eyes on any of you again, I won't be able to save you from her, Charles said, nodding at Leah. The three gunslingers and their four captives trudged back to and through the village. Guns remained trained on the four until they disappeared into the night, heading north along a well-traveled trail. Caleb looked at Charles and asked, "What if they come back?" Charles pointed at Leah, whose rifle was still aimed in the direction of the fleeing felons. "If you were them, would you?" Caleb's response was preceded by a hearty chuckle as he glanced back at Leah. "Oh, hell no." Even Leah laughed at that. Then she got serious again. "We should get out of this cold." Charles became serious too. "Thanks for saving my life, Leah. I guess I owe you one," he continued. "We had a funeral pyre for you and the others we lost. Did you guys come back from the dead?" Charles was only half kidding when posing the question. Caleb responded, "It's a long story." Shrugging his shoulders, Charles took his best guess. "Had something to do with those dragons, I bet. Nobody's seen them since the battle either." Several high-priority communiques were circulated among the Space Z board of directors by Elliot Marks, the vice chairman of the corporation. The first read as follows. "It is with grave concern that I must inform the board that our chairman, Max Elon, has not been heard from for 48 hours. His last communication was sent from his New York City residence, from which he was scheduled to depart the next morning. Unfortunately, he has not responded to multiple calls after failing to report, and neither his shuttle nor transportation pod have picked up any activity or video footage of him. An observation drone has been dispatched to survey his building and the surrounding area. Meanwhile, I'll be acting as interim director until we get clarification of his situation." The second came a few hours later and read, "It is with profound sadness that I must report to you that our observation drone has identified Elon's lifeless body lying in the street below his residence. It appears he was a victim of a fall." Less than a minute later, a third followed. "Please report to the Z station in 72 hours. We have business to address." Winner, Elliot Marks. Loser, Max Elon. To be determined. Board members challenging the new chairman. Back in 1959, 9 Russian students were on a hiking exploration in the Ural Mountains when they mysteriously disappeared. They were later found in an area called the Dyatlov Pass, dead, to a man with traumatic injuries that looked as if their bodies had been twisted into pretzels. Tufts of coarse, dark hair clumps were recovered at the scene, with samples rushed to a lab for analysis. Though the incident garnered worldwide attention, the Soviet government assigned a top-secret status to the findings, which were never released to the public. Periodically, reports of visual sightings, some of which were captured by camera, of a large ape-like creature continued to circulate for years after the incident at Dyatlov Pass. The creature most suspected to be the killer in the Urals became known as the Yeti. In the Six Nations of New York, home of the Iroquoian Indians, Recurring incidents involving slain and half-eaten carcasses of the tribe's sheep were numerous. Large footprints found near the carcasses were more human-like than bear-like. Later, several disappearances and unsolved murders of tribe members were blamed on a similarly described creature of the Iroquois called Sasquatch. To the Cherokee, the creature they observed and called Bigfoot was revered and considered a protector of the Cherokee people. Unfortunately, when the United States government forced the Cherokee off their lands, there were no sightings or accounts of a creature with big hairy feet kicking lily-white asses back to Washington, D.C. Winner, the U.S. government. Loser, the Cherokee Nation. In orbit around Mars, the Space Sea Station received the last of the shuttles, bringing in board members for the emergency meeting. Once again, the two most recently serving POTUS board members shared a shuttle and a few drinks on the journey. The public disdain they held for one another was all for show, and now that there was no more America, maintaining the grand facade was no longer necessary. When a staffer informed Elliot Marks, Spacey's vice chairman, that there was now a quorum present, he proceeded to the boardroom and quickly called the meeting to order. In a subdued manner, Marks began the meeting by asking for a moment of silence in honor of their fallen leader, Max Elon. Marks looked at his watch during the pause, and as soon as 5 seconds quickly passed, the stoic face changed to one looking like it belonged to a kid being handed car keys on his 16th birthday. Our first order of business is to ratify my formal designation as chairman. Yes, if you agree, he declared. The corporate secretary recorded the following voting result. Max Elon, deceased. Elliot Marks, yes. Donald Johns, yes. Joe Hunter, yes. Changed to no, then back to yes. Bill Gatewood, yes. Bill Rodham, no. Jill Rodham, yes. Cheryl O'Brien, yes. Brock O'Brien, yes. George Bushell, undecided. Kanye Eastwood, abstain. George Faucina, disallowed. The corporate secretary provided the tally, and Elliot Marks was officially designated as the new Space Z chairman. The ensuing applause was not exactly thunderous. His first action as chairman was to call for a discussion of potential candidates to replace 2 board members. Given that only Elon had died, several perplexed looks were cast around the room. Marks then glared at Faucina and dressed him down. Due to your epic incompetence and the resulting forfeiture of your right to vote, this board feels it would be better served by accepting your resignation. Today. Now. Before he could respond, 2 security officers entered the room to escort Faucina out of the meeting. He was never seen or heard from again. Marks then presented a list of potential candidates, which, after some discussion, was narrowed to 3 finalists that the board would vote for or against. The 2 candidates with the most votes would then join the board, with the third serving as an honorary board member with no voting rights. The 3 finalists included Vladimir Nikita, former president of the Russian Federation and expert in the extermination of indigenous species. Richard Keith, member of the universally famous rock band The Stoned and expert in coercive persuasion. Carlton Tucker, shapeshifter. When the votes were tallied, Nikita and Keith were elected, with Tucker serving as an honorary board member. Winners, Elliot Marks and Vladimir Nikita. Losers, George Faucina and World Peace. By dawn, all that was left of Ace's fires were glowing embers. He and Sarah rose before the others and ventured out from the hotel where Alex and the six had been sheltering for nearly a week. Nobody else had mustered the courage to come out from under the individual mountains of sleeping bags and blankets until the sun was at least a little higher in the sky. As they trudged through the snowdrifts to a nearby former trail outfitter store, Sarah knew the superstorm was now behind them and in the history books. Conditions would be improving quickly, but so much snow had accumulated that hiking would be difficult at best. When they returned to the hotel, they were both sporting cross-country skis, boots, and poles. As they shed the skis and entered the hotel lobby encampment, everyone but Alex was up. Eventually, seismic activity on the surface of Mount Martinez revealed he was moving around under the blankets. Soon, a stocking foot emerged when Alex exclaimed, "Cold, cold, cold! Freezing, it's freezing in this hotel." Ace was busy resuscitating one of the fires. "Alex, this is for you," he said, "but I'm only getting one fire going because Sarah is ready to hit the trail today. We've already grabbed our skis and gear. You guys can get yours on the way out of town." Within an hour and a half, they were back on the trail. A couple of 100 miles further south, Caleb and Leah were also preparing to depart the village for what they expected would be a week's journey north through the fallen snow. They were heading back to the cave that had once sheltered the mortally wounded dragon that Caleb had healed on 2 different occasions. But now they were fearing the worst after Charles Berry had commented that after the Battle of the River, the villagers had not seen the first dragon or the second one that burst onto the scene fighting against Zedong's dogs of hell at the river. In the winter of discontent, the villagers learned to fabricate crude but effective snowshoes, which now helped to keep the siblings from sinking into the snowdrifts on the trail. As the last structures from the village disappeared into the stands of eastern red cedar and hemlock they were passing through, Leah didn't talk at all and remained silent for hours. Finally, Caleb asked her, "Why so quiet?" Leah replied, "I'm trying to connect with him." Caleb remembered how he had been seemingly guided by some sort of telepathic communication from Odom until suddenly the link was broken. After it was, Leah then established similar communication, but now the link for her seemed broken as well. Both couldn't help but think he likely hadn't survived his wounds, or maybe the second dragon came to take him home, wherever home was. Caleb tried to cheer his younger sister up by saying, "Maybe they were supposed to leave us. They could simply be off to find somebody else to help." It didn't serve to lift Leah's spirits much, if any, and she remained eerily quiet. A month later, and still journeying south, snow was beginning to melt away in places in the forest that received midday sunshine. With the thaw came muddy stretches that sometimes slowed down the 6 former New Yorkers. In one such stretch, Alex left the trail to urinate in private and came back talking excitedly. "Guys, you need to come see this." Michael, refusing to grow out of his adolescent locker room humor phase, replied, "I'm not falling for that. Cover it up with some leaves." "No, man. I'm serious." Michael could sense some degree of alarm in his voice and realized it wasn't a crude prank. Soon, a semicircle formed around something in the mud. Burns' eyes remained wide open, as if he'd just downed 3 monster energy drinks while cramming all night for an exam. "What the fuck?" he muttered, mainly to himself. "Not a bear track," said Ace. "Looks like a big hairy foot that needs a pedicure." "Here's another one over here," shouted Kim to the others. "And here." Sarah noticed Alex's hands were shaking. He was now thinking maybe the zombies in legend would be preferable to whatever left these tracks. Meanwhile, Caleb and Leah entered an empty cave. The dragon was gone. Though Leah wasn't surprised, she was completely devastated because she still had many troubling questions that she hoped he'd answer. As they exited the cave, Leah looked at her brother and solemnly said, "Maybe it was a mistake." "What was?" asked Caleb. Leah paused before answering. "Coming back." Before he could think of anything to say to cheer Leah up, a muddy black mutt came bounding up to lick and welcome his two long-lost friends. "Zeke!" both Leah and Caleb joyfully exclaimed. In their excitement, neither noticed Arya riding the wind over a sun-splashed and thawing Nantahala. But soon they heard his shrill cries. "Better cover your head, big brother. Your favorite eagle has his eyes on you." Caleb needed that. Both laughed until their sides hurt. The days were now well above freezing, sometimes even approaching 50 degrees. Fewer and fewer icy patches of snow remained. As the six rounded a bend, Sarah was in the lead and suddenly raised her hand to stop the others in their tracks. All but Ace crouched down, but he pulled out the pistol and quickly moved up beside his wife. When he did, he saw it too. A body protruding from one of the remaining snowdrifts. Surveying the scene, they quickly spotted another corpse. Approaching cautiously, two more also came into view, with all four contorted and twisted like pretzels into grotesque positions. One had a couple of fingers severed from his right hand. The others slowly approached, though nobody said anything until Alex blurted out, guys," as he pointed at something the others had failed to notice. It was yet another big, hairy footprint. The Space Z station was now complete and fully operational. Elliot Marks had convinced the board to suspend Elon's Mars strip mining operation in favor of relocating the station to Earth. However, the station was designed to be a floating city, more suitable as a docking station for the resupply and repair of intergalactic vessels that could travel across a solar sector in just a couple of weeks, instead of the months it would take the Space Z station just to reach Earth. To make matters worse, Marks was even more impatient than his predecessor, Elon, had been. Though they had shared a shuttle and arrived at the Z station together, the two new board members, Richard Keith and Vladimir Nikita, were as polar opposite as poison and wine, and they immediately developed an intense dislike for one another. It didn't help that Keith had taken an identity as an Englishman when he came to Earth centuries earlier, and Nikita was supposed to be Russian. That alone was likely to cause friction between the two. The English even had a saying that overtly expressed the country's universal distrust of Russians that went, "I see a red door and I want it painted black." For their part, the Russians have always derided the English for being colonists, though their exploits to reclaim the glory and lands associated with the former Soviet Union made it seem like that shoe might fit better on the other foot. The subversion tactics favored by each of the two Mintonians were as different as they were. Keith had studied under the infamous psychologist Timothy Leary, who was a strong advocate of degradation of free will by creating psychological and chemical addictions to mind-altering drugs that, if they didn't kill outright, stunted self-sufficiency. Keith simply found an outlet to infect hundreds of millions with Leary's convoluted philosophy through the spirit of radio and the music he wrote and performed with the Rolling Stoned. His work was far-reaching, cunning, and diabolical. Nikita, on the other hand, in typical Russian fashion, was much cruder and employed tactics that were immediate in their effect, favoring one of two methods: poisoning an adversary or having them thrown off the roof of a tall building. Back in the forest, as the six continued to stare at the mangled bodies, the horrified expressions on each of their faces were as similar as their thoughts. Kim broke the silent pause. Poor bastards. Michael once again offered a logical suggestion, saying, "Since it's getting late in the day, I think we should backtrack to that last shelter and hunker down." No reason to give whatever did this the advantage of darkness. Without hesitation, everyone agreed with Michael. Ace volunteered to take the first watch, while Alex regretted not bringing his sharpened drumsticks along for personal protection. Back at the village, Charles was about to make his late afternoon patrol of the perimeter when one of the villagers came running up from the direction of the river. He was screaming something about a monster and gasping for breath. "Hold on there," Charles said, trying to calm the fellow down. "Settle down and tell us what happened." It was following me," he said. "I outran it." Several of the villagers began to cast nervous looks in the direction of the river. One asked the man, "Is the dragon back?" "No," he replied. "Bigfoot!" Charles had to concentrate to suppress a big grin. As a cop in Charleston, he had periodically responded to 911 calls resulting from similar sightings in the marshes around Charleston. Though a few questionable cell phone photographs were offered up as evidence, most just showed something indiscernible in the picture, and he never found tangible or credible evidence that something nefarious was lurking in the shadows. But today, he decided to humor the witness by asking for a detailed description. What came back was a description of a short but stocky, ape-like creature that was probably closer to 5 than 6 feet tall. Charles pretended to memorize the description and asked one of the villagers to go get the poor guy some muscadine wine to settle his nerves. After the excitement in the village died down, Charles went about his afternoon as originally planned, making the final sweep of the perimeter around the village before dark. When he approached the river, he found what appeared to be footprints that looked like they belonged to a gorilla. Arya seemed to want to lead Caleb, Leah, and Zeke south in the opposite direction than where they were heading. Whenever the ground party veered from what appeared to be a definite southward course, the eagle would start screaming incessantly, flying lower and lower as he did so. Moving in Arya's preferred direction, Leah thought she saw movement up ahead. She motioned for Caleb to freeze, but Zeke bounded off in the direction of the movement. "Zeke, come back here," Caleb muttered in a stifled command that Zeke ignored. After breaking camp and begrudgingly continuing the trek south, the 6 New Yorkers were proceeding with extreme caution. Suddenly, a black mutt came running up, panting heavily. "Relax," Sarah told the others. "It's just a dog." Alex was standoffish as the mutt sniffed his trousers, but Kim greeted him with open arms, bending down to let the dog lick her face. "Where in the world did you come from?" she asked the mutt. Once again, it was Alex that spotted potential trouble yet again. "Guys, we have company." Ace started to reach for the pistol but realized the approaching young man already had one drawn, with a machete in the other hand. His female sidekick was brandishing a rifle and was aiming it in their general direction. "Hello," Kim nervously blurted. The last human the 6 had encountered was the psycho killer, so everyone was on edge. Caleb and Leah were equally surprised to see other human beings this far away from the village. "Who are you guys? And where are you from?" continued Kim. The 2 siblings from Marietta could make out her similarly southern accent. Caleb spoke first, lowering both the pistol and the machete. Originally, Atlanta. Now, a few days' hike from here. A village we built in the Nantahala forest after the collapse we named Bastogne. With the lowering of the weaponry, everyone seemed to breathe a little easier. You guys? Asked Leah. New York City, replied Kim, but originally Montgomery, Alabama. At least, me, that is. To Caleb, the group looked organized, well-groomed, and none the worse for the wear, except for Alex, who looked like he hadn't slept in weeks. You guys hiked this whole way? He asked the six. Ace replied, Yes, we've been at it for months. Caleb was curious how New York had fared during the unrest. It's done, Michael answered. We were the only sane people left, as far as we know. Caleb continued to question the group. Why did you leave and where are you heading? Byrne responded before anyone else could. Cold and somewhere warmer. She, pointing at Kim, says winters in the south are the best time of year there. Kim cut him off. Tell us about this village. But before either Leah or Caleb could respond, Alex offered up a buzzkill. Shouldn't we tell them about the carnage we just encountered? Ace followed Alex's lead. 4 unarmed dudes were slaughtered on the trail a few miles back, twisted into knots by something with big hairy feet. Tracks unlike any I've ever seen were all around the bodies. Leah then asked, was one missing a couple of fingers? How did you know? Did you know them? Asked Sarah. Caleb replied, Yes, and they were unarmed because I took away their weapons. They were bad actors. Michael quipped, They apparently met a bad actor that was badder than the 4 of them put together. Introductions and fist bumps followed as Leah and Caleb described the nomadic days of the remnant and the little piece of sanity that they were able to carve out of the Nantahala. Kim seemed keen on the idea of making it their next extended stay. She was back in the South and surely in a better place than the one the 6 had left months earlier. Sounds like one of the few good places left to raise up kids, she commented as Caleb watched the color leave Leah's face. Ace assumed the older sibling Caleb was the leader and now looked to him to make the decisions. Camp here tonight and take turns keeping watch? He asked Caleb. Caleb responded by nodding toward his sister and saying, Her call. She's the HMFIC. Fortunately for Caleb, Leah didn't know what that meant, but Ace did and began to think that this Leah, with a rifle seemingly always in hand and at the ready, must be somebody you wanted on your side in a scrap, especially here on the planet of the apes. The next day, and the days that followed, were relatively uneventful. Caleb and Leah hadn't yet felt the time was right to tell the former New Yorkers about the dragons. As a result, they also didn't comment on Arya, who continued to crisscross high above. Y'all see that hawk? Asked Michael in a southern drawl that was considered intriguing in the city that never slept, but was now commonplace among this half-Yankee, half-Southern entourage. I think it's an eagle, deflected Leah. Though Alex was always paranoid and felt at times the hikers were being watched from the underbrush, there were no sightings of the Bigfoot in the 3 weeks it took for the travelers to cross the north perimeter of the village. Unsurprisingly, Charles Barry was the first villager to meet the strangers accompanying Leah and Caleb. Soon, the entire village came out to welcome them, eager to question the first group of newcomers to join the ranks of the village in a very long time. It was then that the former Northerners learned about the 2 dragons. Shaking his head, Alex muttered something about things going from bad to worse, while Michael said, "I guess our close encounter with Bigfoot wasn't such a big deal after all." "What did you say?" asked Charles. Michael summarized the crime scene. "Guess they had it coming. Damn near blew my head off," responded Charles. "Did you actually see it?" "No," replied several of the newbies at once. "But we saw tracks that were probably size 18. Must be a big fellow to go with a foot that big." Charles looked puzzled. "Size 18?" Ace replied, "Yes. Why?" Charles replied, "We had an actual sighting in addition to footprints. But the prints were more like a size 10. How far away did you find the bodies, and how long ago?" Charles's investigative mind was racing. The response he got was disturbing. He didn't say it out loud, but he was beginning to suspect that there was more than one Bigfoot on the loose. When Leah learned that Charles had developed the practice of patrolling the perimeter 3 times a day by himself, Leah interceded and told him he needed to be accompanied going forward. When Charles immediately agreed, Ace found it interesting that, with the one comment by Leah, the leadership of the village seemed to pass from Charles to Leah. Indeed, this young girl must be something special. The next morning, as Charles and Leah were getting ready to head out for the first patrol, Caleb came up to them carrying the machete and pistol that had seemingly become everyday components of his attire. "I'm going with you guys this morning," he said. The 3 headed north first, then west, then south toward the river. Soon, the trio was standing on the exact spot where Zedong's drone had lobbed a grenade that nearly killed the siblings. Without realizing that Charles had continued ahead and was now out of sight, Caleb told his sister that Odom had given him a clear vision long before that final battle of exactly what ultimately transpired. "Pretty much a glimpse into the future," he said. After lingering on the thought of Odom and how both siblings missed his presence, Caleb looked at his sister and said, "I also miss Brayson." Leah concurred. They broke the mold with that one. Both were smiling and deeply engrossed in thought when they were completely surprised by some movement to their rear. Suddenly, the big Neanderthal rushed them and managed to swat Caleb unconscious before he could draw his pistol. But Leah was not similarly disarmed and found herself locked in a gaze that resembled the thought transference she and Caleb had experienced with Odom. Thoughts and images going back 50,000 years flashed in and out of Leah's conscious thought. As she did with the dragon, she determined that this formidable creature was not a threat. Unfortunately, Charles did not feel the same way. And as he doubled back to pick back up with the siblings, he saw Caleb lying motionless on the ground and Leah in harm's way. So he immediately drew his service revolver and shot the big creature in the shoulder. As it bellowed in pain, Charles again took aim. But before he could squeeze off another round, Leah positioned herself in front of the creature to act as a shield. "Don't shoot!" she screamed at Charles. "He's not a threat! Don't shoot!" Caleb was regaining consciousness enough to know not to pick up his gun. As soon as Leah realized Caleb was okay, she yelled for him to place his hands on the big Neanderthal's shoulder where the bullet wound was. There were 2 bloody holes. One was the entry wound and the other was where the bullet exited. Unfortunately, as the bullet expanded, it fractured the Neanderthal's shoulder blade and the creature was gasping in pain. At first, it withdrew as Caleb approached. As it did, Leah reached up and rubbed its face, saying, "It's okay." With that, Caleb dug his fingers into the wound. Within several minutes, the exit wound was sealed, and soon after, so was the entry wound. seemingly aware that Caleb had healed its wounds and that Charles was simply acting in defense of Leah. The big Neanderthal reached out and touched Leah's face, then Caleb's, before bounding off into the forest. "What did you learn, Leah?" asked Caleb. "Why is it here? Seemingly way past its time on Earth." Leah pointed just across the river to a smaller, female Neanderthal that had witnessed the entire event. "For her," responded Leah. As they watched her, she was soon joined by the big Neanderthal, and together they glanced back at the modern humans one last time before disappearing into the forest. Winner, innocence. Loser, evolution. The Age of Ausra, Book 2, Episode 5, The Hostile Takeover. Before the collapse, Space C had a market capitalization value of well over $1 trillion. With most of its public shareholders now deceased or missing, that value would, as a practical matter, inure to the benefit of the Space C board of directors. Of course, the chairman would benefit disproportionately. While none of the board members really missed Elon and his autocratic leadership style, not one would deny that he was a brilliant innovator. His legacy was present throughout the Space Z station. While en route to Earth, one of Elon's many inventions particularly pleased two avid golfers on the board, Donald Johns and Brock O'Brien. It was a course replication room where you could pick the golf course you desired to play that day, input the desired weather, wind conditions, temperature, humidity, tee time, and even decide whether you wanted to walk or ride the course. The simulator replicated every aspect of the selected course down to the last tree, bush, and flower bed, as well as the topography, which would involve a variable treadmill-like transition platform. The simulator was so sophisticated that the virtual experience was literally indistinguishable from physically playing the course. "Andrews today?" Donald Johns asked his playing partner, Brock O'Brien. O'Brien responded, "No, that course is so challenging it frustrates the hell out of me most days. How about Pebble Beach?" Johns agreed with O'Brien's suggestion. "Walk or ride?" O'Brien wanted the added exercise. "Let's walk this morning." "The usual wager?" Johns asked. "You know it," responded O'Brien. The bet was $1. After they each hit a bucket of balls on the driving range and spent about 15 minutes putting around on the practice green, they were ready to tee off. Though they each loved the game and had been regularly playing for decades, their games left much to be desired. This fact became immediately apparent with their drives off the first tee. Both had ugly hitches in their backswings and possessed wicked slices which never improved no matter how many $1,000-an-hour lessons they took. Johns had the honors and immediately sliced into the tree line on the right side of the fairway with an accompanying cry of "shit." Being that O'Brien was left-handed, his slice did the exact same thing, nearly out of bounds, but on the extreme left and opposite side of the fairway from Johns. "Double shit!" shouted O'Brien. "Meet on the green?" Johns asked O'Brien. "Yes," he replied. "But I'll be watching you, you cheating son of a bitch," O'Brien teased. Suddenly, the video feed and replication room went completely black as a shrill and eardrum-splitting alarm started pulsating. "This can't be good!" John shouted at the top of his lungs to be heard over the blaring alarm. In the next second, the room depressurized as an emergency escape hatch blew open, instantly sucking the twosome out into space. And permanently out of bounds. The crew on the Space Z station worked frantically to override the false emergency sequence that led to the blown hatch, while the passengers were left to wonder what was happening to cause the commotion. As Jill Rodham looked out the window of her guest suite into the vacuum of space, Donald John's lifeless body slowly floated by. A look of disbelief seemed frozen on his face, but given the copious amounts of hairspray he tended to use, his hair was perfect. Though she was alone in the room, Jill tried with all her might to suppress a grin. Despite the effort, ever so slightly, both corners of her mouth twitched and then elevated into an undeniable curve as John's body slowly pinwheeled away into deep space. Elliot Marks, Space Z's new chairman, wasted no time in calling another emergency board meeting. Though he excused Cheryl O'Brien from the meeting to allow her to cope with the shock and grief of just losing her husband, Brock, she strutted into the meeting as if nothing had happened and took her seat next to one of the two recently vacated chairs. After calling the meeting to order and going through the same 5-second moment of silence protocol honoring the two recently departed board members, Marks put forward a motion to upgrade the status to full member of the current first alternate and honorary board member, Carlton Tucker. All voted in favor except Bill Rodham. However, when he amended his vote to a yes, Jill Rodham then changed her vote to a no. Still, the motion carried and Tucker's status was officially elevated to that of a full Space Z board member. Marks then recited the list of recent finalists for the other position and zeroed in on one name in particular, the controversial social media influencer that had amassed tens of millions of followers before the collapse, Rachel Mad Cow Jones. After another vote that was also nearly unanimous, the last task on the agenda was to select another alternate board designee, since Tucker was vacating the position to become a full-fledged board member. After some discussion, the members settled on Alyssa Gordon Heinerschnitzel, who was a highly sought-after marketing consultant. Heinerschnitzel could virtually guarantee success of any marketing campaign with her corporate clients, simply doing the opposite of whatever strategy she was advocating. Elliot glanced over at the board secretary, telling him, "Get Tucker, Magcow, and Heinerschnitzel here." 2 days later, an investigative report landed on Mark's desk, which concluded that the blown hatch appeared to be the work of a saboteur. The level of sophistication needed to pull off the sequencing of events that led to the accident suggested to Marks that it must be a crew member and not a passenger behind the incident. As a result, he began shuttling most of the support staff and crew off the Z station and on ahead to Earth. Though the shuttles in use were considerably faster than the lumbering station, the task still took a full week to complete. After the course to Earth and orbiting metrics were programmed into the station's autopilot system, the floating city was fully automated, and all that remained aboard were Marks and the 8 other surviving board members. The shuttle assigned to pick up the 2 replacement board members and honorary alternate was initially diverted to ferry the crew to Earth, but was now en route to the planet Mint to pick up Mad Cow and Heinerschnitzel. Marks had learned through Nikita that Carlton Tucker was still living on Earth, in fact, in the Grand Kremlin Palace in Moscow, at Nikita's invitation after Tucker's highly publicized firing from Fix News. The plan was to pick up Tucker last on the final shuttle leg to the Z station, thus filling the newly created vacancies before the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Spacey Board of Directors. Unbeknownst to Marx, Nikita arranged to have several crates of elite Lafite Rothschild wine from his private collection loaded onto Carlton's shuttle while in Moscow to bring back to the station. Just as the activities on the Z station quieted down, Cheryl O'Brien's shrieks reverberated throughout its hull. While exercising and running laps in the circular central hall that traversed the floating city, O'Brien came upon Joe Hunter slumped over in one of the oversized chairs in a lounge area she was passing on her run. At first, given his advanced age, she logically assumed he'd suffered a fatal stroke or heart attack. But when she straightened him up to confirm he was dead, someone had used face paint to color the areas around his eyes blue, while the rest of his face was painted red. Though there was no blood coming from the wound, a large common nail was protruding from the area just above his right eye. Kanye Eastwood was the first to get to Cheryl, who was still visibly distressed. "He's been murdered," she said to Kanye. Seeing the large nail protruding out of Hunter's forehead, Kanye sarcastically replied, "No toy." Soon, the others started arriving, nervously and subtly assessing the initial reactions and facial expressions of the other board members around them. After jettisoning Hunter's body into space, yet another emergency board meeting was called. But this time, there was no 5-second tribute. Marx began the meeting by stating the obvious. "Apparently, we have a murderer among us." Bill Gatewood was a man of few words, but when he spoke, people listened. "Or it could be that we have a stowaway." Gatewood's suggestion seemed to ease the tension in the room just a touch. That possibility was one that Marx and the board wanted to believe, even if they remained highly suspicious of those now seated around them. Marx continued, "I guess everyone should carry a weapon at all times and try not to wander through the station alone." Most had relied exclusively on private security details and had never touched a gun. In a gesture of goodwill, Nikita reached into his jacket and pulled out a pistol and slid it to the middle of the conference table. Then he reached into one trouser leg and pulled out another and slid it in a similar fashion over the tabletop. Then 2 more from his waist. "In case anyone needs a loaner," he said to the group. Richard Keith looked at him with disdain and sarcastically remarked, "Don't put yourself out, Vladimir. We don't want to clean you out." "No worries, my English friend," Nikita replied. "I have many more where those came from." Not to be overshadowed by Nikita's bravado, Kanye reached into his coat and pulled out what looked more like a cannon than a pistol, saying, "Mine's bigger." "Gentlemen, can we get back to the business of this meeting?" asked an obviously unimpressed Marx. At that very moment, Mark's comlink started flashing, indicating an important message was coming in from either Mint or Earth. It was from Earth. The board members initially could only hear Mark's subdued and short replies as he listened through his earbuds. "Hang on," he said, as he switched the call to the Bose surround sound system in the room for all to hear. "It came down near Kuzhenkino," the unidentified caller remarked. The village was in eastern Russia, fairly close to St. Petersburg. "What has happened?" asked Gatewood and Bushell almost in unison. "I understand," replied Marx, terminating the call. He then solemnly addressed the board. The shuttle carrying Tucker, Mad Cow, and Heiner Schnitzel just crashed, killing everyone on board. Apparently, an explosion of some sort occurred in flight. The same twitch that had come across Jill Rodham's face as Donald John's body floated by her stateroom window came over Vladimir Nikita's face now. Out of the corner of his eye, Richard Keith noticed it. Kanye, normally AWOL or disengaged at most board meetings, seemed unusually attentive during the current meeting. "Are we filling the vacant board seats?" he inquired of Marks. Elliot Marks drew a deep breath while pondering the question. With an unknown killer on board, for his own sake, he was regretting his suggestion that everyone arm themselves. He was planning to subtly dispatch a shuttle to Mint to pick up the universally renowned homicide investigator, Sir Spock Holmes. Holmes was only half Mintonian, as his mother was born on Mint, but his father was a Vulcanite. Though that planet was eventually destroyed by the eruption of a supervolcano, its population largely escaped and had since been dispersed throughout the universe. Vulcanites were steeped in logic and deductive reasoning capabilities, which served Holmes well. In fact, Sir Spock Holmes had solved every single case he'd ever worked. Mark's thoughts returned to the question posed by Kanye. "Not yet," he replied. The current and deceased Space Sea board members shared several common traits. Though some were considerably wealthier than others, all were filthy rich. Additionally, they were all exploitive opportunists, blessed or cursed, with the ambition to succeed no matter the consequences or cost. And lastly, they were all eccentrics. That said, Kanye took the cake in the third category. In fact, he was probably one of the most eccentric creatures in the entire universe. Formerly a trillionaire that, like Richard Keith, had built an empire from his music, Kanye's antics had cost him numerous endorsements worth billions of dollars. Though the distinction of being the poorest of the board members had previously fallen to Donald Johns, Kanye was now a mere millionaire. Kanye's lifestyle included indulgences into some strange and dangerous things. One of the more notable of these was keeping a pet snake, but not just any snake. For Kanye, it would have to be the extremely dangerous Australian taipan in a terrarium. One of Kanye's favorite pastimes was releasing mice and all kinds of assorted prey into the terrarium and waiting, sometimes for hours on end, for the snake to suddenly strike and then consume its hapless victim. He had named the snake Taylor. As soon as the board meeting concluded, everyone moved hastily and nervously to their respective suites. He didn't notice it immediately, but when Kanye went to feed Taylor, she was not in the terrarium. "Damn!" he shouted loudly, almost as if for the perpetrator to hear. "Someone's done stole my damn snake!" Since the mid-1990s, after his highly publicized affair with Demonica Bluemsky, Bill Rodham and his wife Jill had not only slept in separate beds, but also in separate suites. As such, a look of utter surprise came over Bill's face as he responded to Jill tapping on his door, dressed only in a nightgown. Bill's first instinct was to call for security, but then he remembered that they had been shipped to Earth with the crew. Jill pleaded that with a killer on the loose, she didn't want to sleep alone. Bill, on the other hand, was thinking it had been close to 30 years since they'd slept together and that the sex wasn't that great even back then. He couldn't help but wonder if there truly was no security he could call, but against his better judgment, decided to allow Jill to come into his suite. On the level immediately above the Rodhams, George Bushell was sound asleep and snoring profusely. He was in such a deep sleep that he didn't hear the cordless drill removing 4 small screws, one at a time, from the grill cover of the air vent located on the floor beneath his bed. The snoring continued unabated as something slithered out of the vent. Breakfast in the Space Sea cafeteria was poorly attended, as was lunch. By supper, those dining began to realize that the Rodhams and George Bushell had not been seen or heard from since the meeting had adjourned the afternoon before. This fact, coupled with the knowledge that a killer was somewhere in their midst, caused most everyone to experience a rise in heart rate and blood pressure. "Let's all go check on them," Elliot urged. When they entered Bushell's suite, he was dead all right, but not due to anything discernible. There were no gunshot or stab wounds and certainly no nails protruding from a painted face. He appeared to have simply died peacefully in his sleep, with one hand resting on his chest and the other dangling off the side of his bed. Nobody noticed the 2 small bite marks on his left index finger. 1 floor below, in one of the Rodham suites, the scene was much grislier. The couple appeared locked in a death hug, with Bill's genitals apparently severed by a small hedge clipper. The eraser and a mere inch or 2 of the shaft was all that could be seen of a pencil driven deep into Jill's right ear. "Now that's some rough sex," muttered Kanye, mainly to himself. Yet another emergency board meeting was immediately called. Marks began to suspect Gatewood. Gatewood, thinking that Jill Rodham had ample motive to kill both Donald Johns and Brock O'Brien, now began to suspect that since Jill was dead, maybe Cheryl O'Brien was the primary suspect, especially since she was the one that first encountered Joe Hunter's dead body. Richard Keith didn't suspect anyone. He would tell anyone who would listen to him that he knew Vladimir Nikita was somehow behind it all, including the shuttle crash that had killed Tucker, Mad Cow, and Heiner Schnitzel. For her part, Cheryl O'Brien figured Marks, with his intricate knowledge of the Space Sea station, was the killer, guided also by her feeling that Kanye was too stupid to pull off a series of intricately planned murders as complex as these. Vladimir Nikita didn't care who was the mastermind behind the staff reduction. He just relished the knowledge that fewer competitors for the Space Sea Empire were now in his crosshairs. And if someone came to off him, he'd be ready. As the openly panicking board members were asked to take their seats, nobody noticed the empty package of X-Lax Super Strength in the trash bin located in the corner of the room. As usual, a sterling silver pitcher of chilled water was situated near each seat, but the accompanying glasses were left upside down at each deceased member's former place at the table. Sensing that the meeting was about to devolve into a free-for-all frenzy, Marks felt he should attempt to calm everyone down by revealing that he had summoned Sir Spock Holmes to the station and that Holmes would be arriving in the morning. Marks suggested everyone barricade themselves into their suites and open their doors for no one until Holmes arrived. at which time the meeting would be reconvened. After the current meeting was adjourned, everyone hurried to their respective suites, especially Bill Gatewood, whose stomach was churning like a tempest deep inside his gut. Though he thought he had left on a few lights in his suite, it was pitch black when he returned. Gatewood was in such a hurry to get to the bathroom that he couldn't take the time to turn on any lights as he rushed into the darkness. Throwing up the toilet seat just in the nick of time, he whispered, "Sweet Jesus," to himself as a Category 5 hurricane began to rage in the bathroom. An hour later, it was still raging. 10 hours later, Holmes' shuttle docked. Marks was there in the hangar to meet him and personally escort him directly to the boardroom. Though everyone was summoned, Gatewood failed to respond. Holmes, with the remaining board members shadowing him, went to Gatewood's suite and forced open the door. The scene they discovered was, in a different way, just as grisly as the scene discovered the day before in the Rodham suite. His pants were down around his ankles, and Gatewood was slumped over, still sitting on the commode. As Holmes repositioned him, there was movement in the bowl. Suddenly, Nikita drew his pistol and blew the head off a still thrashing snake. "You just shot Taylor, you Russian son of a bitch!" shouted Kanye. Before Holmes or anybody else could react, Kanye pulled out his bazooka-sized pistol and shot Nikita between the eyes, just as Nikita whirled around in time to mortally wound Kanye in the chest. Adding insult to injury, when he fell to the floor, the dead but still thrashing head end of the snake bit Kanye, killing him instantly. The exchange was so intense and happened so suddenly that only Sir Spock Holmes noticed that it was just he, Elliot Marks, and Cheryl O'Brien still in Gatewood's suite. As Holmes and two of the three surviving members of the Space Sea Board of Directors looked out the observation window of the suite, they saw Richard Keith smiling and waving to them as he departed in one of the shuttles. It was only then that Sir Spock Holmes noticed that there was a rather large mound of C4 plastered against that same port window. Though it would be the last murder mystery he would ever solve, Holmes' perfect case record remained unscathed. As Keith's shuttle reached a safe distance, he pressed the detonator button and watched as the Annelida, which was the name Max Elon had given to the Space Sea Station in its infancy, was blown into a million bits and pieces. As he headed for Earth in the shuttle, Keith began humming a tune. "Please allow me to introduce myself." The Age of Ausra, Book 2, Episode 6, Fishtails. As the cruel winter months were supplanted by milder spring weather, the combination of spring rains and snowmelt caused the always fast-flowing rivers of the Carolina woodlands to escalate into deafening torrents, strong enough to carve channels out of solid granite boulders. Just as the whitewater rivers in the Nantahala forest were energized by the spring, so was the village. Though Leah's unexpected return created a shakeup in the remnant's leadership, it was a positive one. Moreover, Leah, Caleb, and Charles Berry had formed a bond since Leah had stopped Adams from weaponizing the winter food supply of the village, as well as summarily executing Charles on that frigid night at the river. The mutual admiration between the three was growing daily, and their skill sets overlapped nicely. Charles had become a father figure to many of the villagers, and his organizational skills and thorough planning noticeably improved the quality of lives of those around him. This gave Leah and Caleb the peace of mind they needed to make frequent and sometimes long journeys away from the village in their quest to find the dragons, or clues that might explain their disappearance. Unfortunately, just as suddenly as they had appeared, both Zeke and Arya were now missing in action and hadn't been seen for weeks. As such, Leah had no innate guidance or insight into where to look for their dragon allies. The 6 former New Yorkers, or just the 6 as they were now called, had begun settling into life in the South. Ace had remodeled a former log cabin hewn out of the forest by a couple that had not survived the battle with Zedong's forces. Not quite the posh digs they had at their former residence in the Flatiron Building. Sarah was satisfied with it, and that, in and of itself, was good enough for Ace. Alex found an abandoned place immediately across the lane from Kim and Byrne, who, though still not a couple, were sharing a new cabin that the villagers helped them construct. Similarly, Alex helped Michael build a new place closer to the north end of the village. Michael enjoyed telling everybody that would listen to him that Alex got on his last nerve, but the two had become best pals, and everybody knew it. Evenings in the village for the 6 quickly became a bigger version of the pleasant autumn evenings they had initially enjoyed on the roofs high above the pavement of Manhattan's streets, before the coming of winter and the conflict that ultimately drove them out of New York. Nightly, most everyone in the village would gather in the center of town where they would share wine, food, stories, making music, and stargazing together. On a recent night, a couple of hours after sunset, the entire sky suddenly became ablaze as a meteor seemingly exploded when crashing into the Earth's atmosphere, causing a cinematic spectacle in the Nantahala night sky. No one on Earth could know that the meteor was actually the remnants of the doomed space station Annelida. Meanwhile, Richard Keith's piloting of the Space Sea Shuttle was about as unskilled as Donald John's and Brock O'Brien's golf games had been before they met their untimely demise at Keith's hands. A landing on a hard surface was completely out of the question for Keith, so he decided to retrieve the water flotation devices from below the pilot's seat and ditch the shuttle in the River Thames. On his first attempt, the craft was well positioned for easing into the water when Keith turned the lever that reversed the craft's thrust the wrong way and instead initiated a forward thrust. This caused the craft to rapidly ascend and pull a couple of Gs. Keith's face compressed quickly as he flattened out in his seat and nearly passed out. If it wasn't for the imminent danger he was in, Keith would have enjoyed the rush. His second attempt at ditching into the Thames was even more spectacularly inept. The craft seemed to line up perfectly for a butt and dip into the waves. However, at the last second, it started violently somersaulting sideways just above the water, making Keith so dizzy he nearly vomited. Once again, he rather enjoyed the resulting sensation. On the third approach, he remarked, "Oh, bloody hell," as he simply killed the engines. This caused a more rapid descent into the waters below than was desired, which meant he nearly drowned on his freestyle swim and ascent to the surface, after jettisoning from the quickly sinking craft. For better or worse, the Englishman swam to shore and was back in what was left of London. Though his own primary home was in Kent, Keith decided to take up residence at the home of a former nemesis whose shadow Keith could never really leave. He was still dripping wet and shivering intensely when he arrived at number 7 Cavendish Avenue, which would soon become Hell's operational headquarters in London. The day after his inglorious splashdown into the River Thames, Keith ascended the iconic clock tower in Westminster to begin incessantly ringing the largest and most famous of its 5 bells, Big Ben. With the initial tolling of the bell, a cloud of panicked bats flew out of the tower in all directions. As they dispersed, they were joined by other bat colonies. Like likes on a viral social media post, their ranks quickly swelled into swarms of thousands as the bell ringing awoke some primeval connection to Keith's master. Soon, large swarms of frenzied bats would be plaguing every continent on Earth except Antarctica, looking for the unique infrared heat signature given off by the human body. Keith's simple plan was to capitalize on hell's timeless connection with the species to monitor its communications and gain an assessment of the current human population on Earth, both in numbers and locations. In essence, though they were blind, the bats would become Keith's eyes in the skies. Given their close proximities in age, Caleb and Leah began spending time with the 2 former Columbia University students, Kim and Byrne. Most evenings, they would engage in deep and lengthy discussions about most any topic under the sun, and on days they weren't scheduled to work in the fields, they would often go exploring together. With spring, the white blooms in the blackberry thickets were so numerous that from a distance it looked like big snowdrifts that had not yet melted. Soon, the blooms would turn to green berries that would ripen in the sun and become the shiny black delicacy that Caleb and Leah cherished. Caleb felt some of the thickets and the sunnier spots would be ready to pick in about a week's time, so he retrieved his trusty orange bucket in preparation. On recent explorations, Leah and Byrne would frequently get separated from Kim and Caleb and would often meet back up with them only when the 2 pairs made it back to the village. On the first blackberry picking extravaganza of the season, the 4 intentionally broke into pairs, each pair with its own bucket to cover more ground. After an hour or so of being separated, Burns suggested that he and Leah double back to find Kim and Caleb. Meanwhile, Caleb's bucket was nearly full, and he jokingly told Kim it was getting too heavy for him to carry. "Ah, do you need me to carry it back to the village for you?" Kim kidded Caleb. "And while I'm at it, can I also give you a piggyback ride if you're too tired to make the trip on your own 2 feet?" she joked. "Now, I'd like to see that," Caleb replied. About that time, Byrne was close enough to see them, but not yet close enough to hear their discussion. Suddenly, and quite spontaneously, Kim leaned over and kissed Caleb on the cheek. As she did, Byrne dropped his bucket, not seeming to care that most of the blackberries spilled out onto the forest floor. With clenched fists, he abandoned the bucket and blew past Leah, who had been following him some 50 yards behind. Without speaking to her, Byrne disappeared into the woods. Leah then saw Kim and Caleb and yelled for them to come toward her to help her recover the spilled blackberries. "Where's Byrne?" Kim asked Leah. "Not sure," Leah replied. "I'm thinking he might have put more berries into his mouth than into that bucket and had to deal with something akin to Montezuma's revenge." "Nature's X-Lax," Kim joked. The 3 laughed simultaneously, with Kim and Caleb awkwardly intrigued by the kiss that Leah didn't see. When the trio returned to the village, Byrne was still not back. After a couple of hours, Kim began to worry about him. As sunset drew nearer, he had still not returned, so Kim asked if Charles Barry could organize a formal search effort. Charles put together 4 groups to head in different directions looking for the young Irishman. But just before they departed, Byrne slowly sauntered into view. "Where have you been?" asked Kim as he got closer.
"What do you care?"
he replied to Kim. "Well, excuse me for asking," Kim responded incredulously. "Why do you have a bug up your butt?" Byrne didn't reply and walked past the group on his way home, casting an angry glance at Caleb. Later that night, when most everyone had retired for the evening, Caleb approached Kim and said, "He must have seen us." "So what?" she replied as she leaned over and kissed Caleb's cheek again. Caleb recoiled and said, "Whatever that was, or what it might lead to, I don't have a clue. But for Byrne's sake, we need to back off and just be friends. At least for the time being." Kim couldn't decide who she was angrier with, Byrne or Caleb. Is this some kind of ridiculous male code of conduct or something? She asked. "Byrne and I are just friends. We've been through a lot together and I love him dearly, but there's never been anything more between us, and there never will." "Am I interrupting?" asked Leah as she walked up and realized Caleb and Kim were having a serious discussion. "You're not interrupting anything at all, Leah. Just some nonsense," replied Kim. "Come join us." Caleb used Leah's interruption as a convenient way to escape Kim's wrath. "I'm turning in," he said to the 2 young ladies. Leah, sensing that there was chemistry growing between the former co-ed and her brother, sat down beside Kim. Kim spoke first. "Do you understand the male species?" she asked Leah. Leah gave an honest answer, saying, "If I did, I'd rule the universe." Both ladies laughed loudly together, and Kim asked if Leah wanted to grab a nightcap. After about 1/3 of each's glass of wine had been consumed, Kim confided in Leah, "I think I like your brother." Leah smiled and responded, "None better. By the way, I find Byrne's Irish accent extremely sexy." Kim proposed a toast, decreeing, "Here's to the fragile sex." "To the fragile sex," responded Leah as they clinked glasses. The accompanying laughter was so intense it woke several villagers. For several days, Caleb discreetly avoided Kim so as not to upset Byrne any further. He liked Kim and really wanted to spend more time with her, but thought for the sake of the village it would be better to wait. After a week or so, Byrne's hurt feelings seemed to subside and things between the 4 returned to normal, with them resuming their exploratory trips into the forest. Caleb always rigged the game to ensure that either the 4 would stay together, or if they split up, he'd go off with Byrne. By now, daytime highs were approaching the 80s, and on a particularly warm and sunny afternoon, the 4 decided to cool off by wading into the river. Though the meltwater runoff in spring rains had subsided, such that the river returned to its normal summer flow, parts of it remained perpetually treacherous. The 4 found a backwater eddy where the current wasn't extreme and shed their boots and socks, rolled up their pants, and waded in about waist deep. Occasionally, a small fish would peck at their arms and legs. Though it didn't hurt, a nibble would invariably cause an uncontrollable reaction to jump and retract the appendage. Wading in the water didn't allow for a good look at whatever fish species was causing the nuisance, so Caleb decided to climb up on a boulder jutting out from the river to get a better look. The backwater was crystal clear, and he could make out multiple schools of two distinct species of small fish, brim and smallmouth bass. From the rock, Caleb called out to David, shouting, "Hey, Bern, you and I should come back tomorrow with our fishing gear. There are so many fish just from this one spot, we could probably feed the entire village." "Who will clean them?" Leah shouted back. "Not Kim or me." Caleb wanted a different perspective and planned to hop onto an adjoining rock that was an easy jump away. He didn't see the small pebble-sized loose stone that his right foot landed on after making the short jump. Rarely going barefoot, the bottoms of his feet were tender, which caused him to quickly shift his weight when his foot came down on the pebble. Doing so threw off his balance, which caused him to fall into the river where the current was brisk. Soon he was barreling downstream and thrashing against the current in vain. Bern was the first to react and threw on his boots to begin chasing after Caleb, running along a well-worn game trail that followed the river. A few hundred feet downriver, Caleb caught an overhanging dead branch which temporarily held him until it snapped under his weight. He had time to catch a glimpse of Bern standing on the riverbank with no apparent intent of helping him. Caleb couldn't help but wonder if Bern was standing down, given his displeasure with seeing Caleb and Kim's growing relationship. Soon, Bern disappeared altogether as Caleb rapidly approached a swirling waterfall. Though going over a waterfall of this size was extremely dangerous, it wouldn't automatically be fatal unless someone was rendered unconscious. The bigger risk would be getting sucked into an undertow caused by the downward force of the cascading and swirling water just below the falls. Just short of the waterfall, Caleb caught another branch and began praying this one wouldn't break. It held, but Caleb couldn't get a good enough grip to improve his position as he fought both the crashing river and exhaustion. Suddenly, he felt something poke him in the back. It was Bern, who had stripped a supple green bough with his knife and was using it like a lifeline. "Grab hold!" Bern screamed at Caleb over the crashing sound of the waterfall. Caleb tried grabbing it with one hand so as not to let go of the other branch. "You're going to have to let go of the other one," yelled Bern. Caleb, remembering the angry look Bern had given him the evening after the infamous first kiss from Kim, realized his life was about to be completely in Bern's hands. Regardless, he let go of the first branch and lunged toward Bern, grabbing the outstretched limb just before being sucked over the waterfall. Bern pulled the branch as hard as he could, but could only get Caleb to the edge of the river, where Caleb remained because he was too exhausted to pull himself up onto the bank. Seeing this, Bern extended his hand, but retracted it a split second before Caleb could grab it, causing Caleb's doubt over Bern's true intentions to quickly return. Bern extended his hand again while yelling, "On one condition!" "So here it comes," thought Caleb to himself. "He's about to blackmail me to stay away from Kim." Bern continued delivering his terms. "That you'll let me ask out your sister." With that comment, Bern extended his hand again and pulled Caleb up to the safety of dry land. Finally out of the river, Caleb was too busy spitting up water to be able to laugh. Eventually, he rolled over on his back and, still exhausted, replied to Bern in a drained monotone. "Yes, you Irish son of a bitch." When the girls got to them, they were lying side by side on their backs with their feet dangling in the water. By then, Caleb had sufficiently recovered to join Bern in a chorus of hearty laughter. Overfishing by international fleets of massive automated fishing trawlers that could drag expansive nets at high speeds over ocean fisheries or fish concentrations, located by highly sophisticated sonar devices, accomplished two things. One, it reduced fish populations to dangerously low levels. And two, it put most of the smaller independently owned fishing boats out of business. The pandemic, collapse of society, and resulting decrease in the world's population helped the fish populations to quickly recover. And the lack of technological and logistical support for the huge trawlers also breathed life into the smaller, traditional fishing vessels. Suddenly, fishing in the manner that one's father or his father's father fished was not just sustainable again, but the only available option. The Downeaster was originally a class of sailing ship built in Maine during the Age of Sail. Its design hinged on adaptations of the clipper ship and used a similar bow, which gave it excellent stability. It derived its name from its ability to cut through the seas in a trailing wind faster and more efficiently than other types of sailing ships, specifically on the return run to Maine, which frequently involved sailing downwind and in an easterly direction. The return of sustenance fishing put Gloucester, Massachusetts back on the map as a dominant fishing community. With its unreliable but periodic availability of scavenged diesel fuel, surviving fishermen from up and down the East Coast flocked to Gloucester to set up shop there. Though a scene from any day during prime fishing months would portray a bustling port, it would be nearly indistinguishable from a photograph taken 100 years earlier. Well to the south of Gloucester, the Six, the Coeds, Charles Barry, and a large group of villagers were enjoying another spectacular sunset over the Nantahala. Though no one was celebrating any specific occasion, the entire village gathered in the town square to spend a festive evening together. By now, Kim and Caleb were in a relationship, and Leah enjoyed flirting with Byrne, but the two hadn't shared a first kiss yet. Byrne sensed that there was something deep inside Leah that kept her from fully enjoying any moments that they shared alone together. As the sun slipped below the tree line, those enjoying the sunset saw a dark swarm approaching in flight. Just before darkness engulfed the village, the fluttering of wings grew louder, as did the chippy, high-frequency calls being transmitted by the swarm. Some villagers were more alarmed than others when someone loudly proclaimed the source of the interruption of the festive vibes. "Bats!" gasped one of the villagers. The identification of the intruders led about half the villagers to head home to shelter, while Charles calmly told those that remained, "Hey, at least we won't have to worry about mosquitoes tonight." About that time, Alex discreetly tore a piece of dangling fabric off his frayed jeans and swirled it around in his cup. With his buddy Michael continuing to focus on the sky, Alex managed to stealthily drop the now dripping wet ball onto Michael's head. Thinking he'd just been bombed by a bat, Michael began a profane tirade before realizing he'd been duped by Alex. Those that were lucky enough to have stayed to witness Alex running for his life around the bonfire said the sight was even more spectacular than the sunset had been. Usually, with the breaking of dawn, foraging bats would hurry back to their enclaves to sleep by day. But on the next morning, the village woke to an even greater mass of swarming bats. Caleb woke Leah and they went outside together. "Something's not right," blurted Leah. Suddenly, the massed grouping of hovering bats parted and dispersed in every direction, as if fleeing for their lives. Above the rush of wings, a solitary eagle's call announced Arya's arrival high above the village. Roughly 900 miles to the northeast, Billy Living's hands were gripping the wheel as he steered the Downeaster Alexa through Black Island Sound on the way to the deep waters of the Atlantic Ocean. In less than a day's time, he and his four-man crew hoped to be successfully battling a behemoth Atlantic bluefin tuna. As captains go, Living's was considered ancient, being that he was in his mid-60s. Still, other younger captains had more weathered features than Living's, having been exposed to the harsh ocean winds longer than him. That was because Living's had coached high school football down in Vero Beach, Florida for 25 years before taking early retirement and moving to Gloucester to fulfill his childhood dream of owning and operating his own fishing boat. His son Mike, a standout wide receiver on Living's first state championship team, had gone on to play college ball at Southern Miss. There he had a stellar collegiate career, but with a 40 time of 4.6 on a good day. He was a step too slow for the NFL. As such, after bouncing around in a couple of jobs he despised, he moved his family to Massachusetts to work with his dad on the Alexa with 3 other sailors. Depending on which substance he was abusing, Richard Keith's face had many different looks. Unrelated to his indulgences, while reviewing the tens of thousands of infrared images picked up by the swarming bats, he sat motionless and trance-like in a big red leather recliner for days, with his eyes swelling to 50 times their normal size. When his eyes were enlarged like this, someone entering the room and looking at Keith would notice that each eye was comprised of many, 48 to be exact, individual lenses, which meant that Keith would see 96 images of the person entering the room. Resembling a hideous half-man, half-fly with a fly's face on a man's body, Keith meticulously scoured the images, using each lens as an individual projector. As he did, it quickly became apparent that most of the world's pre-pandemic major metropolitan areas were now ghost cities, with survivors largely scattered across vast rural areas in small pockets. Arya's sighting was potentially the sign that Leah had been asking for, and served to raise her hopes that Odom may still be somewhere in the Nantahala forest. But just as quickly as he appeared above the village to ward off the swarm of bats, Arya vanished yet again. Charles Berry told Leah he observed the eagle flying off in a westerly direction, so she rallied to Caleb, Kim, and Byrne. The next morning, the 4 left the village for what they planned to be a 2-week out-and-back journey west. The first day of the outbound hike was uneventful. On the second day, the 4 villagers were steadily ascending in altitude as they proceeded west. At the end of the second day, they decided to camp near a scenic overlook offering an exquisite view of the western sunset. As a warm breeze caressed their faces, the natural sounds of the forest were interrupted by the distant man-made sound of a small engine revving and subsiding, which sounded like someone operating a chainsaw. "We're not alone," Leah commented as the 4 strained their eyes looking for the source of the noise. By dusk, it had stopped. None of the 4 hikers seemed overly concerned, and Caleb hoped they'd eventually stumble into an unexpected encampment of other hikers, or maybe even a village similar to their own. With dawn breaking the following day, Leah seemed anxious to get going, not so much to seek out a possible neighboring village, but more to get moving again in the quest to find Odom. Given the challenging topography, their daily progress was about half of what it had been in the less mountainous sections of the forest. Looking southwest into the mountain ranges still ahead of them, Leah noticed what appeared to be a break in the mountain peaks, possibly indicating that an easier path may lie ahead hiking toward that mountain pass. A day later, they were traveling somewhat level ground, thus making better progress. Soon, they came upon an old railroad track generally heading east-west. Byrne asked Leah, "Should we try to follow it a while and see where it leads?" The others agreed that was a good plan. In a completely serious demeanor, Caleb knelt and placed one ear on one of the steel rails. From that position, he hushed Byrne's chattering by holding up one hand. Leah leaned over and whispered in Byrne's ear, "You know we're of Cherokee descent, right?" Byrne remembered seeing some old movie in the dorm where this was done by a war party trying to assess how close the train they planned to ambush might be. After a full minute crouching on the tracks, Caleb stood up and motioned for the others to get going again. "Well, aren't you going to tell us what you heard?" asked Byrne, as if expecting some grand revelation. Seeing Byrne's perplexed expression and then catching Leah's eye, the siblings burst out laughing. Caleb, feigning broken English, replied, "Tanto no hear nothing, Kimosabi." Realizing he'd been played, even Byrne got a good laugh out of Caleb's antics. With a following wind, the outbound leg went quicker than expected, and soon lines were being cast from the Alexa by everyone but Coach Livings, who remained steadfast at the wheel. Within a half hour, one of the hands had a strike and hooked a big fish. Soon after, another crew member excitedly yelled out, "Fish on!" Doubles, as two fish on at the same time were called, were always an exhilarating experience for the crew, but with bluefin, they were rare. Not to be outdone, Mike Livings soon echoed the urgent announcement, "Fish on here too!" Triples, when fishing for bluefin, were like a boat captain winning the lottery. A decent-sized Atlantic bluefin tuna will weigh several 100 pounds, with a 600-pounder considered a nice fish. The record weighed in at just under 1,500 pounds and was measured at over 14 feet in length. Suddenly, Mike Living's fish broke the surface of the water to go airborne while trying to spit out the hook or break the line. "That's a 10-footer!" screamed Samantha, the only female on Alexa's crew, and the only deckhand that wasn't battling a fish. Ironically, her last name was Fish, and prior to the collapse, Samantha Fish had been the guitarist for the internationally acclaimed rock band Folly of Man. Fish had an array of stories about life on the road as a rock star that kept Livings and his crew entertained. Like kids begging a parent to tell them a bedtime story, when there were lulls in the tasks on deck, the crew would implore Samantha to tell or retell a fish tale. After seeing the fish jump, Coach Livings corrected Samantha. "Every bit of 12, he said. And a 1,000-pounder. Coach was facing an incredibly difficult challenge in keeping Alexa positioned so as not to cross any lines or allow any of the fish to go under the boat, all the while maintaining the proper distance and line tension. Eventually, the first bluefin was in the boat, a nice fish weighing about 450 pounds. The second one was successfully landed about 5 minutes later, weighing about 75 pounds less. "2 down and 1 to go," shouted Coach to the crew. But Mike Livings was so focused on landing his monster bluefin that he didn't hear a word his father said. He was thinking to himself he couldn't feel either of his arms anymore. An hour more went by when the big fish finally started to show signs of fatigue. Eventually, it would surface and allow itself to be dragged a few feet closer to the boat, as if taking a short breather. But then it would dive deep and violently resume the fight.
Hang in there, Mike,
his dad yelled encouragingly.
He's almost home.
Making a final dive to free itself, the Goliath fish disappeared into the black depths. Suddenly, the line recoiled and went almost completely slack.
What?
Exclaimed the three deckhands almost simultaneously. Mike hung his head in disbelief, reeling in the last 50 feet or so of empty line. Just below the surface, the white underside of the bluefin's severed head became visible, which was all that remained of Mike's fish. The variable seas were about 3 to 5 feet, which created waves that partially concealed something breaking the surface about 50 feet to Alexa's starboard side. Coach saw it and immediately became concerned that a great white shark was the bluefin's killer. And if so, judging by all that was left of the former 12-foot tuna, it would likely be a big one. With 58 feet of waterline, Alexa was big for its class, but Coach was unnerved at the thought of her doing battle with a massive great white. Instinctively, he throttled up and started the return leg to Gloucester, disappointed that Mike lost the huge fish, but excited about the other two bluefin that were in the hold. Quickly making headway at a cruising speed of 10 knots, the Alexa suddenly pitched to starboard as if it had just shunned an attempted tackle. No longer concerned about fuel efficiency, Coach gunned the throttle and the ship increased speed to 12, then 15 knots. Despite the effort, another impact shook the ship, with her pitching this time to the port side. Coach Livings yelled for his son Mike to take the helm. When he did, his father disappeared into the cabin below, but quickly returned carrying a wooden crate which he handed to Mike in exchange for the ship's wheel. With 3 7A state championships under his belt as head coach of the Vero Beach Fighting Indians, Coach Livings headed up a high-profile program that was closely scrutinized for following the rules. And that meant making sure every member of the team was eligible to be included on the opening game roster and stayed eligible over the course of the season. Livings personally visited any new players transferring into his program, ostensibly to meet the parents, but more likely to confirm that the location of the residence was legitimately within his school's zoning district. He also maintained a dialogue with the players' teachers, asking each to provide a heads up if any player's grades fell below a C average. Without exception, Coach Livings had a zero tolerance for bad behavior that included weapons possession, drug use, underage drinking, theft, cheating on schoolwork, etc. And he repeatedly lectured his players about respecting others and being aware that football players should expect to be held to a higher standard than their fellow students. All of the above was the cut and dry stuff. Coach was also a master at pushing the envelope of the gray area stuff. Organized practices were prohibited until 2 weeks prior to the first game of the season. But before summer break, Coach would meet with the team captains and discreetly establish a volunteer summer conditioning program that involved 2 daily workouts 5 days a week leading up to the official start of the season. In addition to his primary residence, Coach also bought a summer home in the neighborhood adjoining the practice field, listing the buyer on the closing statement and deed as Maximus Augustus Livings, his dog. All the rooms of the house were empty but one, an upstairs bedroom with a double window that faced the practice field. This room was filled with sophisticated video and audio communication equipment that allowed him to call instructions and plays to his captains out on the field, who wore earbuds during the workout sessions. In his entire career as a head coach, Livings never lost the first game of the season. Blast fishing in most countries was a cut-and-dry criminal act. It typically involved throwing an explosive device into the water to stun the fish, which caused them to float to the surface where they could be easily collected. The sound of the explosion was almost completely muffled by the water, so the illegal practice was difficult to detect, especially offshore. Before the collapse, Livings knew that to provide for his family while competing against the fleet of huge commercial trawlers, he would need an edge. And whether it was legal or not was irrelevant if he didn't get caught. The crate he'd just retrieved contained dynamite occasionally used for a purpose no one on the Alexa would talk about when back in Gloucester. Livings figured if that monster shark opened its mouth to take a chunk out of Alexa's hull, he'd feed it an appetizer first. Lighting a torch and handing it to his son, he looked out into the black ocean and shouted at the top of his lungs,
"Come on, hit me with your best shot!"
Seemingly accepting the challenge, a wake nearly as big as the Alexa's appeared, running parallel to the ship for nearly 30 seconds. Traveling slightly faster than the Alexa, it disappeared momentarily when yet another collision knocked everyone but Coach off their feet.
"Come on, show yourself, you big ugly bastard!"
screamed the older Livings, gripping Alexa's wheel tightly. His adversary responded by breaking the surface and opening its garage-wide mouth, revealing double rows of foot-long, razor-sharp teeth. It even seemed to pause for effect for a split second.
"Mike, time to light his ass up!"
Coach yelled as if calling a play from the sideline. At this point, the full length of the great white was clearly visible. And to the seasoned sailors, it looked to be closer to 25 feet than 20. As it lunged to take a chunk out of Alexa, the younger Livings threw the lighted stick of dynamite, which missed and ricocheted harmlessly off the shark's dorsal fin, exploding at a distance that had no effect.
"Damn it, Mike! What is wrong with you? It's a huge target!"
Coach shouted. As he lit the second stick of dynamite, Mike responded by reminding his father that he was a former wide receiver, not quarterback. Just as he was about to release the second throw, the giant shark rammed the ship, causing Mike to miss again.
"I'm benching you!"
proclaimed the elder Livings as he let go of Alexa's wheel and lit the third and final stick of dynamite himself, skillfully lobbing it into the great white's mouth just as it opened wide to take another bite out of Alexa. A couple seconds later, the shark erupted into a geyser of blood and guts, reminiscent of Old Faithful in Yellowstone Park. After the adrenaline rush subsided a bit, Coach Livings teased his son.
"Those were two of the worst throws I've ever seen,"
he joked.
"What's up with you?"
Mike replied, "Poor coaching." On dry land and continuing their journey west, Leah, Caleb, Kim, and Byrne followed the train tracks for about a dozen miles through the mountain pass Leah had identified, having covered about twice the normal daily distance in a little less than 10 hours. By now, the shadows were lengthening around them, so they decided to make camp. Caleb made a nice fire, and as the four ate some dried fruit and trail mix, the sound they thought was a chainsaw a couple of days ago returned, sounding more like multiple chainsaws and getting louder quickly.
ATVs!
Kim yelled as 6 or 7 quickly came into their midst and began circling their campsite. Leah's rifle was just out of reach, and though Caleb had his pistol drawn, he was outgunned. Soon, a beat-up pickup truck carrying a couple more armed intruders pulled up in their midst, with its passenger door opening first. "I'll take that gun, my man," said the rider to Caleb. Looking at Kim and Leah, one of the ATV riders spoke next. "And anything else we want as well." Catching the insinuation, Caleb realized they were in big trouble. The passenger of the truck scolded the ATV rider. "Shut up, Lodge. Your mouth is always bigger than your brain. We need to take these 4 to Sonny and let him decide what we're going to do with them," he said. "So tie them up together and stick them in the bed of the truck." About that time, some movement occurred in the brush as a small, dark form darted by. Caleb and Leah immediately recognized Zeke, but didn't want to call out to him for fear the intruders might hurt him.
"It's a dog!"
shouted one of the riders as he raised his gun and fired off a couple of rounds towards Zeke. The black mutt quickly reversed course and disappeared into the darkness. Leah was the last of the 4 hikers to be pushed into the back of the truck, landing awkwardly on her face. After she managed to sit upright, she felt a familiar and most welcomed sensation. Odom was once again transmitting thought to her while watching the abduction through Zeke's eyes. Despite the peril they were in, Leah looked at Caleb, smiled, and winked. The Age of Ausra, Book 2, Episode 7, The Back Line. About 60 miles west of what was once Asheville, North Carolina, Andrews Bald is situated in the far western mountains of North Carolina. Andrews is the highest bald located within the Great Smoky Mountains and offers breathtaking and strategic views overlooking the western approaches to the southern regions of the Appalachian Mountain Range. The former Acadian mercenaries Odom and Chava favored the Bald as a superior observation station, covering the probable approaches that an army advancing from the west would be forced to take. Furthermore, it made for an easily defendable stronghold with potential aggressors being funneled into narrow lanes and having to advance while making an arduous ascent. Choosing the Bald over the cave where Caleb had healed Odom was not without its challenges. Namely, the added distance from the village to the Bald meant that the telepathic link to Leah would be stretched too far. Furthermore, if quick action was needed, the transit flight time to the village would take considerably longer. However, considering the logistical difficulties a vast mechanized army would face when following either a north or south attack vector to the village, where rivers and unfavorable terrain and woodlands were natural defense barriers, meant the greatest risk of a quick annihilation of the village would come from the west. So, here they would position themselves to stop an attack from the west before it could even start. Just the same, for added insurance, they sent Zeke and Arya on scouting patrols to and all around the village on regular intervals. Conversion of the Bald to a defensible structure was only moderately complex and involved creating an amphitheater-like design facing the western approaches in a semicircular fashion, that, once covered with grasses and vegetation, resembled a World War II-era pillbox. Within just a month of its completion, remnant elements of the Army of Charlotte appeared in the distance, with Odom hoping they would bypass the Bald and continue heading south in whatever operation they were conducting. Unfortunately, the mechanized brigade turned to the east and proceeded straight for them without changing course. On their approach, Odom provided Chava with the details of his past skirmishes with Charlotte, which seemed to be a pesky nuisance to the village and a risk that never seemed to go away for very long. The two decided the best course of action was to leave no survivors. Although this brigade was more heavily armored than Charlotte's previous attack forces had been and included a tank and several armored personnel carriers, it was still no match for Chava's aerial assault. Once again, she utilized the Acadian armor vest that General Enoch had given to her after their alliance on the planet Mir ended in total victory. The results were devastating for the advancing forces. Meanwhile, bound and being tossed around the bed of the bouncing truck like lottery balls, Leah, Caleb, Byrne, and Kim were ready to face whatever new peril awaited them on solid ground. Soon, the truck and ATVs ahead of it pulled into a clearing, though not exactly the type of village Caleb had hoped to discover. In the clearing was a village just the same, with ATVs and four-wheel drive pickup trucks arrayed in a circular pattern to form a perimeter around several dozen tents and makeshift shelters. In the center of the encampment were two large tanker trucks, attended to by several well-armed guards. These fuel trucks were the obvious source of mobility for this group of nomads. The four hikers were pulled from the truck and instructed to stand in a single file line while their hands remained bound.
Go get Sonny!
The apparent leader of the patrol yelled to somebody off in the distance. Soon, the distinctive hum of a Harley-Davidson engine brought back brief but pleasant memories of Steve Brayson. But the nostalgic pause was quickly interrupted as an older ruffian, replete with tattoos of demons, death, and dismemberment, dismounted from the Harley and approached. He was soon joined by a much younger woman with no tattoos, but a head full of long and wildly curly brown hair. To Caleb, she looked vaguely familiar and seemed out of place as a member of this group of apparent outlaws. With an Australian accent, she did the talking and began the interrogation while the leader, called Sonny, observed. "Who are you? And where are you going?" the woman asked the group. When no one responded, she asked, "Who can speak for the four of you? Is there a leader?" When Byrne nodded toward Leah, the interrogator quipped, "Her? I doubt it." Then she got in Caleb's face, nearly spitting in it as she spoke to him in an increasingly angered tone. You're the leader, correct?" Instinctively, to protect his sister, Caleb nodded affirmatively. With that, the woman looked at Sonny, who proceeded to backhand Byrne across the face for apparently providing an untrue answer. "What is your name?" the woman continued, pressing Caleb. "Caleb," was his one-word response. "Well, Caleb, you're going to answer my questions truthfully, or Sonny here's going to put a dagger into the ginger man's eye socket." Byrne, barely audible to the woman, mumbled, "No budge." The woman heard him. "Irish, what is your name?" she asked, looking at the one she called the ginger man. Ben, David replied. Just Ben, the Aussie replied. David, Ben. Well, of course, said the woman, not knowing what her intentions were for asking where they were from. And to protect the village by keeping it a secret, Caleb lied. We've bounced around a lot of different places, Hiwassee being the latest. Burns subtly cleared his throat. Never heard of it, replied the interrogator. The intimidating man they called Sonny cut in on the woman. I have. Small town on the Georgia-North Carolina border. That is, it used to be. As a test of the truth of Caleb's response, Sonny, though he knew the answer to his question, asked Caleb what the main highway was going in and out of the town. Highway 76. Caleb correctly answered. Byrne was relieved Sonny hadn't asked him. He'd never heard of the place and couldn't even pronounce it properly. Sonny replied, seeming a little less intimidating. Any gas there? Caleb replied, We've been on foot for so long, I can't really say, but there were about a dozen gas stations there at the time of the collapse. Well, Mr. Caleb, where would you say the best source of gasoline in the Southeast would be? And don't say Atlanta. We've been there, and the place was obliterated, Sonny replied. Thinking he'd pit two enemies against each other, Caleb offered a suggestion. Have you tried Charlotte? We hear there's still a fairly big population there. Haven't been there yet, though. We haven't either, Sonny replied. Thinking things were becoming almost cordial, Byrne chimed in. Do you think we can get these ropes off? Sonny's response involved backslapping Byrne in the face again. Still, Byrne could not keep his mouth shut. What was that for? He indignantly asked Sonny. Because you have a slappable face, Sonny replied. He then told the interrogator to have them tied to the bumper of one of the heavily guarded tankers. With no food offered and no shelter, the four captives were left tied to the truck as a late afternoon summer thunderstorm approached. They watched it as the closest mountain to the west momentarily blocked the building clouds from reaching them. Dark sheets of rain seemed to build in intensity, as did the lightning-laden cloud tops. Eventually, they danced over the mountain in the distance and headed straight for them. Though they were momentarily dry, the four villagers felt a sudden burst of rain-cooled wind in their faces before being peppered by sporadic raindrops. Minutes later, they were under an intense downburst that sent the guards around them scurrying for cover. Suddenly, Caleb felt someone cutting the ropes that bound his hands. One by one, the Australian woman cut loose all four captives, who didn't know how to respond or what to do next. Well, are you going to just sit there looking like four bloomin' idiots? She whispered. Follow me. Soon, all five were clear of the village and running into the woods for cover. Kim was suspicious of the woman and not sure of her intentions. You're coming with us? Kim asked. You don't expect me to continue taking my chances with that bloody lot, do you? She asked. Of course I'm coming with you. For the longest time, I was a prisoner too. Making their getaway in the deluge for nearly 4 hours and heading into rougher terrain that would make following them difficult, the four were extremely fatigued and hungry. Leah raised her hand and stopped the group. We need to rest, she told the others. The woman with the Australian accent quizzed Leah once again. So, you really are the leader? For better or worse, Leah replied. The young woman chuckled and looked at Byrne. So you got smacked for bloody nothing. Story of my life, same as it ever was, replied Byrne. What's your name? Tal, the woman answered. What kind of a name is that? Asked Kim. One that's easy to spell, Tal replied. As she shed a backpack she'd been carrying, Kim and Byrne simultaneously realized that it was pink. When she reached in to retrieve something from it, both recoiled instinctively. Leah noticed the reaction and asked, What is wrong with you two? Tal interrupted the conversation by asking if anybody was hungry. She had stuffed her backpack with granola bars she took from the ATV encampment's food storage truck. Soon the four chewed as they talked. Caleb asked, Who is Sonny? Tal answered him without hesitation. A killer, Sonny Baja. What's his deal? Asked Byrne. All you need to know is that I've witnessed him kill 7 different people in the months since they grabbed me. Still suspicious, Kim commented, You don't seem the worse for the wear to me. It took some time, but I gained his trust. He'll kill me if he ever sees me again, Tal responded. Leah then commented, A man like that will come for us. Well, he might have to chase us on foot, because in the storm I flushed every bit of fuel out of those tanker trucks. Kim was starting to like this woman with an accent as funny as Byrne's. Tal then asked, So where exactly were you guys heading to and from? Caleb replied, Let's start with the from, a village in the Nantahala forest with no roads or easy access. We named it Beston. We? Inquired Tal. Yes, a remnant of about 500, now down to about half that, Leah added. Tal replied, And your destination? The 4 villagers exchanged looks, but said nothing. Tal continued, This is either going to be extremely good or extremely bad. Byrne was already nodding off periodically and asked, Can we continue the ask and tell session in the morning? Seeing that Leah was shivering from being soaked to the core, Byrne sat down beside her and told everyone else to huddle up. It's going to be a rough night in these wet clothes, he concluded. The next morning, after snacking on more of the energy bars that Tal brought with her, Leah and Caleb, without providing details about the dragons, were discussing how to proceed on their quest but still stay clear of Sonny and the four-wheelers. Tal overheard them talking and repeated the phrase she had just heard. Sonny and the four-wheelers. Now, that can be the name of my next band. Kim picked up on what she had just said. You're a musician? Yes, a bass player, she replied. Byrne interceded. I thought you said you were a musician. Tal smiled and gave it right back to Byrne. That joke is as old as Sonny Baja. And for your information, you got it wrong. It's supposed to be the drummer that's not the musician. Caleb was still unsure why he thought Tal looked familiar. What did you say your last name was? I didn't, Tal replied. Wilkenfeld. I was the bass player and backup singer for a band called Volley of Man. After all the crazy things they'd witnessed in the past few years, nothing should have surprised the four villagers. Yet this did. As they screamed and fist-bumped each other, they decided to spill the beans to Tal Wilkenfeld. Caleb spoke up, saying, "First, we're going to take you to see a dragon." Leah interrupted him. 2 dragons, actually. Caleb continued, 2 dragons. Then we're heading home and getting the band back together. Is this a stupid joke, or were you for boiling mushroom tea before I woke up? 2 dragons. Bloody hell, replied Tal, discounting the entire conversation as a waste of time and breath. Byrne looked intently at Tal and, without a trace of emotion, uttered a single name, Alex Martinez. Tal froze in her tracks. "What did you say?" she asked. Kim replied, "He's good, damn good, but he's a threat to get on everybody's last nerve." Tal still wasn't sure how they knew her former drummer's name and whether the entire conversation had morphed into a sadistic joke. Tal sorely missed Alex and her bandmates, much more than she missed spending over 300 nights a year on tour. Deep inside, she wished this group truly knew something about Alex and that he was alive and well somewhere. When Kim and Byrne described sheltering in Martina's condo in Little Italy, Tal realized a near miracle was coming true. The Folly of Man backline would be reunited. Suddenly, Aria let out a war cry from high above, as if to tell the hikers to quit talking and get moving. They had a date with a couple of dragons. This time, Aria stayed within sight of the group, and soon Zeke came bounding up to lick Leah and then Caleb incessantly. He didn't seem too sure about Byrne, but he quickly warmed up to the other 2 strangers, Kim and Tal. The hikers didn't know it, but they were heading for Andrews Bald, with still a week's journey ahead of them. As Tal's backpack got lighter, the group started rationing the remaining granola bars. After a couple of days ingesting a mere 1,000 calories or so apiece, the backpack was empty. As if on cue, Aria swooped low, causing Caleb to instinctively duck. As Leah chuckled, she noticed he was carrying something that he dropped almost on Caleb's head. "That buzzard better be glad I don't have my pistol with me." Caleb only partially joked as he looked down to see a rabbit that Aria had dropped. As Caleb was making a fire, Aria returned and dropped another rabbit near the group. Tal seemed impressed. "Classest thing to DoorDash we have out here," Byrne joked. Within an hour, everyone's stomach was full, though Kim had been a little squeamish downing the first couple of bites. Warmer and with full bellies, everyone slept a little better that night. The next 2 days were relatively uneventful, with Aria and Zeke leading the way and the eagle dropping game at their feet at the end of each day's journey. 2 days later, as the group made the final approaches to Andrews Bald, Zeke started growling for no apparent reason. Leah looked to the sky to confirm that Aria was overhead, and he was, but did not seem alarmed. However, Zeke continued to make a low growling noise which kept Leah on edge, especially since the group had been stripped of their weapons at the hands of the ATV riders and Sonny Barger. Suddenly, an ATV camouflaged by branches fired up its engine to their left, and then one to their right, and soon 7 or 8 more all around them. It was a perfectly executed ambush that involved Sonny Barger's arrival on the Harley coming up behind the group last. Sonny got off his Harley and went straight to Tal, striking her even harder than he had struck Byrne. Then he pulled the gun he had taken from Caleb out of his jacket and stuck the barrel on Caleb's forehead, right between Caleb's eyes. "I figured I should kill you with your own gun, Mr. Caleb," Sonny sneered. Zeke continued to growl, but had instinctively put some distance between him and the ATVs that were now revving their engines at a deafening volume. Tal's face was ashen white, knowing she was about to die. She had surrendered any hope of escape. Caleb saw the look and realized it dramatically contrasted with the look on Leah's face, which seemed brimming with confidence and hopeful anticipation.
"There's that mangy dog again,"
yelled the same ATV rider who had shot at Zeke before, but missed. This time, Zeke wasn't so lucky, and he caught a round in the upper back, which caused him to squeal and tumble into the underbrush. Suddenly, a burning jet of napalm incinerated the shooter and the ATV riders on either side of him. Not sure where the flamethrower was, the remaining riders blindly opened fire in all directions, including Sonny Barger, who pulled out a fully automated assault rifle and began spraying the woods. From above and behind him, Odom swept in and picked Barger off as he tried to reach his bike, carrying him high into the air and dropping him onto a rocky crag, where his body was shattered. The remaining ATV riders ran off in different directions into the woods, mostly on foot, as Caleb grabbed Sonny's assault rifle and started picking them off one by one. Soon he heard Leah frantically calling him. "Caleb, put down that gun and get over here quickly," she pleaded as she knelt beside Zeke, who was laboring to take quick, shallow breaths. Caleb followed the same protocol with Zeke as he did with Odom, inserting his fingers into the wounds and simply allowing some mystical healing force to flow out of the earth through him and into Zeke's near-fatal wounds. Within a half hour, Zeke was running back and forth like a puppy, following Caleb wherever he went. Meanwhile, Leah and Odom were locked in thought transference, and Chava allowed Kim to touch her. Burns saw it and reached out to touch her too, but Chava hissed at him, which caused Kim to giggle inconspicuously. For Tal, it had been quite a nerve-shattering day, but she got to meet the dragons. As they took flight and returned to the Bald, Zeke started barking and running in an out-and-back direction. "He's showing us the way to the lair," said Leah. "Let's follow him." "Hey sis, why walk when we can ride?" asked Caleb, looking at the riderless ATVs and Sonny's Harley. Without replying, Leah hopped on the Harley and cranked it like she was an active member of Hell's Angels. Then she executed a power spin around her brother, throwing grass and dirt on him, and started heading up the trail after Zeke. About 15 yards into the woods, she stopped and yelled to her brother, who was watching her operate the bike with his mouth wide open. "Are you kids coming or not?" she asked. "When? Where? Leah?" Caleb stuttered. She goosed the throttle and yelled. "There may be a thing or two you never knew about your baby sister, Caleb." Soon they were on the Bald, and the siblings immediately recognized its strategic importance. "What is that?" Leah asked Caleb, pointing to a burned-out tank. "And those," she continued, pointing now at the blackened earth and shattered armored personal carriers. "Looks like our dragon friends have been busy protecting our asses," concluded Caleb. For he and Leah, camping with the dragons for a couple of days was an answered prayer. But Byrne barely slept either night. The Age of Ausra, Book 2, Episode 8, The Battle of the Bulge. After several weeks of non-stop surveillance of the images relayed to him by the swarms of bats, Richard Keith needed a day off to rest his eyes. Just as he kicked off his shoes and stretched out on the sofa, a raven materialized out of thin air and perched on his groin, digging its talons deep into Keith's flesh. Suddenly, the raven vanished, replaced by an uninvited guest sitting in a chair next to him. The shadowy figure was Keith's master, who sometimes liked to be called the Führer. The Führer had never been accused of being a wonderful boss. Even when Keith's job performance exceeded expectations, he'd still get an ass-chewing of biblical scale. This time, Keith was behind schedule and cringed at the thought of the consequences. After outlining the timeline for moving from gathering data to implementing an operational plan, he was surprised that the Führer remained calm and quiet. For a moment, Keith thought maybe this one time he would escape physical harm at the hands of his boss. "What's that smell?" Keith asked his master, before realizing his hair was on fire and the right side of his scalp was being singed.
Bloody hell!
He screamed, beating his head with his hands before plunging his entire head into the loo. When he returned to the room, the Führer was gone. With his Space Z shuttle resting on the bottom of the River Thames, Keith requisitioned a boat and planned to sail to the New World the next day. He wasn't sure how he could make up for the lost time and loathed the next visit from his boss. In the Appalachian Mountains, 2 days after the showdown with Sonny Barger and his goons, Tal was still a little freaked out by all she had seen. What probably spooked her above everything else was Caleb's ability to heal a mortally wounded Zeke and Leah's transcendental meditation session with a deadly dragon. "So are you and Leah some sort of wizards?" she asked. Leah beat Caleb in responding. "Nope, just two normal kids growing up in a crazy world." Planning to return to the village using the captured ATVs and Sonny's Harley, Kim and Byrne were busy siphoning gas from the vehicles that they wouldn't use and topping off the fuel tanks of the vehicles they planned to take. Sonny's defeated assault force had brought along several jerry cans affixed to the ATVs with bungee straps, and these would come in handy if the 4 villagers and the newbie from Australia needed to forage for additional gas. Other than fuel and guns taken from the dead ambushers, the 5 riders would travel light. Leah hoped Arya's manna from heaven would continue, but rather than making the journey off-road, the group decided to take a much longer but easier route, following a now-defunct power line that was likely to intersect with the state highway network sooner or later. And they hoped the longer route would afford more scavenging opportunities for food and fuel. Generally, the group planned to head south until they came upon a highway marker, at which point they'd try to head east, shooting for Hiwassee or some familiar point along Highway 76. Leah and Caleb would know the way to the village from there. In the Atlantic Ocean, the crew members of the Alexa were getting close enough to shore to make out several coastal campfires. Coach Billy Livings was still at the helm, but was feeling slightly fatigued from the voyage and victory over the massive great white shark, so he called out to his son Mike to take the wheel. Coach went below to catch a short nap while Mike docked the boat. As he reclined, Coach smiled at the thought of owning such a sturdy ship manned by a stellar crew and not only fulfilling his childhood dream, but getting to do it with the son he loved so dearly. He closed his eyes and retired a second and final time. Though the entire community came out 2 days later to pay their final respects to Coach Livings, Mike readied Alexa for Coach's final voyage, which would include only the crew and Rosemarie, Billy's loving wife of 40 years. Just beyond the continental shelf, they said their goodbyes and jettisoned his body into the turbid waters Coach Livings cherished. The Alexa would now become Mike's girl, and he hoped the 3 other members of Coach's crew would stay on with him. However, the lone female member of the crew, Samantha Fish, decided her sailing days were over and planned to travel down the eastern seaboard in search of her next adventure. Meanwhile, the siblings and trio of Kim, Tal, and Byrne had a mostly uneventful roundabout journey back to the village. Caleb remained baffled by Leah's skills on the Harley, but gave up trying to learn where and when she'd acquired them. Kim was ready to get back to a more normal routine, and Tal couldn't wait to see the look on Alex's face when she rode up into the village. It had been nearly 4 long years since their last show together. Given that Odom's search party had expected to be gone a couple of weeks, the fact that they were a couple of days late didn't overly concern Charles Berry. Still, when he heard the approaching ATVs and saw they were being driven by his friends, he was relieved, but also curious about the 5th rider. Though Leah, Caleb, Kim, and Byrne stopped near the village square, Tal continued, following the simple directions she'd been given to find Alex's place. Pulling up at his house, all was quiet. Though it was mid-afternoon, Tal quickly remembered Alex's nocturnal lifestyle and tendency to sleep until the next day's sunset. Pulling up as close as she could to his front porch, she revved the engine intensely until he appeared at the door, rubbing his eyes. Recognizing the rider, his sleepy eyes flew open wide, and he nearly tackled his former bandmate in the excitement of the reunion. Though several divisions of Charlotte's army had been routed a year earlier in the second battle near the village, Charlotte maintained the largest fighting force on the planet. Some attrition within the upper echelons of leadership had recently occurred due to a purge within the ranks. The mutiny resulted in most of the senior commanders being forced into permanent exile in a deep pit where their bloody bodies were discarded. From deep within the marble halls of an ornate building serving as Charlotte's command center, the most ambitious of the new generals, General Justin von Bieber, was secretly entertaining the same shadowy figure that had assaulted Richard Keith in London. Unbeknown to Keith, the Fuhrer had doubts about his ability to subvert the surviving population of Earth in an expeditious manner. As a result, he secretly engaged a second henchman to utilize different tactics to potentially outperform Keith, with the winner becoming heir apparent to the Fuhrer's throne. Bieber was the newly appointed commander of the 5th Panzer Division and had very little combat experience. However, what he lacked in experience, he made up for with brashness and aggression. Butchery was his forte. A huge situational map was stretched out over a conference table that could seat 40 junior officers. But tonight, only 2 chairs were needed, with these being situated on the opposite ends of the long table. The map showed known pockets of anticipated resistance in Chattanooga and Asheville. However, because the 4th Panzer Division had previously been annihilated with no survivors somewhere deep inside the Nantahala forest, a big red question mark was all that was denoted in that sector. Though the specific commencement date of the planned blitzkrieg had yet to be chosen, von Bieber needed a couple of months to train his forces and execute drills for a triple pincer maneuver that was intended to mop up any resistance in the Nantahala first, before racing west. Von Bieber also believed in the element of surprise and reasoned that a winter offensive through heavily wooded and difficult terrain would catch any defending forces completely off guard. Finally, with winter weather conditions in the Nantahala often involving near-zero visibility due to persistent winter fog and mist, the chances of detection through the air were greatly diminished. The Führer loved von Bieber's plan and set a date for the commencement of the surprise attack, December 16th. Kim and Byrne initially welcomed the spontaneous concert across the lane from their house, where Alex and Tal were beating on any hard surfaces within their reach, chanting lyrics and mimicking guitars and bass while running through the entire Folly of Man song list. But by the wee hours of the morning, with the concert still in full swing, Byrne placed a pillow over his head, then squeezed his ears tightly. Neither helped. He started to go across the street and ask the Folly backline to turn the volume down a notch, but didn't want to be labeled as a complainer or party pooper. Soon, Kim knocked on his bedroom door. "Can you sleep?" she asked Byrne. "What do you think?" he sarcastically replied. Between the two of them, they may have gotten 2 hours of sleep that first night. Kim and Byrne went about their chores and tasks more like zombies than living, breathing human beings, and both decided they'd turn in as soon as the day's work was finished. However, just as Byrne was falling into a deep sleep that second night, another concert from across the street was cranking up, with this one lasting for a similar duration as the one from the night before. Of course, when the sun rose the second day, all was again quiet on the Martinez front. Byrne, always more devious than Kim, had no problem enlisting her into his diabolical scheme. They borrowed Caleb's orange 5-gallon bucket, pulled an old car muffler off one of the wrecked trucks down by the river, found some sheet metal and several 2x4s, and set everything up just outside Alex's bedroom window. An upside-down metal garbage can was a nice final touch. As they were setting up, Caleb and Leah stopped by. Byrne asked Leah, "Since you two are so proud of your Cherokee Indian heritage, do you know any tribal chants? We need some singers." Before either could answer, Zeke came bounding up. Realizing what Byrne and Kim were up to, Caleb pointed to Zeke and chuckled, "There's your lead singer." With everyone in position just outside Alex's window, a countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8. After the count of 1, the most awful ruckus the forest had ever known began waking the dead. with Zeke's howling drowning out Caleb and Leah's contrived gibberish. The sudden ringing in Alex's ears startled him so significantly that he rolled out of bed and banged his head against his dresser. In the next room, Tal thought someone had dropped a bomb on the village. Later that night, Byrne slept like a baby as the third Folly of Man concert was canceled due to unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, Richard Keith's crossing of the Atlantic was in the books. Under the shadow of the Statue of Liberty on the Hudson River, Keith's passing ship docked in Hell's Kitchen near the Manhattan cruise terminal. Arriving in a New York state of mind, Keith decided to set up shop in Manhattan. His plan was simple. Rather than seeking out countless smaller population centers scattered across the land of opportunity, he'd summon those still living on the continent to New York, where he'd be waiting to indoctrinate them. With fall in full swing, the Nantahala was ablaze with spectacularly vivid fall foliage. By now, the quaintness of life in Bastogne had faded for Alex, and to a lesser extent, Tal. The two longed to get back to playing real instruments, and Alex's home studio not only held his kit, but also an array of guitars the band would use when they rehearsed at Alex's place, including Tal's favored Fender Precision bass guitar. Alex wondered if, now that they had mobility afforded by the ATVs, they could make the reciprocal journey before another winter gripped the Northeast. Alex also mentioned something to Tal that had previously been overlooked. On the roof of his former building was a diesel-powered backup generator. If it had fuel, or if they could find fuel for it, not only could they light and heat the place for the winter, but they could power up the studio as well. Tal was sold on the trip immediately. Alex felt that asking for Leah and Charles Berry's permission to take two of the four-wheelers was good form. Though sad to see them go, they both agreed and offered a bevy of supplies for the trip. Caleb offered a pair of guns for protection, but only Tal took one. For protection, Alex was once again brandishing another pair of sharpened, self-made drumsticks. Knowing his buddy would probably not survive even moderate danger on the journey, Michael decided to join them, taking a third ATV and the gun Caleb had tried to give Alex. It was the first time Michael had touched a gun since that dark day in Pritchard, Alabama, when he executed street justice on the shooter and gang leader that mowed down his younger brother. Though at the time he swore he'd never touch another gun, Alex was his brother now, and the dude needed protection. Thanks to a 10-speed racing bike she kept in her garage, Samantha Fish made the 250-mile trek from Gloucester south to Manhattan in less than a month. She had to outpedal a few bad guys along the way, but Samantha had a set of quadriceps on her that allowed her to find an 11th gear, leaving would-be attackers in the dust. Though Fish's home was in Kansas City before the collapse, she had spent considerable time in Manhattan during extended songwriting or rehearsal sessions at her drummer's condo in Little Italy. She hoped the place hadn't been broken into because she stored a couple of her guitars there, including a magical 68 Gibson SG. On the eve of Thanksgiving, she pulled a spare key she'd been given out of her pocket and held her breath as she entered her destination. Everything was in good order, except the place was deserted. Still, she looked forward to spending the winter months there, writing a bunch of new songs on that SG guitar. She intended the first one to be about her former captain, Coach Billy Livings. On the anniversary of Pearl Harbor Day, the first winter storm system of significance laid down a foot-deep blanket of wet snow from New England all the way down to Chattanooga, Tennessee. The storm's howling winds and blinding snow obscured the metallic sound of screeching wheels and the ominous sight of von Bieber's panzers lumbering south. 5th Panzer Division consisted of the Charlotte Army's elite assault infantry and best tanks. With its sloping armor, 75mm main gun, and revolutionary suspension system, the Panther was Charlotte's most innovative tank. Though it was outgunned by the 88mm main gun of its big brother, the Tiger, Charlotte's Panthers could travel faster and farther on a tank of fuel. Having no peer on the battlefield, the 5th Panzer's command tank, commanded by von Bieber himself, was a behemoth King Tiger. Though slow and lumbering, it enjoyed a reputation as being nearly invincible. Bieber's pincer plan of attack involved the heavier tanks of the 5th Panzer bypassing the rivers and rougher terrain of the northern Nantahala, where the nimbler Panthers would execute an improbable 2-tier assault through the heavily wooded Nantahala. Speed and distance would be emphasized over annihilation of enemy forces, with von Bieber's plan being to use the Nantahala as a springboard to Asheville and Chattanooga, while regular infantry followed behind, mopping up any residual defenders. By the afternoon of December 15th, Charlotte's forces were in place and ready to strike. The morning of the 16th was shrouded in thick fog. Charles Berry, on his morning patrol, was unable to see a thing, but heard metallic screeching approaching in the distance. Realizing a vehicular assault was likely, he sounded the village alarm and quickly dispersed his perimeter defenders. Taking a page out of Steve Brayson's playbook, Berry had placed a series of improvised explosive devices in carefully selected choke points along the approaches to Bastogne. When the first tank came into view, he remotely detonated the IED, which blew the right track off the Panther tank. Immobilized but still able to fight, the Panther started firing its main gun wildly in all directions. Though the fog had concealed Charlotte's forces on their approach, it now served to conceal Bastogne's defenders. As the 2nd Panther attempted to bypass the immobilized tank ahead of it, Charles detonated the second explosive device, just as the tank's thinly armored underbelly crossed over it. The energy of the blast was funneled directly up through the tank, which ignited its ammunition stores, leading to a catastrophic secondary explosion that instantly killed the crew and blew the turret of the Panther high into the sky like a jack-in-the-box. The narrow approach route was now completely shut off for the remaining tanks, which reversed direction and attempted a flanking maneuver to the east. As they approached the village's east perimeter, several defenders there were armed with the rocket-propelled grenades that caused varying degrees of damage and managed to stop the second armored assault. Unfortunately for the villagers, Charlotte's infantry assault brigades advanced past the burning Panthers and began to identify the villagers' firing positions. Under an increasingly intense barrage of fire, the villagers soon became pinned down. However, Leah, outfitted in a white hooded overcoat that blended perfectly with the snow, used her sniper rifle from a concealed position in the woods to systematically pick off the attackers in Charlotte's forward positions. Still, the sheer superiority of firepower on Charlotte's side was taking a dramatic toll on the villagers. To the west, the visibility afforded Odom and Chava from Andrews Bald was nearly zero. They considered making an aerial recon attack, but decided to allow the mechanized units they heard approaching the Bald to get closer. Once within range, Chava would use the weaponry of the Acadian armor vest to take out the first and last tanks in the enemy column. thus hemming in the tanks caught in between. It was an effective strategy that served to free Charlotte's western advance toward Bastogne. General von Bieber, situated in his King Tiger, 3 tanks back from the incapacitated first tank, frantically instructed his infantry to continue the ascent and assault up the mountain without armored support. Much like Leah was doing with her sniper rifle in the northern theater of conflict, Odom used his mass and whip-like tail to defeat the infantry, which was vulnerable once it became separated from the tanks. By the end of the first day, though the villagers had incurred losses, they had managed to stop all 3 pincers of Charlotte's attack, and von Bieber's time-sensitive master plan began falling behind schedule. The next day, the wind and snow were worse than even the prior day, and the attackers, exposed to the elements in open positions, tried to dig into the frozen ground to create some protection in hastily dug trenches. Whereas the defenders loathed the extreme weather, their pre-prepared positions provided enough shelter from the elements that they were just miserably cold. But many of Charlotte's soldiers were freezing to death. Despite the setbacks, von Bieber's forces enjoyed total superiority in firepower. By the 3rd day, von Bieber gave the order for the combined forces to start and sustain a 30-minute barrage against the defenders' positions, causing sheer hell among the remaining defenders. Odom was not immune to the attack either, as fragments from an exploding 88mm shell fired from Bieber's King Tiger ripped through his right wing and shoulder. The wound bled profusely but was not life-threatening. With the protection of her vest, Chava wanted to steal the initiative from Charlotte's forces by going airborne and dropping the napalm grenades on Charlotte's stationary western forces, but limited visibility foiled her plan. By the 5th day of the battle for Bastogne, Caleb observed some movement through the mist. As he strained his eyes to see what was approaching, he realized Charlotte, waving a white flag, was asking for a parley. Borrowing Leah's white scarf, he tied it to the pointed end of his machete and clutched a 9mm pistol with an extended clip in the other hand, instructing Leah to cover him and take out anyone who might try to use the parley for an ambush opportunity. "Be careful, Caleb," she pleaded. As Caleb stood and approached the parley, Charles Barry took his place beside Leah, as the 2 intently watched the resulting conversation between adversaries, not able to hear what was being said. The meeting under the 2 white flags only lasted a few minutes, as Caleb turned and walked away from the aggressors and back to Charles and Leah.
"What did they want?"
asked Charles. Caleb answered, "They say if we lay down our weapons and let them pass through the village, they'll spare our lives."
"What did you tell them?"
asked Leah. Caleb repeated the same one-word answer he'd given the Charlotte negotiators. "Nuts." With both sides starting to run low on ammunition, though still locked in a stalemate, the overall volume of fire exchanged between the opposing armies dropped dramatically. Now, almost always involving specific targets of opportunity instead of indiscriminate blanketing of the opponent's last known positions, long lulls occurred with no shots exchanged. On the morning of the 7th day of conflict, Leah and Caleb were together on the north perimeter when Caleb noticed that Leah was casting a shadow on the ground. For the first time in over a week, the sun began to shine as the mist began to dissipate. Suddenly, from Andrews Bald, Chava could clearly make out the 3 distinct lines of defense where von Bieber had positioned his forces. Fully laden with the napalm weaponry Enoch had given her with the armored vest, Chava began lighting up the 5th Panzer Division, dropping a napalm grenade down the open hatch of von Bieber's King Tiger, from which a geyser of flame then erupted high above the tank. While Chava dealt with the heavier armor near the Bald, Odom, with his tattered wing, took flight to provide close air support for the villagers. By the end of the day, the few surviving soldiers of Charlotte's once vast army dropped their rifles and gun belts into the snow to begin the long trek back to Charlotte. As quickly as it had started, the Battle of the Bulge was over. General Justin von Bieber was as dead as his ambitions, and the Führer began to think that Richard Keith's more subtle plan to subvert the local populations might not have been such a bad idea after all. The Age of Ausra, Book 2, Episode 9, The Battle of the Bands. Interstate 85, with its southern terminus in Montgomery, Alabama, and its northern terminus near Richmond, Virginia at an interchange with Interstate 95, runs for exactly 666 miles through the Deep South. Except for a small stretch north of Atlanta that kisses the eastern foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains, the interstate is largely flat and straight. Back during the warm and muggy days of summer, at mile marker 2, a solitary female hitchhiker, oblivious to the summer heat and the ever-present danger posed by highwaymen, began walking along the northbound lanes of I-85, heading toward Atlanta. Days often passed without her encountering a single vehicle, but whenever one did approach, without breaking stride, she'd stick out her thumb to signal that she'd like a ride. Drivers in the passing vehicles rarely stopped or even slowed down, thinking if they did, they'd be ambushed by someone else hiding nearby. The fact that the hitchhiker carried nothing more than a guitar case strapped to her back was cause for concern. Visible on the exposed side of the black leather case was a solitary pink peace symbol, reminiscent of the iconic symbols plastered everywhere during the counterculture movement of the 1960s. Pressed against the hitchhiker's back, and therefore not visible to the passing cars, were the capitalized letters FOM on the other side of her guitar case. In the aftermath of the battle for Bastogne, the village was once again decimated. Few structures remained standing as the attacking army of Charlotte's strategy to break the stalemate was to flatten the civilian infrastructure behind the static front lines. Charles Berry coordinated the gruesome task of recovering the dead villagers, while Caleb, Michael, Ace, and Byrne built the foundation for a huge funeral pyre. Despite the cruelty of the attackers, the frozen corpses of the enemy soldiers were similarly collected and brought to the center of the village. Fuel for the eventual fire was plentiful, given that the shattered pieces of the wooden structures lay everywhere. For yet a second time, the blood and sweat of the remnant expended to carve a refuge for its people out of the forest succumbed to the ravages of war. Though there had not been an official statement from Leah, Charles, or the surviving members of the Council of Elders, everyone knew the remnant was going to disband, with its members going their separate ways to whatever individual fate awaited each of them. A collective community would always be in the crosshairs of the warmongers. The dead were arrayed on their backs in rows, with their grieving families, friends, and neighbors sprinkling them with evergreen boughs and holly branches laden with red berries. The mood was somber and melancholy beyond any that the village had ever experienced. Sensing the collective despair, Charles spread the word that the funeral pyre would kick off a night of commemoration and celebration of the lives lost. He wouldn't admit it, but the gathering would also serve as a going-away party for the village. Few words were spoken before Caleb lit the vast array of lumber and firewood beneath the funeral platform. Everyone was simply too numb to speak. Soon, the flames and floating embers ascended into the heavens, accompanied by the souls of the good people that were lost. With their faces illuminated by the dancing flames, the survivors of the village encircled the raging fire and reached for the hand of the person standing next to them. When Alex grabbed Tal's hand, the circle was complete. Barely audible to Tal, Alex started humming a subdued melody that Tal struggled to recognize. The drummer seemed to be chanting the same line over and over. "War, what is it good for?" He said it again. "War, what is it good for?" And after the third time, "War, what is it good for?" Tal replied, "Absolutely nothing." Together, they started a call and response refrain with Alex chanting, "War, what is it good for?" and Tal responding, "Absolutely nothing." Alex started thrusting both fists in the air as he chanted ever more loudly, "War, what is it good for?" Tal, with clenched fists also flailing, responded, "Absolutely nothing." The refrain started growing in volume as one by one the villagers joined in. Soon the entire circle was screaming the refrain in unison. At the fevered pitch of the collective chant, Sarah appeared, having collected all the rifles and guns she could carry. One by one, as the chanting continued, she started throwing the guns into the fire. Soon, the villagers started throwing their weapons into the fire too. When Leah pulled the sniper rifle off her shoulder, Caleb stopped her from similarly chunking it into the flames. "Don't do it. You're going to need it to stay alive," Caleb said to Leah. Leah looked him in the eyes and replied, "I'm dead already, Caleb, and so are you. And so are these people. They just don't know it yet." She paused and then continued, "I may die like a lamb at the slaughter, but I'm going to live the days I have left, proclaiming that peace is the only answer." With that, she threw the sniper rifle into the flames. Though he hesitated, Caleb followed his kid sister's lead and threw his pistol into the flames, followed by Michael, who seemed relieved to do so. As the arsenal of the village was emptied out and thrown into the fire, the chant finally began to dissipate. When it stopped completely, Alex reached into his pocket and threw 2 sharpened drumsticks into the flames. As he did so, he looked over at Michael and said, "For world peace." As Richard Keith stood on the roof of the tallest building in New York, One World Trade Center, he opened a crate and released a half a dozen homing pigeons laden with messages for the residual Space Z engineers at the Florida facility in Cape Canaveral. There, Max Elon's fully functional miniature prototype of the Space Z station was stowed in a protective hangar. The messages being carried by the homing pigeons provided explicit instructions to program the fully automated craft to depart for the West Coast and crisscross the country, moving in a grid pattern generally from west to east, culminating in New York City. Embedded in the program would be a subliminal audio message that would be bounced off and amplified by cell phone towers that would then begin relaying the signal to America's still intact civil defense audio warning system. The message consisted of just 5 simple musical notes in the key of E major. As she reached the outskirts of Atlanta and crossed the I-285 Beltway, Cammie DuBose glanced over at the wreckage on the south runway at Hartsfield International Airport. In its heyday, Hartsfield was one of the busiest airports in the world and a hub for Delta Airlines. Now, the rusting hulks of planes parked in disarray and hastily abandoned on the tarmac were a sad testament to its former glory. DuBose had walked the entire distance from Montgomery, which was nearly 175 miles. Though she had attempted several times to hitch a ride, no one had done more than slow down to look at her before accelerating and leaving her to continue walking. On this day, her luck would change. The sound of an approaching vehicle no longer raised Cammie's hopes of catching a ride because so many had already passed her by without stopping. But this time, she realized the vehicle had slowed to a crawl and was easing up behind her. She wheeled around to see a well-kept two-tone Volkswagen Beetle bus with a white top and white peace symbols painted onto its cherry red sides. Without looking directly at Cammie and or asking her where she was going, an older and diminutive female driver leaned over and opened the passenger side door. She spoke with a heavy accent, but all she said was, "Get in." Cammie closed the door, expecting to be asked where she was headed, but no such inquiry came. The awkward silence that followed was made worse by Cammie's realization that the driver was so short she could barely see over the steering wheel. And as the bus accelerated, she seemed to struggle mightily with the standard manual transmission. To break the ice, Cammie finally said, "Hello. Before she could say her name, the driver cut her off and said, "Yes, love, I know who you are." In and of itself, that wasn't terribly surprising, since Cammie had been the lead singer for the hugely popular rock band Folly of Man, before the pandemic decimated the live entertainment industry. As the conversational pause continued, the bus began screaming for fourth gear. Finally, the driver attempted to shift up, but ground the gears, causing an even greater protest from the vehicle. Thinking the elderly woman looked familiar, Cammie asked her name. "Yoko," was all she said. On June 10th, 1965, the Rolling Stones song "I Can't Get Gold Satisfaction" became the #1 song in America on the Billboard Hot 100 charts, and it stayed at the top for nearly a month. Richard Keith's guitar riff at the intro to the song, as simple to play as it was, became universally recognized as one of the greatest guitar riffs in rock and roll history. The first 5 hypnotic notes of the riff comprised the audio message to be transmitted by Space C and was intended to draw out all the surviving humans in the fractured country and lead them on a pilgrimage to One World Trade Center in Manhattan, where Keith and his band, the Rolling Stoned, would perform a final rooftop concert while Keith's master ensnared their souls. It was a sound plan, and Keith felt sure his master would be pleased. After releasing the homing pigeons and watching them fly away into the darkness, the black raven landed on Keith's left shoulder, once again digging into Keith's flesh with its talons. Keith grimaced from the pain as well as from the knowledge that his master was about to make another uninvited appearance. As the raven disappeared, The master, this time taking on the appearance of Caligula, slid down the spire of the skyscraper.
"Hail, Caesar!"
Keith said as he pounded his chest with a clenched fist. Naturally, Caesar wanted a progress report. After a nearly 20-minute summary of the operation by Keith, the obvious displeasure with the slow pace of progress caused smoke to vent from the master's ears. As Keith instinctively recoiled, 3 fingers from each of Keith's hands fell onto the floor, leaving him just a thumb and middle finger. He reached down to pick up his fingers one by one and attempted to stick each back in its place, but they simply fell back to the floor. When Keith looked in the direction of where his master had been standing, only the smoldering remains of the laurel wreath he had worn on his head remained. For most guitar players, the loss of fingers can be a death knell. But Keith figured he could simply use a standard G chord tuning and still be able to play most of his parts with the one finger. Traveling north on I-85, after about an hour had passed, Cammy saw another hitchhiker in the distance. As they got closer, she could see it was a man with a rather big afro who, like her, was traveling with a black guitar case, displaying a peeling yellow peace sign sticker. Yoko slowed the bus and allowed the new rider to open the slider door and hop in the bench seat in the back. It soon became apparent to Cammy that they knew each other.
"This is the dove I was telling you about,"
Yoko said to the rider, who flashed a peace sign at Cammy.
"Stop the war,"
the new rider said, as if that was synonymous with hello. Cammy replied,
"Stop the war."
"Hi, Dove. I'm Jimmy. And when the power of love overcomes the love of power, the world will know peace." A single tear glistened in the sunlight that was dancing on Cammy's face. She was crying as she smiled, realizing she was now in the presence of greatness. Silence ensued as they drove on for another hour or so until Yoko began slowing the bus. As if the ride was expected and arriving at a designated time, a sultry-looking woman with a tie-dyed t-shirt and a similar black guitar case emblazoned with a red peace sign seemed to be waiting. Cammy knew who she was before the bus came to a stop. Janice opened Cammy's door to lean in and give her a big hug before hopping in the back with Jimmy, kissing him on the cheek as she did so. As Cammy reached to close her door, Yoko stopped her and said,
"My love, I need you to take a seat in the back now."
Cammy was happy to oblige and was thrilled to be sitting between 2 of her iconic heroes. With still no conversation, Yoko started some indiscernible chanting that sounded like meditation or constipation. As she did, Cammy caught the look that Jimmy and Janice gave each other. After about 5 minutes of it, Jimmy spoke up and asked if the radio worked.
"Yes," she replied, "but I'm practicing a song I want to show John."
Again, a similar look was exchanged between Jimmy and Janice, but neither said anything further. Thankfully, the bus soon slowed to pick up the 4th and final hitchhiker, who carried a white guitar case with a black peace sign sticker. As the bus slowed, the final rider climbed aboard and kissed Yoko on the lips, saying, "Hello, my love." Yoko smiled wide as John took his rightful place in the passenger seat. Grinding the gears yet again, Yoko turned on the radio. "If I die young, bury me in satin, lay me down on a bed of roses, sink me in the river at dawn, send me away with the words of a love song. Uh-oh, the ballad of a dove, go with peace and love. Maybe then you'll hear the words I've been singing. Funny, when you're dead, how people start listening." John was still so obviously in love with Yoko that he gave her all his initial attention. but finally turned around to chat with Cammy in his English accent. "So you're the dove. I love your songs. They come from your heart." Lennon continued, "But what kind of a mess have the generations since the flower people gotten us into, love? It's as if nobody learned anything from Vietnam." Cammy solemnly replied, "It's like the light from the candle is slowly fading." Janice looked at Jimmy and opened her guitar case, imploring Cammy to open hers. Strumming a couple of chords, Janice encouraged Cammy to keep talking.
"Come on, love. Tell us more about what we've missed."
Cammy continued, "We live in a world that needs and expects instant gratification. It's like we've lost the age of innocence." John grabbed a crumpled piece of paper from under the seat and a pen from his jacket and started scribbling something.
"Jimmy, play a D chord."
As Hendrix responded, John continued,
4 bars, then take it to an A B minor G.
Looking at Cammy, he said,
"Go on, love."
Cammy continued her lament. Social media came along and created this perfect world that was a superficial lie that everyone seemed to buy into but could never live up to. Janice said to Jimmy,
"Let's hold the B minor."
Cammy excitedly offered the next line, scrolling through this perfect world. It was as if the floodgates of the Oconee River had just opened. A flood of lyrics and creativity surged through Cammy's body. With her 3 co-writers and their driver, she put her soul into a dozen brand new songs that spoke about things that matter, like peace and forgiveness, and loving your fellow man even if he or she has different beliefs or doesn't look like you. Without realizing how the time had flown, Cammy looked out the window to see a sign that indicated they were crossing the East River on the Brooklyn Bridge. Before they crossed the river, Yoko stopped the bus as the 3 other hitchhikers collected their guitars and exited the vehicle. Yoko got out of the bus too and fell into John's arms. As John caressed her face, he smiled and said, "I'll see you soon, my love." He allowed their hug to linger for another few seconds, which was one of the most beautiful things Cammy had ever witnessed. She prayed she'd find a love like that one day. John left Yoko's arms and looked Cammy's way, saying,
"Your turn now, my love."
And with that, he jumped over the side of the bridge while Cammy waited to hear a splash that never came. Next, it was Janice's turn to say her goodbyes. The first was to Yoko. Then she hugged Cammy and said,
"Thank you for allowing me to live on through you."
Similarly jumping over the side of the bridge while flashing a peace sign. Finally, as Jimmy turned to tell Cammy goodbye, Yoko started the not-so-enchanted chants that seemed to cause Jimmy to hurry his departure. "Here's to riding with the wind," he said to Cammy as he kissed the top of her head and took flight over the rail in pursuit of the others.
"Almost there,"
Yoko said to Cammy.
"Let's go."
Soon they were in Little Italy, pulling up in front of Cammy's drummer's place. Yoko said her goodbyes as well. "Thank you, Yoko," she said, as Yoko struggled to take the gear shift out of park and put it into first gear. As her chanting resumed, the sound of the grinding gears didn't seem so bad after all. Keith realized the stoned might no longer have the stamina for a marathon concert, so he started lining up some warm-up acts that included Marilyn's No Man's Son, Limp Business, and the Red Hot Chili Peppers. While planning all the intricate details of the show, the subliminal messages continued spreading across the land, causing well over 400,000 survivors to begin the journey to Manhattan. It had been several years since Cammy had crossed the threshold of her drummer's residence in Little Italy. As she entered his place, a flood of memories engulfed her. Her band, Folly of Man, would spend weeks hole up at Alex's place, woodshedding the music or writing new tunes together. It was hard but exhilarating work. Suddenly, Cammie's lead guitar player, Samantha Fish, made quick strides down the hallway to grab Cammie and swing her around in a circle.
"I missed you, girlfriend,"
shouted Samantha to Cammie. Cammie giggled and replied, "Looks like the Cam and Sam show is back in business." Before they could even sit down to catch up, the honking from a distinctive Volkswagen horn announced Yoko's unexpected return. For a moment, Cammie assumed she'd forgotten to grab her guitar once again. Tal beat Alex out of the van and sprinted up to the door, which flew open as Cam and Sam rushed out. When Alex exited the van, the three women nearly tackled him. Yoko stood off at a distance, seemingly absorbing the energy being generated by the Folly reunion and grinning from ear to ear. After Alex shed the tacklers, he invited Yoko inside, but she replied, "No, love, my work here is finally done, and I don't want to keep John waiting any longer. Peace." The four bandmates could still hear the chanting even after the bus disappeared from sight. "Who's hungry?" Alex asked his bandmates. Nobody wanted to waste the rehearsal time to stop and eat. "Guys, I just wrote an album of songs I can't wait to share with you." Samantha asked what the inspiration was behind the songs, and Cammie responded by flashing a double peace sign. Back in the crater on Andrews Bald, the dragons were in an extended transfer of thought. The topic of the communication was how they would continue to protect the villagers after the shattered ruins of Baston were abandoned. They decided that Odom would continue to be Leah's liaison and protector, while Chava would champion Caleb. Concentrating their efforts in this manner would serve to extend the range of thought projection to and from the siblings. By now, Arya had a mate, and as a result, the additional set of eyes from the skies would also help. After leaving the inherent beauty and danger of the Nantahala, the siblings, Charles Berry, and the 5 remaining New Yorkers rode the four-wheelers as far north as they could. And though they scavenged some fuel along the way, they ultimately ran out of gas and were back on foot along the Appalachian Trail. As daylight began to fade, they approached a shelter and realized it was occupied. Charles and Ace were justifiably apprehensive about the nature of the other group, but soon determined they were unarmed. Byrne addressed a woman that seemed to be much older than the others in her group. In his Irish accent, he asked, "Where are you going?" The woman mentioned something about being called to come back to New York. "So you've lived there?" Byrne asked. "Oh no, I'm from Iowa," she answered. "We've got to get ourselves back to the garden." Ace was monitoring the conversation, and since New Jersey and not New York was called the Garden State, Ace figured he was missing something. He then mentioned that the villagers were also heading to New York. "Can we walk beside you?" she asked. During the evening, the newcomers kept talking about an upcoming free concert in Manhattan. Ace leaned over to Sarah and whispered, "I'm not sure their elevators go to the top floor," which generated a displeasing look from Sarah. The next morning, as they were getting ready to leave the shelter, 2 more groups of hikers walked up on the villagers, essentially parroting the claims of the first group, and over the course of the next 2 days, their ranks continued to swell. The mood of the growing group of concert-goers was jovial, if not euphoric. People seemed to be coming from all directions, all sharing the same destination. By the time they got to Pauling, they were 500,000 strong. Leah had never been to a concert before. Before the pandemic, Ariana Grande announced a show at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, but the least expensive seats were well over $1,000, which would have taken 2 years of babysitting fees to afford. She had heard about festivals featuring multiple acts and was excited to learn they still existed. After a month of fellowship, songwriting, and rehearsal, Folly of Man was ready to perform a show. It didn't matter to them if no one attended. These four just loved being on stage together. Alex decided he'd drag his kit back to the roof, despite the trouble it caused the first time he played a concert up there. The prodigal New Yorkers were back. They were joined by Leah and Caleb, who had grown up thinking Atlanta was a big city but were overwhelmed by the massive scale and density of Manhattan, and Charles, who had visited the Big Apple many times. Together, the 8 villagers rang the bell button at the first-floor entrance of Alex's building. Relieved to see his buddy Alex in one piece, Michael offered a hand as if to shake, but retracted it at the last second, laughing at Alex as he did. Caleb mumbled to Byrne something about the maneuver, which he said looked all too familiar to him.
"Let me introduce you to the guys in my band,"
Alex proudly proclaimed, pretending to be introducing the band to a sold-out throng consisting of thousands of adoring fans.
"First, meet my backline partner and master of disaster, Tal Wickenfeld."
The group applauded and whistled, catching Alex's ploy.
"And our lead guitarist, who I call Legs, the amazing Samantha Fish. And the songbird and frontwoman who keeps us all in line, Miss Cam Dubose."
The adoring applause morphed into a chant by the sold-out audience of 8 people, who simultaneously yelled,
"Encore! Encore! We want an encore!"
Even though the applause was just from 8 fans, Folly of Man soaked it in like it was 8,000 fans. In exactly 1 week, the band planned to perform their first full show in nearly 5 years up on the roof of Alex's building. Expecting only these 8 fans to show, the band was still so excited they couldn't sleep. The tiny Folly of Man concert happened to overlap the massive event Keith was promoting, featuring The Stoned as the headliner. Each of the 3 opening acts threatened to cancel their performances at the last minute if they were not given the second slot. Since that was obviously impossible, and with Keith desperately trying to navigate all the last-minute drama, he had to double the performance fee paid to Marilyn's No Man's Son first to open the concert. This enraged Limp Bizkit's frontman, Fred Dunce, who smashed a wall-sized window out of the One World Trade Center building and started hurling chairs and desktop computers down onto the ever-growing crowd of early arriving fans camping out below. To calm Dunce down, Keith had to promise him a 2-night mini-vacation in Dante's Fifth Circle of Hell. But this infuriated Fleabrain of the Red Hot Chili Peppers, who put a knife to Keith's throat, demanding that he pay the Peckers more, but pay all the overage to him only. After Keith agreed to the terms, Fleabrain flicked the knife point just under Keith's right eye, which he threatened to surgically remove if Keith told the other Peckers about the deal. Meanwhile, the streets of Manhattan were becoming increasingly clogged by the masses of Stoned fans that continued to flow into Manhattan. Though it had been a chaotic and stressful lead-up to the event, Keith was already thrilled with the turnout and convinced that the master would be pleased beyond measure. The day of the show, more drama ensued, starting with a riot backstage between the Peckers and Limp Bizkit over some perceived insult. Marilyn's No Man's Son's front demon, Marilyn Hanson, accidentally dislocated his shoulder minutes before the band was supposed to open the festival, while responding to Keith saying something about kissing somebody's ass. As some unusual medical procedures were being performed on Marilyn, the concert was already well behind schedule. Unaware of any of this, Folly of Man opened their show on time by giving individual shout-outs to all 8 of their fans. The first song on the Folly set was a loose and fun up-tempo tune called Breakaway. As they played it and then launched into their popular hit, 2009, which Cam wrote about a loss of innocence. Parts of the song could be heard by the patiently waiting Stoned fans. A handful of them decided to make the short walk to Little Italy to investigate the music they were hearing. Performing together again after such a painful separation was sheer joy to the 4 Folly members. The love and admiration the members had for one another became infectious as the tiny crowd grew to 100 or so. Meanwhile, Marilyn recovered enough to launch into his biggest hit right off the bat, a ballad called The Beautiful People, with lines like, "The worms will live in every host. Be the MFer that hates the most. Don't matter if you resist. I'll beat that ass like stink on shit." Waving a flag with a swastika emblem, the band simultaneously saluted the crowd with a stiff-armed Nazi salute. By now, the crowd gathering to hear Folly had grown to several hundred, which was completely imperceptible to Keith as he looked out at hundreds of thousands in the street below One World Trade Center. As Marilyn wrapped up its show, the Folly crowd pushed past 10,000. To Cam, it didn't add or take away anything from her intensity. Before they played a single note, Fred Dunst came on stage ahead of his band, Limp Bizkit, and started encouraging the crowd to incinerate the building from which he would be performing on the roof. He got a few cheers, but more than a few defections. Folly's crowd was now well beyond 100,000 adoring and newly converted fans. Yet, Keith still didn't notice the dwindling crowds that were now forced to endure Limp Bizkit perform its encore, which was a song titled Nookie. During the song, a mostly female crowd gathered up their things and hiked over to the Folly show. Not to be overshadowed by an inferior warm-up act, in the green room, Fleabrain decided that the Peckers should come on stage fully nude without considering the fact that the temperature was dipping into the low 50s. Blocks away after finishing the bluesy My Kinda Lion, Cam turned to Samantha and asked, off mic, "You want to try it?" Samantha looked out into an audience now approaching 250,000 fans, and then back to Cam. "Go for it," replied Fish, referring to one of the brand new songs Cam had just co-written with Hendrix, Joplin, and Lennon. Thinking of her idols and co-writers, Cam gave the performance of her life. As her voice quivered with the last line of the song, not a single person applauded. Alex looked at Tal and told her, "Maybe we need to work on that one a little more." When Tal looked out into the audience, she saw 250,000 people crying at once, having been greatly moved by the song. After an extended silence, the applause that followed was so thunderous that it caused Keith to finally notice that his crowd
once 500,000 strong, was now maybe a quarter of what it had been. When the Red Hot Chili Peppers took the stage, Fleabrain realized it was a little chillier than expected. So he grabbed a tube sock for warmth, which also helped disguise the fact that it wasn't just his brain that was flea-sized. Nobody asked for an encore. By the time the Stoned opened their set with their big hit, Sympathy for Satan, the only people left in the audience at the One World Trade Center were assassins, murderers, rapists, and bankers. As Keith played to air, he noticed a black raven perched on the building's spire. After 3 encores, Cam told the 500,000 fans to give the band a couple of minutes to unplug and come down to street level for a song they wanted the entire crowd to help them sing. As the crowd split to allow the band through to the center with acoustic guitars and Alex playing a djembe dangling from his neck, Cam started the song. It was a cover. When I find myself in times of trouble, to which 500,000 voices replied, Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Cam looked back to the roof where Folly had just performed and noticed that Jimmy, Janice, and John were there, smiling down on her as she poured her soul into her loving fans. All 3 were flashing peace signs, which Cam flashed back, followed by 500,000 strong. Keith didn't wait for his anticipated punishment from his master and simply jumped off the One World Trade Center roof, with his master yelling after him, "I'll see you in hell." In a rage, the devil grew to over 10 feet tall. As he did, the formerly sunny skies suddenly darkened as massive thunderclouds blotted out the sun. Suddenly, bolts of lightning started raining down on the few remaining Stoned fans, obliterating them one by one. With no more living targets in the vicinity of the One World Trade Center, the devil proceeded to Little Italy, blasting buildings and anything in his path. Due to the large crowds, 500,000 converted flower people had very few escape routes. Within just a few blocks, Caleb and Leah soon found themselves directly in the path of Satan, who fired a lightning bolt at the siblings, barely missing them, but knocking them both off their feet. Preparing to make another strike, Satan heard an eagle's call in the sky, high above the tallest buildings. Then a second eagle appeared. In the narrow Manhattan street, Satan found himself confronted by 2 dragons, one in front and one behind. "What creatures are you?" Satan asked, not recognizing Odom or Chava. "I rule over all the creatures of Middle-earth and command you to kneel before me." At that point, Caleb and Leah walked up to stand on either side of the massive Odom. Their advancement baffled and distracted Satan for a brief moment, allowing Chava, who was sporting the now slightly tighter Akkadian armor vest given to her by Enoch, to take flight without notice. Leah moved in front of Odom and Caleb to directly confront Satan. With her trademark defiant and intense look, she told Satan, "You see, here's the thing. These dragons aren't from your Middle-earth." Suddenly, Chava stealthily swooped in and impaled the devil with her talon-like claws, hooking him like a bluefin tuna. Gaining altitude, she flung him back onto the roof of One World Trade Center and then let fly a barrage of Enoch's napalm-filled rocket-propelled grenades. As they exploded all around the devil,
The force of the collective blasts caused the entire building to implode, thus covering the demon with 1,000,000 tons of rubble. When Chava returned to the siblings, Leah could tell that the vest was tight because Chava was laden with dragon eggs. As she smiled at the thought of this couple starting a new dragon race on Earth, Odom summoned Leah for a transference of thought. Through it, she learned that Ace and Sarah were expecting a child, despite Sarah being in her 50s. In the final transference, Leah also learned that she and all the remaining women on Earth were no longer barren. The Age of Ausra, Book 2, Epilogue. The music industry is rigged, same as it ever was. Sure, there have always been gatekeepers, winners, and losers. For artists, a small percentage would always shine and rise above the noise to impact and influence the industry. Music had value. When the streaming platforms replaced legal MP3 download providers like iTunes, most independent artists were elated as services like Spotify and Apple Music offered exposure to a much bigger and geographically unlimited market. Music fans welcomed the ability to pay a subscription fee and gain access to almost any song ever recorded on the planet. Eventually, artists began to notice a huge discrepancy between what they were being paid for their music compared to the corporations behind the streaming platforms, as well as the parasitical middlemen, also corporations, that artists were forced to pay to engage in order to upload their music onto the streaming services. As bad as things became, they got worse. In early 2024, Spotify, also known as Spit in Their Eye, arbitrarily changed the already laughable and nebulous artist payout formula to render 70% of their catalog free to them. Songs with less than 1,000 streams would get nothing. We understand that if a product doesn't sell, it shouldn't make any money. On the surface, this change wasn't a big deal. Several months later, large numbers of artists eligible for streaming royalties started receiving automatic messages that their music was being demonetized or entirely removed from streaming. No viable appeal process was offered. Artists were then forced to go to their paid digital distributors. Corporations such as TuneCore, CD Baby, and DistroKid, in almost always futile efforts to 1. Understand what they supposedly did, 2. Obtain the supposed facts, and 3. Appeal. The artists paid these parasites to represent them and were customers, right? If a response was given, it was for the artist to refer to the distributor's terms and services. These essentially gave the right to the corporations to be indemnified for theft of withheld royalties. Furthermore, because there is no prerequisite burden of proof, you're simply guilty if anyone says you are. But guilty of what? Things like having artificially inflated streams, being on botted playlists, using AI-generated music and passing it off as human-made, stealing another artist's content, etc. All are common claims by the digital service providers and their henchmen distributors that make the naughty list. And if an artist did these things, to hell with them. They shouldn't get royalties. But what if a third party, like a marketing service or a bad actor with a grudge or agenda against an unknowing artist, was behind it? Well, tough shit. In June of 2025, an artist calling itself Velvet Sundown seemingly came out of nowhere to find multiple songs from its debut album prominently featured in Spotify's premium self-generated playlists. And within weeks, the album garnered over 1 million streams. Admittedly, the songs were, in my opinion, damn good. When questioned, the band continued to insist they were real and not a product of generative AI. But soon, an imposter came forward, admitting that the band was fake and that the music, supporting art, and photos were AI-generated. This act forced the true creator to claim the work and 2 other albums that dropped over the next 2 weeks, and backtrack with an official statement that the band was actually human-inspired. Then accusations began to fly that the playlists were botted by Spotify. Moreover, Velvet Sundown's music was never removed or demonetized. Was Spotify conducting an experiment? Why would Spotify not follow its normal course of action and remove these songs? Liz Pelly has some interesting theories in her 2025 book, Mood Machine. And we believe that Spotify deems any royalties to human artists to be an unnecessary cost and have been stealthily replacing human-made and written music with AI. Is that what consumers want? What about the generative AI companies? They've built their programs by stealing intellectual property from hundreds of thousands of uncompensated human artists, claiming fair use. We'll see about that. Meanwhile, if you want to pay a subscription service dominated by AI music and monopolistic tech companies, we respect your decision. But if you want music and books that are human-made and human-played, then check BamaSoundMedia.com and the websites of other independent artists that offer a direct connection with fans. Peace out.